sub. Thank you.
No problem.
We good on the camera now? Question mark?
Yes, it's working. The only camera we don't have is Mr. Nobody's.
Give me just a moment.
Sure. Is that how you say it, by the way? Tywin? Or is it T-Win? Or I don't know.
Tywin. It's.
Tywin. Okay.
Have you seen Game of Thrones?
Yes.
Nice.
Oh
Tywin
yeah,
Lannister.
that one. That guy.
Tywin Lannister.
Charging battery.
Okay. I got a big announcement I'm excited about at the end of the
Ooh.
stream.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
How long is the panel gonna be approximately?
2 hours.
Okay.
6 to 8. Then we'll, unless it blows up or something, we'll just end it there. Yeah.
All right, sounds good.
Okay. Any other questions? We still got about 3 minutes before I'm going to go live. So if you have questions, now's the time to ask.
Good to go.
Been good.
Cool.
Hey, there we go.
Excellent. Now everyone can be
Hello.
seen. Everyone can be heard. I think we're good. Yeah, I'm excited, right? It's been a day.
Oh,
It's been
yeah?
a day, gang. Yeah. Well, I've been workshopping. So I canceled my stream on Friday because I'm going to do a YouTube exclusive on Saturday with Brianna Wu and Destiny. And so
There you go.
I'm really excited about
Awesome.
that. So it's gonna be good get. Yeah. That's nervous though.
Shit'll go great.
Yeah, you'll be fine, Papa.
I don't know if it will.
Just get the hairbrush for the beard while you're doing it. If you get stressed, just start brushing it, you know?
True. I'm gonna groom. I'm gonna
You need to have a
really
comb like
trim it
right
up.
next to you, just like start.
Yeah, see, this guy knows.
Oh, Wes now made it after all. Hello.
Yeah, I did. Hey, sorry.
It's all good.
Hey there.
You told me you
Hey.
might not, and I was like, well.
Well, yeah, no, I've got work in like 45 minutes, so I'm gonna probably leave around 3:35 or so.
That's
my
fine.
time.
Okay, we'll have you in for a little bit. I thought it was the opposite way. I thought you were working until, and then you couldn't.
Oh,
Okay,
gotcha.
but it's all good.
got
But yeah, standard stuff. So a lot of you haven't been on my stream before or in a while. So here's how this works. I'll give you all a chance to have opening statements. Introduce yourselves. Concise, brief, lactoid, brief. Okay. And then we'll get into it. If you have trouble getting your thoughts in, please let me see your hands and I'll try to place you in play. But at the end of the day, be assertive, okay? It's okay to get loud. It's okay to get spicy. But if I tell you to shut the fuck up, please shut the fuck up. It's because no one can hear you when 20 people or all of you are speaking at once. So other than that, yeah, no slurs, no toss stuff, and everything else is good to go. Cool?
Cool.
Cool. Okay, with that, we will go live in 5, 4, What a day, gang. Hello. Welcome to yet another episode of Wick TV. We have the conversations that you want to talk about. Hello to all my chatters, all my viewers. I love every single one of you. Gorpsync, Wolf Glenn, Alley Cat, Mock Gaming Bot, Jakandar, Admiral Giz. Well, Admiral Giz is on the panel here, so thanks for the sub, buddy. Ocho Gringo. I don't know how to say your name, buddy, but I love you anyway. But yeah, we won't get too bogged down in the introductions here, but I wanted to just introduce the topic. So here's how this went down. Lactoid was in my Discord talking mad shit, okay? Mad shit. He was like, well, you know what? I think that the BLM riots were worse than January 6th, and I can prove it. So I was like, okay, bet. Come on, do it. Let's see what you got. And I've gathered a team, some sympathetic to his arguments, some not so sympathetic. And we'll see how this goes because I am interested to see the argumentation here. I am really curious to see how he can defend the worst lactoid take that I have heard yet. So let's see how it goes.
Yet.
And with that, yet. And with that, we will start off with Admiral Gibbs. Please, what's your thoughts here?
All right. Yeah. So basically, my thoughts are very simple. You basically have to be borderline delusional or biased beyond belief to like think anything other than the BLM riots being one of the worst things that have happened in recent American history, in comparison to the January 6th riots, which really have borderline no long-term effect. I mean, it's just outrageous. The scale of the economic damage that's still being going on is going to be felt for decades. The corruption within BLM, the movement itself, like the like organization, and the things like the CHOP, which just prove that governments are like unable to work with communities at all, and just that these groups can work with impunity and cause crime hangouts to just be established within a major American cities is just outlandish to think anything is worse than that when you compare it to the January 6th insurrection.
Okay, well, we'll see how that works out for him, gang. Lactoid, go ahead.
Sure. So I want to start out with just a disclaimer to my point, which is what I also said in Wix Discord, which is I will not be defending January 6th today. It was bad. Instead, what I'm going to be doing is showing blatant leftist hypocrisy. The same people who were claiming that riots are the language of the unheard mere months prior to January 6th, when BLM rioters were burning down police precincts and innocent civilian property, suddenly began claiming some profound respect for the United States and its processes once the conservatives had their one riot. The truth is that Black Lives Matter riots were worse on nearly every metric. They were the most expensive riots in history, with over $2 billion in insurance claims, not counting the near 40% of affected businesses that had no insurance or were underinsured. 38 states needed to activate their National Guard, yet punish those rioters at lower rates than those on January 6th. 19 people were killed, including a man burned to death in his pawn shop who was unable to escape the arson committed by BLM protesters. And most Democrats supported and continue to support pedophiles attempting to lynch minors as long as it's in the name of BLM. But the more important distinguishment between these two events is the actual target of the riots. January 6th, although bad, targeted the government, the actual purveyor of their claimed theories of oppression. Meanwhile, BLM targeted innocents. Local car dealerships had nothing to do with police brutality or George Floyd, yet they were the primary targets of violence from BLM. The concept of collective guilt is particularly toxic as it makes up the basis of terrorism. The idea of using violence to scare people into your political bidding, aka chanting no justice, no peace as the city burns around you. Targeting innocents represents a new stage of immorality, and that is primarily why the BLM riots were worse than the January 6th riot.
Okay, well, those poor innocent buildings. We'll see how it goes. Next up we have Madden, please.
Thanks for having me. I guess I will be the first one to come out and say that the January 6th insurrection was, in terms of political implications, is much worse than the totality of harm done by the riots. I assume we're talking during the summer specifically, just that not BLM over the entire 9-year, 10-year period now, but instead just the one summer in response to George Floyd's murder. But I would say that the replication of an authoritarian ultranationalist coup from U.S. to Brazil, I think, is enough to say that the harm outweighs the riots.
Okay, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Next up, we have Mr. Nobodies. We haven't seen him in a while. Hello.
Hey there. Yeah, I'm the other person I'm one of the other people who comes on and gives really bad takes sometimes. But so from what I understand, the claim of the January 6th the BLM riots being worse than January 6th, from what I've been seeing, it doesn't stand up too well. The implications from the January 6th riots, the actual points given
Charging
by
battery.
the top down, Giuliani literally saying, let's make this a trial by combat, I think leads to really dark places for the US. It leads to, well, what happened on January 6th, people who are otherwise empathetic or sensible coming out and trying to overturn the entire US's electoral process, calling on Mike Pence to stay the vote or something like that. It's really bad. I don't think we should be doing stuff like that in the U.S. Presidential stuff. I know that a bunch of people taking control of a small section of a city is bad, but it's nowhere near as bad as trying to overturn the entire United States.
Okay. Thanks for being here. By the way, I appreciate you coming back. First time guest on my show. We have Tywin. Please, hello. What are your thoughts here?
What's up? I kind of want to focus on what was it Lactoid said at first. He said that he wants to focus on the hypocrisy of leftist media, covering January 6th insurrection versus the BLM. That's not like really the main point, from at least what I'm understanding. The main point is that, at least from my perspective, both were terrible events. The BLM riots caused unprecedented damage to the countryside, and every time they ravaged buildings of innocent people. But what we're talking about is the ideological damage that is done to our democracy as like a concept where people don't trust in the process anymore. And I'm sure it's probably going to come into question at some point whether you believe that it was like a fair election or not, because that somewhat plays into whether their feelings were justified in trying to insurrect the government. But if you truly believe that it was not a stolen election, then the insurrection attempt is the worst thing that has probably ever happened to this country on an ideological level. I am not talking about financial damage. Financially speaking, BLM riots were probably worse. But on an ideological level, the January 6th insurrection was much worse.
Okay, thank you for coming here. I'm excited to see how you do. Next up, another first time guest on the show, Wesna. Hello.
Hey, what's up? So yeah, I'm here to say basically the same thing the last three people have said, was that the January 6th insurrection was worse than the BLM riots. Um, and you can go and you can say the monetary route or the number of people killed, but it wasn't I don't think the purpose of the riots was just to cause damage, as Lactoid seems to be sort of framing it, but it's in response to police brutality, which is a fundamentally different thing from insurrection or turning over the results of the election. I think that the people spoke. I think that the votes were counted, and it was what it was. And it was the first time in history that a sitting president has ever encouraged people to go and say, let's go overturn the results of the election. And for him to encourage the storming of the Capitol is a much worse precedent to set than to fight back against police brutality.
Okay, and sorry, I was just adjusting your volume. Apparently, people were having trouble
I'm
hearing
sorry.
you, Wes. No,
Am I too quiet?
it's not your fault. Give me a second. Let me adjust you so everyone can hear. Okay, and with that, we have the opening statement is done. We'll get into the discussion itself. Feel free. Go ahead. Floor is yours, gentlemen.
I want to quickly just dispel a couple of things that were said. It seems as though some people here may have came in with the understanding that I was just going to talk about the financial aspect, but my opening didn't just do that. I briefly mentioned that it was the most expensive riots in history and that a whole bunch of people died. But I think there also is like a lot of deep ideological issues that came from these riots. Namely, my main problem with it, which was that you're attacking innocent people. I think what was just said was, it was in response to police brutality. Well, one of the things I pointed out was, a local car dealership has nothing to do with police brutality, yet they were the victims, right? You had innocent people who did nothing, who were being openly attacked. And I think when you defend and legitimize that mental gymnastics, that process of attacking innocent people, I mean, that does far more or damage to like the country ideologically than questioning a democratic outcome, right? There should be skepticism over democratic outcomes.
I don't think any sane person is going to defend rioting, the destruction of people's private businesses. I think we all here would agree that that's bad. But the purpose of the riots or the protests in general wasn't just to destroy the lives of innocent people. It was to fight back against police brutality.
And I mean,
I think that they made a pretty solid statement against police brutality in the riots, in the protests.
I would even argue though with that being said,
Sure.
like it goes with the saying, okay, yeah, they were more successful in accomplishing maybe their goal. All right. But doesn't necessarily make it so that it's actually a better thing. I would actually argue that in comparison, they were both pretty well like getting their point out across. But there has been actually some good that has come from the insurrection or so be as you said. There's been an investigation in the ties with these groups, with hate groups within the U.S. government. There's been investigations. There's been convictions. Like even if you were like against the insurrection, then you can sit here and go, well, look, they came down and cracked down on them. With the BLM riots,
Just real quick,
the people.
just real quick. Hey, West, now can you mute yourself? We're
Yes.
yeah, thank you.
Like
Go
it's
ahead,
picking up
continue.
Yeah,
picking
so
up
like,
through your
so
headphones into your mic.
so yeah, like, and then but if you look at the BLM riots, there are something like 6 or 7 of these murders that have been committed that they have no ideas who these people are. That's families impacted. That's an ideological message saying, "Hey, we can commit crimes and get away with it." There was what is it, 523% uptick in crime while the CHOP existed in places like San Francisco where they have defunded the police. There's been a drastic increase in crime. There's been drastic numbers of businesses leaving places like San Francisco and Chicago where riots took place. It's destroyed the economic stability within those communities. So the groups that were rioting actually hurt themselves and hurt their communities and have set their communities back decades. So for you to sit here and tell me that, oh, well, it was not as ideologically as bad, or, oh, well, it was worse for them to have an insurrection because they felt rigged, whenever there was some good that came from that, and while these communities have been destroyed, murders have been committed with impunity, it's just outrageous. You're just kidding yourself or lying to yourself.
Yeah, again, I don't think anybody would defend the destruction of property or the creation of like a occupied zone. At least I wouldn't. But I don't think that that's what was the purpose of them. Like, yeah, sure, that's bad,
I mean, like
but
So
the
that's
road to
not
wait,
the
hell wasn't even
same.
so
That's
paved
not the
with good
same as
intentions,
like turning over, like destroying democracy
well,
because you didn't like the results of an
I mean, the
election
Thomas
well, hold
results,
Jefferson
on.
said
or
the
the
tree of
president
liberty has to
encouraging
be
that.
Wait.
watered with the blood of tyrants and patriots. I mean, wouldn't that count as what the Thomas Jefferson was expounding upon in that
So
statement? I
wait,
mean,
you're
A
advocating for
couple
violence
things.
then? You're
Yeah.
advocating directly for violence
are you saying that
there.
there's
You're
never violence like needed? I mean, I'm saying that
no,
if
no,
we're going to
no.
compare the two,
But you
like
you were
you can
just
argue
saying
one's good,
earlier.
one's
You
bad.
literally just said a moment
One at a
ago.
time. One at a time. Mr. Nobodies, go ahead, and then you can respond if you'd like, Admiral.
Yeah. So you were saying just a moment ago that with the BLM protests, like that was bad and all of that because of the violence. And then when it comes to your protest, it was fine to
Well,
and the blood of tyrants thing, that's fine as well. Like I'm not
I mean,
Uh,
I think it's a
They
good
were
thing that a
calling
government has a
for
healthy
Mike Pence to be
fear
killed.
of the people. Like there's a good thing for the government to have a healthy fear of its populace. There's a different kind of thing when the people have a fear of their own populace. If you're afraid to go into the store just because you might get robbed or killed, which there was a lot of cases that happening during these riots, these people couldn't even go like conduct day-to-day business. They couldn't live. People's lives are impacted outside this. Versus who did the insurrection target? They targeted the government, which, like I said, I think it's probably a good thing that the government has some fear of its population, calling into check their like illicit behaviors.
I completely disagree. I think it is worse that government officials are afraid to carry out their like duties that are assigned to them by the populace. They're afraid if they're afraid to carry out those duties because the populace might like riot and like threaten to kill them. There were like people chanting "Hang Mike Pence," and Lactoid was saying earlier that the riots were affecting innocent people. Are you implying that perhaps the government officials were acting illicitly and that they
No.
were not innocent people?
So they're targeting innocent people. So, and this is something I wanted to bring up in response to what West Nile said, which was there is a difference when you have a perceived slight against the government and then taking action, even if illegitimate, taking action against that government. So, for example, when BLM rioters burned down the police precinct in Minneapolis, I think that was bad. But I don't think that's on the same level as when you attack an innocent person, right? Because they had this theory of the police being responsible for a bad act, and they're taking action against the actual actor who they believe did the bad act against them, which is exactly what January 6th protesters did, right? They genuinely believed the election was stolen. It would make sense if you genuinely believe the election was stolen to take action against the actor, aka here the government, right? The
Yeah, it would
difference
make
here
sense
is
if
that
you
BLM,
believed it.
right, exactly, but that what
If you
happened
believe it,
with
yeah,
the difference
that's
here.
fair.
The difference here is that the Black Lives Matter protesters, right now, I disagree with a lot of their I think a lot of what they believe is misunderstandings and illegitimate as well. But that's a different discussion because they weren't just attacking police officers or police precincts. They were attacking innocent people, right? Every terrorist group thinks they're like fighting for a cause. But when you look at the methods that they're using, they're attacking not police officers, not the people who actually killed George Floyd, right? They're targeting innocents, right? And what is and I think there's a whole nother like ideological step between I'm going to fight back against who I think's hurting me and I got hurt and so I'm angry, so I'm going to burn down this innocent person's property or kill this innocent person, right? I mean that is the method of Hamas and Al-Qaeda.
So again, nobody is defending that behavior.
Well, that's why I'm saying it's worse, right?
It's not. It's not though, because people are still speaking out against that. People are still saying like the riots were bad. That shouldn't have happened. People shouldn't have been targeted. But the overall purpose and overall message of the BLM riots is what was more important.
So no,
that's what carries the real weight. Why were people protesting?
I would argue that they didn't have a real message.
110%.
I would argue that there wasn't even a real message.
What carries? They wanted to protest against police brutality.
Let him finish. Let him finish, and then you both can respond if you.
People were protesting against police brutality. Okay. And in January 6th, they were trying to overturn an election, a fair and free and fair investigated election that the president encouraged people to go and storm the Capitol. The person who was in the highest seat of power said, hey, I didn't like the results of the election. It was rigged. It was stolen. We had a stolen election. We're gonna
march to the Capitol.
Exactly.
Right? We're gonna show them strength and like
exactly.
We'll make it a trial by
condoning
combat.
that behavior. That is far worse than a few. And I'm sure these businesses are insured. Boohoo, businesses. It does suck. It does suck. I'm not. You can shake your head at me. I agree with you that innocence shouldn't have been targeted, dude.
Okay, so,
but I'm telling you, in relation to the value of democracy, those businesses are worthless.
Okay, let me respond. So perhaps this might just be a fundamental value difference then, because you keep saying like the ultimate goal is different here, and that's what matters. I'm saying that setting the standard of attacking innocent people is infinitely more harmful here. And so you might think, well, sometimes like if we said
standard
you could say, well, attacking innocent people, that's bad, but it's not as bad as this other thing, right? And my argument is, if you genuinely believed, I'm asking you here, West Nile, if you genuinely believed that the election was stolen, as more than 40% of Democrats did in 2016, do you think that there's some kind of obligation you have to protect that election?
2016.
If I genuinely believe that it was stolen, I'd probably encourage some form of investigation into that fact, whether or not it's actually stolen. I don't think I would go straight to jumping.
What is this claim?
It's so
40% of Democrats believe that the election was stolen?
In 2016.
Not the Russians meddled in the election.
Meddling is different from stolen.
Yeah.
You have to be careful with your language here, because stolen implies bad actions taken by government officials, whereas meddling refers to an outside party like Russia running ad campaigns. It is a completely different story. And
I think it's
Hillary gave up the next day.
I think it was actually worded like the election was illegitimate.
I want to give Madden some space here. Madden, go ahead.
I think I wouldn't say it's dishonest, but I think it's like not helpful to take the election results of 2016, which Hillary conceded immediately after. Definitely not the same context for the election results of 2020, where I agree. I think there's recent. I watched the 2000 Mules documentary from Dinesh D'Souza, the True the Vote organization. They kind of drew a lot of concerns around a lot of the new voting measures around that were propped up because of COVID restrictions. So if there is some argument to say that, hey, this election maybe is irregular, we have concerns about the election. And I think in that instance, to I think your argument's credit, there's an important distinction between 2020 election and 2016, right?
Look, I'm just saying that I can fact check this later. I know I saw the source. Over 40% of Democrats believe the 2016. I think
I'm not saying your source is wrong. I'm saying it's unhelpful to bring it up.
Was illegitimate. The reason it's helpful to bring up is because when you have more than 40% of people in 2016 who believe the election was not legitimate, there's this question about, well, January 6th was awful because it questioned the legitimacy of our democratic elections.
No, if I may
And
interject,
then acted on it as well.
just to really quick, yeah, to Ty as Tywin, is cucking me
sorry.
here, like
Sorry.
and taking my point. Like it isn't just the fact that they didn't believe the election was fair. Like this has been a problem since I was a kid, right? Whatever side loses will say, oh, like that old quote.
Sure.
I think that's apocryphally attributed to Al Capone was like, oh, vote early, vote often. Kind of thing, right? Like there's always been this sense that, oh, the other side cheats. That's always been a narrative. That's always been a thing. Okay? What made January 6th different and distinct was the violence enacted by people who tried to forcefully, right, insert their opinion and say, I don't care what you say, I don't care what you think, we are going to make this happen. That is, I think, what the main difference is here.
And, well, and
I
this,
would
comes back to, this comes
also,
back to
I'd
my
also,
question, right? Like,
I
what would
just
you
want to
do if
add
you
on
thought it
to
was
Wick's
stolen?
point really quick.
Well, you said that 40% of Democrats thought the election was stolen in
Or
2016.
illegitimate.
Okay.
Yeah. And what did
But
they
they
do?
didn't. They didn't do anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
They
That-
lit
that's-
his
Well,
pig
this is
hat
what the
and
question is.
marched.
So, if you believe the election was illegitimate or stolen, and you value democracy so much, what would your action be?
Okay.
I mean, what if you
think
really
that
feared that
government-
an authoritarian form of government was going to take over? If you thought the Nazis were going to take over in the United States, would you fight them? Hopefully, right? Like,
Yes,
I mean,
obviously.
okay, so
but-
like if you're sitting here from that standpoint, you're going, oh God, I think that these radical, pro-Nazi or whatever these people, whatever you're sitting here and you believe that these people are coming, and that's what this group believed. They thought that they were fighting for their
Yeah.
freedom,
I
which is
don't,
it's
I don't
scary,
blame
but
that group of people. That's not the
Mhm.
people I blame. I blame Trump. I blame Giuliani. I blame the officials that spread this narrative that the election had been stolen, and then they incited violence on purpose because that they thought that they could overthrow the election results.
yeah, but that's a lot
By
different.
getting
So
the
these
people
guys
on
went
their
in there to go
side.
get
They
that
didn't
done.
incite
It's a lot
violence.
different than like a whole nother
Mhm.
group going and taking over, literally physically taking over an area and declaring an autonomous zone. And there were a
So
couple of cities
declaring
that
For
it
the first
autonomous
time
that's
since
zone
the
like
to
Confederacy.
that's
you
literally
is
called
worse
declaring
than
your
trying
own
to take
country.
over the election.
That's a
We-
literal revolution in the
No
flesh.
one can
Taking
hear
over land.
either of you. No one can hear either of you. Finish your point briefly, concisely, then Tywin can respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying one of them y'all are saying is a revolution or attempt to overthrow a government. The other one, these people literally physically established their own autonomous zones within their government. That's a revolution. That's a revolution in miniature form. So for you to sit here and say, "Oh, the ideology behind this one's bad," but just gloss over the fact these people literally set up mini governments,
I would
then
like
is
to
a
I'd
whole
like to
different.
point out that
It's
like just
hypocrisy.
about every
This is not
protest
hypocrisy.
in
Both of
history
them are bad. We
has
agree. We're just
experienced some sort of violence at some point. There's been protests, there's been revolutions or rebellions all throughout history, and they all include a little bit of violence in some form or another. So this we're talking about not just the violence that happened, but we're also talking about what the purpose of the violence is and what is worse. We have to talk about that. That's pivotal
and
to
what
this entire
caused the
thing.
violence as well.
So
Exactly.
Also
right, but
very
what, I,
That's
what,
what
I,
we've
what I'm
been
saying
doing
though,
since day one, though.
what I'm saying though is that the methods here are the reason that I am defending the point that I think that they're worse. So if it was true that the election was stolen, which I don't believe, which is I think what makes January 6th ultimately unjustified, if it was true that it was stolen, I actually would think they would be justified. In the same
agree.
way that,
I agree.
but here's the thing with BLM. If BLM was right, which I don't think they are, if they were right, then they could potentially be justified in their actions against police officers, right, and the police precincts, but they would not be justified whatsoever against innocent people, even if they were right. So you have one party where they strongly believe something and they're doing what you think a rational person would do if they held these beliefs, and then you have another group that if they believe something and they're not doing what a rational person would do if they held those beliefs because they're targeting innocent people. That's why I think that ideology is so much more pernicious because it's not based on truth. It's not based on facts. You can you can argue them all day that they're like, okay, so you're angry and you're right, so obviously these people are guilty. And they're like, no, fuck you, I'm gonna go burn down this guy's house. Like, what'd that guy do to you? That guy didn't do shit.
He might
Yeah,
even be
and
one of the
that's
people that are
bad.
being oppressed with you, and you're burning down his house.
Yeah. Or and then he dies because he can't get out of his pawn shop in time. And now they find his charred body 2 months later. That's a real story. Right? People died. And for that person, what'd that guy ever do to George Floyd? What'd that guy ever do? Like, he didn't do shit. And now he's dead.
Yep. innocent people died. I understand that, and innocent people died
Innocent
in
people were
January
targeted.
6th. Yeah, innocent people died in January 6th as well.
Well,
Or
not
kind of
really.
innocent.
Canon in
Kind
No.
of
perspective.
innocent. Yeah,
Not
she was
really.
like
How
charging into the,
Well,
Okay,
she
the
wasn't
so
really
Yeah.
innocent,
if
so
y'all
yeah.
don't mind, real quick, Lactoid, you're saying that the guy was targeted. What do you mean by that? Like he was
his
specifically
business,
singled out?
so innocent businesses were targeted for arson.
No, what it was singled out as part of the movement.
So I don't know if that particular guy like pissed off BLM somehow. What I'm saying is that the movement, the rioters, were targeting innocent businesses and innocent
No,
buildings and innocent
okay.
residences and
I
burning
Sounds
them
like you're
down.
not
I
targeting
want
at all.
I want
There.
I
Yeah,
want
I
you
think
I want you to
indiscriminately burning.
clarify something real quick. Do you mean it was targeted or it was damaged?
Yeah.
Targeted in the same way that, like, for
So
example,
I can give you
if,
the
wait,
target
hold on,
example.
let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. So let's say I'm Al Qaeda and I fire a missile in the middle of like a market with a bunch of people. Now, even if I'm not targeting any specific person, I am trying to blow up civilians. That's the goal of the Al Qaeda member who's firing the rocket. In the same way, if you've got a bunch of group of rioters who are like throwing fire bombs at buildings, they are trying to burn down the area. They are targeting innocents. They're not
So
targeting just the police.
I'll even
can
give
I
you a
give you a
further example
counterexample? Can I
of targeting.
well, do you mind if I
Sure,
throw a
sure.
counterexample?
Go ahead.
If I get into a bar fight with you and I like go to hit you in the head with a bottle and I hit the guy next to you, am I targeting that guy?
Were they trying to hit the police
Let me ask you
station and they
this. Let me ask
accidentally
you if
burned
this is
down a
targeted.
pawn shop?
Let me ask you if
They
this is targeted. This is an example. This is from CNN. This is an example. So it's talking about a black business owner in Minneapolis during the BLM riots owned a distillery and had converted it into making hand sanitizer. It was targeted by BLM rioters in order to get supplies, in order to make explosives and fiery incendiary devices. Now, would you and use other places? Would you call that targeted?
yeah, that one does sound like
That
targeting.
sounds pretty targeted.
That's targeting. Like so by your own like definition, these groups are going after innocent individuals. This guy owned a black owned business, had his business destroyed so they could make incendiary weapons and attack other
Also,
people.
the bar fight analogy would work if they were trying to throw a firebomb at the police station and they missed and they hit the pawn shop. I could see that the analogy holding
Okay,
then.
so
But,
let's say I hit the
literally, but here's the analogy: you're at the bar, somebody pisses you off, you get angry at them, and then you turn around and punch his girlfriend in the face, or you find some other guy sitting behind you and punch him in the face, and he's like, "What the fuck did I do?" And you're just like, "Well, I'm angry. Fuck you." It's like
have you ever seen
it's
like a
irrational.
bar brawl break out? Like
Okay, I don't
I
think this
push
bar
hit
thing.
the guy
No.
next to
We just
you.
We're
drop
gonna
it.
move on from the bar
Yeah.
thing.
I would like to
Let's stick. Go ahead, Taiwan.
say something.
Well, so
I
what
think. Okay.
real quick, I was trying to characterize rage. The thing is, what was happening was rage. They hit what was local to them, what was near them.
Innocent people were near them.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
We get it. Taiwan, go ahead.
Okay. I understand your point, Lactoid, about their methods were more targeted, not as targeted towards their end goal as January 6th was. I understand that point. Two things. Number one, I do believe that if January 6th had succeeded in taking over the building on that day, more violence would have proceeded around that area after that day, most likely targeting innocent people. So, but that's purely hypothetical. That's not the important part. Second is that even though it was targeting or not targeting, like damaging innocent people in the process of trying to achieve their goal, I think that the damage done by the people inciting, you didn't like the word that I used earlier, inciting violence and like getting people riled up to take over the Capitol. And you said earlier that the woman earlier that was shot, she wasn't really innocent. And I agree, she was not really innocent, but she was there to attend a rally. And then the whole crowd was basically riled up that day and like motivated and incited to wage basically, to basically bum rush the Capitol and try to take over. And those were the consequences.
So it was a riot. There's no doubt it was a riot. Now,
Yeah, but I'm
I'm not
talking
gonna.
about the people that caused it, not
Right,
yeah.
sure. So,
No,
but I'm
let's
not.
talk about
So
the people that caused
I
it.
want to address this though because I'm honestly and openly calling it a riot, even though if I wanted to, I could say that it was a mostly peaceful protest because the vast majority of people there did not engage in any violence, right? There was over 8,000 attendees, and only about 2,000 actually pushed the Capitol, and a very small percentage of those actually had any violent intent. According to the FBI, about 95% of the people that actually got into the Capitol had no actual plan on what to do once they got in the Capitol. There was a very, very, very small number of people who were associated with far right militias who maybe had some plans. There's no evidence that any of them would have worked, but there's a very small percentage who actually had some idea of what they wanted to do once they actually got into the premises. And you're right. There's likely people, as in any riot, that got caught up and were pushed in. And you Babbitt, who was jumping, broke through a door and was jumping into the door, and a police officer there shot her. Now, I don't know. I guess I'm curious what the argument is. Right? Is the argument that like she's a victim of circumstance, that she was brainwashed?
No, not
Well, I
brainwashed.
think.
But at the end of the
Well,
day,
here, can I just ask a
Yeah.
question? Do we think that BLM is like, or the riots caused through BLM is like some like concerted effort to misinform the public to cause these riots? Because I feel as though like through January 6th, I feel as though there was a concerted effort to mislead right-wing voters to have this happen, and then we saw it happen play by play again. Steve Bannon kind of I guess poisoning the well before the Brazil elections, and then we saw exactly what happened with that as well. So I'd be interested to know what Lactoid's
Yeah. So you have like
characterization of that is.
I agree with you that because of the nature of January 6th and the lead up to it, you had political. Obviously, Trump is the biggest one. He was pushing that the election was stolen. Now, if you go back and read the transcript, I take issue with the word incitement because he specifically tells people to not be violent, right? But when we're talking about bringing people in, protest peacefully, make them change their minds, yada yada yada, he was definitely pushing that. I do think a lot of misinformation was being pushed by BLM. I think when you look at the lies from the
Deliberate.
1619 Project, I think when you look at lies associated with actual rates of police brutality on unarmed black men, I mean, there's a lot to argue there. In fact, there's some data that even suggests that when you account for crime rate, police officers are not disproportionately involved in killing black men. But yet, that was the narrative being pushed by BLM, not just generally, but specifically with George Floyd. And that guy went to prison. The guy who killed George Floyd went to prison, right? So like, what was the riots over? The fact that a criminal did a crime and we arrested him and threw him in a cage?
I mean,
Yeah, so
I also want to throw in there that y'all, because y'all both kind of touched on this, and I think a few others have, is y'all keep bringing up the leadership, saying like talking about Giuliani and Trump and the leadership and what their intentions were. I want to say that we probably don't know what the intentions of the BLM leadership was, but I would say that based off the evidence, it seems to be nefarious because here, if we look at the Boston, they had the Boston leader was sentenced for fraud of over $1 million. We have the leader, the co-founder,
Yeah.
has been sentenced for fraud for up to potentially like 5 million, and it's like the biggest like
Yo, I'm
nonprofit
right there
organization
with you. That's
fraud
why I
case.
tore up my BLM card. I want nothing to do with it, dude.
So my point is, if y'all are going to bring up intentionality, right, and we're
Mhm.
talking and want to bring up leadership, and well, we might not know what BLM's overall goal was, but to sit here and act like it wasn't nefarious when multiple leaders in multiple communities from Seattle to Boston to Minneapolis to whatever, I just this is their co-founder, have been charged with fraud. I mean, it's pretty clear that this was like a nefarious plot from the start, and by this group that took advantage of a negative situation. So it almost like disenfranchised the entire message, which
Right.
was about police brutality.
no, I don't think
If
that
we want,
the
If I
leaders
ask a
acting
random person, could they tell
nefariously.
me the name of the leader of BLM? Do you think?
Yeah.
yeah, to further down that
I mean,
point,
that's
if we
not
have,
necessarily a good thing.
yeah, okay.
That
If we
that
have personal
that matters.
organizations like the individual BLM chapters, which seemingly all across the country are corrupt, no one's gonna push back on that one. Or even like the 1619 project, like Lactoid pointed out, which kind of like spreads mistruths. I think I even saw like a bit mostly with Michael Brooks and stuff like that, kind of like dispelling that before its passing. I think it's very important to kind of engage with those mistruths. But I think the Washington Post spreading kind of mistruths like that for personal gain, like by getting people to subscribe to their magazine or newspaper, or the BLM chapters, or like Sean King raising money and then the money where to go. I agree, like those things are bad, but I think those personal interests versus Trump's personal interest in getting reelected and keeping his presidency, as well as everyone around him. Like Trump is their sinking ship. You'll see Milo like constantly trying to make Trump a thing, because if Trump is not a thing, they have nothing. So I agree it's kind of like similar, but I would continue to argue that the nefarious intent and the break from norms in the peaceful transfer of power, I think, is uniquely terrible, especially when compared to BLM, which I think has much more better outcomes than
One
the at least the individual chapters.
and
Go ahead,
another
Jared.
thing that I just wanted
I
to
gotta go.
point out is that
So
West Nile,
after
shout yourself out in
yeah,
chat.
sorry,
West
I have to leave
Nile
early. Sorry, it's a little
Dash X.
disruptive. West
Peace
Nile
out,
X.
Girl
Find
Scout.
me on
Yeah.
thanks,
Twitter.
buddy.
I'm out later.
Bye. Another important thing is that after 2020, basically every election going forward is probably gonna follow a similar pattern. Maybe not an insurrection, most likely not an insurrection, but there is gonna be a pattern going forward of just denying the election results, no matter who wins the election. And this is just gonna happen for like years on end because of what happened in 2020 with the insurrection. And that is one real effect of that day that you guys aren't even like talking about. You're saying, there were some good effects that resulted from January 6th, but this is like damaging our trust in democracy going forward, because every election
To
hereafter
expound,
is going to be
to
questioned.
expound on that just briefly, again, riots have always been with us, right? Riots will always be with us. Riots will happen again and again for various political causes, various political reasons. There will be property destruction, there will be violence, and these are not good things. I'm not saying that they are. However, January 6th, at
But
least in the American modern political scene, is unique in a way that the BLM riots were not. And it has unique dangers to it. It has unique harms that it has done. And so I don't think you can see like use the standard metrics and just put them together right side by side and say, well, look, more property damage, look, more deaths, etc. Like you have to put these things in context and look at it from the lens of history and the lens of how this will impact things going forward, right? And like American democracy is a fragile thing, and this threatens it in a way that the BLM riots did not.
I think you when you use the word unique,
Hmm.
I'm not even sure that's a word that I would necessarily take issue with. I just don't think it's worse. I almost feel as though with riots there is sort of like a school shooting effect happening, right? Where we hear about a school shooting happening and everyone's like, oh, like those happen, right? As opposed to when we sit down and think about it, it's kind of horrific, like the
Yeah.
actual event in of itself.
Hmm.
Now, when you look at the grand scheme of things, like when you compare it to all gun murders, like it's drop in the bucket, right? Like or like look at all murders, right? Like murders are horrific, and the fact that it happens all the time isn't something it's something that we've grown like maybe comfortable with, but it's something that when we're looking at it from an objective point of view, we shouldn't take that comfort in, because I think that's comfort simply a bias. The reality is that riots do happen often, and they are incredibly destructive. It's not just lives, it's not just property. It's also, again, this pernicious belief that we can attack innocent people when we're upset, right? And that keeps getting reinforced, and it's getting so reinforced, right? That recently with Tyre Nichols, who was murdered, from what it looks like. Obviously, no one's been convicted yet, but there's been 4 officers that have been charged. Um, you know, the immediate response was, "Please don't attack innocent people, guys." And all the states put their national guards on notice, right? Like we might have to come stop this, right? I mean,
Hmm.
that's serious. The fact that that's the national response now of like when somebody gets killed and we are going to charge the people who did it, we still have to like be ready in case innocent people are going to be attacked. I mean, the fact that it's being normalized actually is one of the problems. The fact that it's become so normal to have
No, no
innocent
one
people
is saying
attacked in
it's not a
America.
problem. Look,
It's more of a
like
problem
you're
than January
pointing.
6th is.
I
Yeah,
disagree
wait,
because go on, Tywin, please.
yeah,
I'm a moderator. I'm sorry. I just
yeah, do you think like
Yeah.
my earlier point about like the doubt that has taken root in our election system, do you think that's not like gonna have like emanating effects for like every election going forward?
Can I
And
jump in? I feel
what
like
do
y'all keep calling this a unique thing. And I got to
January
disagree.
6th?
I think
You
it's
don't think
not.
that's unique?
No, I absolutely do not. If you look at American history, throughout American history, our political, like Congress and everything, has had violent incidents like from day one. I mean, you look at like Davy Crockett leaving, saying y'all can all go to hell. I'm going to Texas, and like the Civil War, the Corn
Are
Rebellions,
you?
Well, yeah,
There's
Those are
but
no
like
way.
I mean,
There's
like
no way you're
James
doing this.
Buchanan,
for
like
January
hold
6th,
on.
dude.
like
This is
there's
the
a lot of
uphill argument,
examples,
homie.
like
Gibbs,
Andrew
how old
Jackson.
are
I
you?
mean, I'm
Gibbs, how old are
32.
you? If you don't mind me
This is
asking.
the worst counter argument. What
Gibbs,
is
I mean,
what
but
is
no,
how
no, but hear
happening?
me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Just
Gibbs,
let me finish.
when was the
I
last time something like that happened?
what do you mean? Like last time, like something like the
Like January 6th.
I mean, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I mean, I don't know the last
Have
political event
so so
that
I'm
was violence.
30 I'm 34. I don't think I've ever seen something like that happen.
Like we see this stuff in history books. Yeah,
Is this
obviously,
the argument?
people take over governments.
Well,
Yeah, I've read
I mean, but
in
what like
books
what
that
you
people.
argue about what's
There was
worse?
a
Like
there
this
was
is
a
a
French
one.
Revolution happened. Yeah, we
I mean,
know. But also, this is an unprecedented event in our modern times.
I,
Like this is
I,
like
I also want to point out one
the
thing. Empirically, you guys seem to be incorrect because in 2022, the candidates that ran on like the Stop the Steal narrative got shellacked. Right, I was there with you, Wick, and we saw all like the pro legitimacy and like pro democracy Republican candidates on average crush their
But
opposition.
it's sure, but it's about potentiality. So if I jump from a cliff and for a miracle happens
And the
and
homie
I
lives.
survive, it's fun, I don't get really hurt. Sure, you could say, "Oh, well, it wasn't that bad," but the potentiality, right? The danger I
like
put myself
why did you
in
jump off a
is
cliff in
No,
the first place?
or what it
well, it's also was a shock
or
thing
what it
to the average
shows,
Republican.
yeah, or what it shows is that a lot of Republicans didn't like realize afterwards, wow, we were duped. This is stupid. I think
We got
that's
in bed with the wrong
that's
people.
probably what happened. And I
Like
also
where are the majority
one
of
more thing I want
Republicans
to point out.
now?
One more thing I
I
want to
mean,
point out.
that's what,
I'm
if you
not
look at
Is
sure.
this
I'm
Republicans
not
Trump?
now,
sure.
they're like separating from Trump like across the board
Yeah.
in Congress.
Okay,
I'm
but
not sure how
still at the
related.
Kevin McCarthy, buddy.
I'm not sure how related this is to the topic, but I just want to point out because I think it bolsters my point somewhat. When you look at the funding sources for the Republican Stop the Steal candidates compared to the more mainstream establishment Republicans, the DNC was funneling money into the Stop the Steal candidates because they believed that they'd be easier to beat in a general election. It's exact same thing that happened with Trump. So I mean, really, like it was the same people supporting BLM that were supporting the Stop the Steal candidates. So
Yeah, well, people can be mistaken. Democrats in 2016 had no idea that Trump would be such an effective candidate. But then stuff happens, and people supported him, and he won
And
the election.
does this
they
unpopularity not
miscalculated.
does
Yeah.
this unpopularity in this rhetoric not just like prove that Trump trying to sway his voters or sway his I guess riders, I guess
supporters.
we're gonna call
I
them
mean, I think
supporters.
that you're sitting here talking about
Uh,
what's worse. If some of the impacts, like the Republicans getting out of bed with Trumpian candidates, is something that you don't want, and them going, "Oh, these guys are off the rails. We should like maybe like push them out and get like more moderates
Again,
back in."
I'm
That's
gonna
a
you guys
good
keep
thing.
going.
continue
Like,
Against DNC money.
coming out.
stop. You guys keep going to these results. Like, oh, look, it had a good result, so it must have been a good thing. That's not what we
I'm not
can
saying
measure
that.
That's
these
what they
things
were
on,
saying
right?
before. That was one of their
Yeah,
arguments.
It's
that
not
was
just
one of the
about
arguments.
that, right? It's not
This
just
was your
about
argument the entire
results
time.
because
You
we can never
kept
No.
saying
know
January 6th
before we
had like
take
two
an
or three good things
action.
that came out of it.
Well, the other had
Like,
all
like
negative.
Multiple people said like the results is what matter, like their end goal, the purpose. That's we got
No,
to.
the
Now
results are
no,
different than the
no, not
goal.
the
The
I don't know
results.
results
who
are
said that.
different than the goal.
Yeah, I specifically said the main damage and fault that lies on what happened in January 6th lies with the people that incited violence that day. It's not about the goals or the end results of what happened afterwards. It's about the people that seeded the doubt in democracy into the hearts of like all the people that were like
So
surrounding the Capitol that day.
let me ask you. So I guess the question then comes: what do you think is more important, the method and the outcome, or the goal, the purpose? Which of those two camps do you think is more important when we're evaluating an event?
The method or the outcome versus the goal.
Yeah, the method and the outcome versus like the goal. Which of these
It's a
two do you think
slippery
is like
slope right
more
here.
important when we're talking about like the outcome of a matter? Or sorry, not the outcome. That's poisoning the well. What do you think is more important when it comes to analyzing these two events as to determining which one is worse?
Okay. This is not like a simple like, oh, I choose this camp sort of question.
Okay.
There are going to be various scenarios where like the stated goals and like methods are gonna be like much worse than somewhat iffy I don't know, processes that were put in place. But in this instance, I can't just give you like a I choose this side sort of answer. But I will say that in the case of January 6th and versus like BLM, I think the crime that was committed that day of like the doubt in democracy, I think that is the biggest harm that was committed that day.
Okay, so and this is, I think, maybe like a fundamental disagreement because, like I said, like I think when we're analyzing the outcome, I think BLM is worse. The riots were. I think when you're analyzing the methods, Black Lives Matter riots were worse. And when we're talking about the purpose, I think it's something like, from my perspective, I think both of them are incorrect. So they're both pushing a false agenda. They're both mistaken. And I 100% agree that if you're mistaken about a purpose, it absolutely has an effect on like my opinion of you, or how we should handle you going forward. Um, but I just think that every terrorist group and every bad actor always, again, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Everyone wants to try to help things, but if what you're doing is like, if your way to the good is by attacking innocent people, I think we should take a step back and really analyze
No
whether or
one
not
here
that's
is saying.
Yeah.
necessary.
Wait,
I
that's actually important.
So
That's an
like
important point. You said the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but
Mhm.
for the January 6th riots, I don't. The people who were inciting those riots I don't think were filled with good intentions. They wanted to retake power for themselves.
well,
Trump,
no, we
Giuliani,
we
and the
agreed
entire
that
camp.
if like you genuinely thought the like
No, I'm
election
not
was
talking about
rigged,
the
then you should.
people. I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the people who
Oh, well,
like,
yeah,
Right, and
yeah,
so
the
I'll just
insiders.
contend that I think Trump genuinely believed the election was stolen. I think of him, that's probably what his beliefs were.
what?
We've
And
seen
every
we've
single
seen
other
no
person.
evidence to the contrary.
Yes,
And
we
Yeah,
have.
I mean,
His
nobody thinks
behavior
that.
around that time. No, his behavior around that time, he was saying that the election would be stolen for how long before it happened?
Yeah, he believed they were like planning to steal the election, and then when it happened, they're saying, "Look, they did it, guys." Now, do I think he's wrong? Of course, but do we have any reason to believe that he was lying to himself and everybody around him?
Yes, his ego, he consistently has shown to have this massive self-interest.
It's not evidence that he was lying.
It it's
Okay.
character evidence, isn't it?
No, it's evidence that like he probably did think the election was stolen because he has such a big
Yeah,
ego. He can't
I don't.
fathom that he would lose, which he did
and
lose.
you would say the same thing of all the people surrounding Trump as well. They all believe that the election was also stolen.
I mean, that's kind of
I
the
think
Well,
gauge of
most
a
of
gold
them.
personality, though, isn't
there's
it?
no
You know
way
what I'm
that,
saying?
at
Like
least
that's
for
the danger.
Bannon, it wasn't an orchestrated
Yeah,
effort.
like we actually have testimony and evidence that many people around
Yeah.
Trump told him, right? Like,
Yeah,
no, the
that
election was not stolen.
How much should they? How much of a
Came
hand
out,
did they have in January 6th, though? Right, it was
Um,
primarily Trump who brought the people like together and told them to protest, and I think he believed it was true.
Yeah, but he was shown that like he was
I
told
mean, let
by
me ask
his
this because I'm a
advisors
little
that
confused of where
none
I'm
of
going with
this
this.
was going on. Like,
If Trump truly believed that it was stolen, do you think does that like give them like any kind of credence? Because I don't really understand where this logic argument's
no,
going. Like,
it's about intention.
yeah, okay, so
But
is that
like
what you're
it's
saying? If he legit
they're
thought
both
it was,
bad regardless. But it
His
would be
beliefs
worse
matter
if
for
he,
intention.
yeah.
yeah, but like that's the argument behind terrorism. I mean, like if we're sitting there going, oh, our goal was to provide whatever, and then you go and blow up a bus. That's
Okay.
terrorism. If you like to destroy local businesses to accomplish goal, let's call a spade a spade.
Okay.
That's local domestic
Okay.
terrorism.
But which one is worse, Admiral? This is not like a
Terrorism is
no,
worse.
well,
Like,
hold on, hold on,
What I'm
hold on, hold
asking
on.
you
The
is
only reason
like
we went
this is
down
not
this line,
just like
the
a
only
this is either
Tywin,
good or bad. There are levels to
Tywin,
bad.
hold
There's a
on.
degree to
and,
evil.
and
No,
terrorism is like at
Gibbs
the
is right
highest.
here. Hold on. Gibbs is right here because Lactoid was bringing up whether or not Trump believed it. We weren't bringing that. We didn't care if Trump believed it.
it's not just about Trump. Trump is not the only actor here. There were plenty, right? There were plenty of players that were pushing this narrative. People up and down the political spectrum. There are there's dirt on a lot of hands here. Now we can say that the actual rioters, most of them, right, during January 6th were just useful idiots. Fair, okay, I'll grant you that. I'll cede that. But at the end of the day, right, like there were people who were planning this, who were trying to get this to happen. They wanted this outcome. Okay, they wanted to succeed. They wanted it to go in a different direction. But just because they were dumb just because they were unsuccessful doesn't mean we take away like the malice of intent there. I don't think we can. I think again we're going down these weird paths with this when at the end of the day all we have to do is look at like what would be the outcomes if each group had succeeded. If January 6th had succeeded, it would have done massive harm, irreparable harm. If BLM succeeded, less less cops would brutalize black people. I mean, what? Like,
Just like
Well,
in the
actually,
past.
let's take that
More
argument. Let's
accountability with
use
the
that argument.
cops, maybe.
Let's look at that argument. Let's look at areas where BLM did succeed and accomplish their goals. I came ready for this argument. I have all sorts of stuff. So, all right, here,
More
if
murder.
y'all need the sources, I got the links. But here's the thing: so, for areas of the communities that like implemented defunding police laws, crime has just gone up at a massive rate. Rate. You know, businesses are leaving in droves from towns like
Like, I
San
feel as though it's
Francisco,
like insane that we have
Chicago.
to like defend BLM being all violent protesters, which is again we've like walked back from a million times, and then now we have to go after defund the police, which is
Most
like
of
again.
No,
Jan
I'm just
6 was
saying,
for
you're
peaceful
talking about the
protesters,
goal.
right?
You said so they accomplished their goal and bad things have been happening in these areas.
If you're
So that
if you're
almost
saying
makes it
that every
worse.
single person protesting in the summer during BLM wanted to defund the police, I
Yeah,
don't know
you're
what
wrong.
reality you're
I
living
mean,
in.
if you look at BLM's
Most of
website
them
and all
did
the people
not.
are sitting
And
saying,
not
"Oh,
wait,
yeah,
wait,
they
and
did
not
it."
everybody in
Okay,
January
so the
6th.
one that
The
everyone
goal.
was looking at, yeah, the one every single BLM protester was following the BLM
Hold
website.
on.
Yes,
No,
of course.
I'm not going to
Like,
let you two get away with
what
this one
world are you
because
living inside?
Madden and Tywin, that is a stupid line because nobody said every single person. They're talking about the intention of the protest.
Wait, I
The
I
leadership.
did
I'm
not
just saying, like every
say
single
anything
time we
about that.
talk about the characterization of a BLM protester or anyone protesting during the summer, it's
No, no.
they're causing violence, they're
Talk
setting
about
a
the
car on fire,
protest,
they're
the
burning
intention
a pot
of
or
the
a pawn store
protest.
owner to
Yeah.
death.
And
Yeah,
the
like,
And
riots.
instead, we're not
right?
talking about like, oh, we had
There
some
were
legislation
no,
come in,
I'm
like the
following
George
through
Floyd
y'all's
thing.
line of
you're
thought. Y'all are
saying
talking
like
about the intention.
Monumental leaps forward
yeah,
in terms of accountability with body cams. Like, there's so many
yeah.
good
There
benefits of
there have
BLM.
been
You're
a
just
lot
saying
of
there's
like
fires
benefits that
And
and
a
have come.
there's
fuck ton of
damage.
murder. Look at murder rates since BLM.
Again,
Look at that
who's
shit.
saying it didn't happen? Who's saying it?
So we want to talk about hold on. We want to talk about outcomes then, right? Like
Yeah, I mean,
this
that's a
idea
real
of like,
thing.
oh, if they succeeded, we would just get less police brutality. That's not true. Like in the places they have succeeded, we
Again,
get a
we're
fuck
not
ton of
talking about the
people
outcome.
dying.
We're talking about a concerted effort to mislead people to
And that's where I've been from the beginning.
achieve
Like
some sort of agenda.
the goals of the
Which
people at the top to
1619 Project
mislead
does.
those people and to like
That's the
get
argument
them.
you're making about the January 6th thing. So why is it a double standard? Why does this standard mean different than these guys? These guys at the lower levels didn't care what they thought something was stolen. These guys at the lower levels were acting on one thing, and you're sitting here going, "Well, the leadership from this guy's gonna pass, but the
No,
leadership
because
from
the
these guys
difference
need to
is
Because
damn."
one is a concentrated attempt to achieve political or to maintain political power.
And one of them is a
When
concentrated attempt to take political power,
to fix a wrong that they see in society.
allegedly.
I also
And,
want
I
to point out like one of their goals apparently when it was actually realized was to cut off an entire area, declare it an autonomous zone, which
That
Who's
outside
they?
of outside
Who's
of
they?
look,
In multiple
you are
cities, it's happened.
the
Not
Who's
just
goal
they?
with the
you are
protests.
connecting the chop thing to
All
BLM
of
in a
them?
way I feel is just not connectable. Like they're
Yeah.
different.
How about the one in
groups.
Minneapolis?
Yeah,
Then?
most of the January 6th protesters were
Or
peaceful.
what other city?
But when I'm talking about the riot, we all know what I'm talking about. We're talking about the segment of that protest
Well, we
that
know
was
what you want us
violent.
to think you're talking about, and what you
Right.
want to characterize all the protests as. We
Right.
definitely
So
know that.
I have no problem with the peaceful BLM protests. I don't give a fuck about them as long as they didn't attack innocent people. My soul, this is why I was very specific with my words. I talk about the riots. Like when we're talking about the riots that happened during the BLM protests, and we talk about the riot that happened during the January 6th protests, I'm comparing those two things directly. I'm not talking about the peaceful protests. Peaceful protesting is fine. Nobody has any problem with that. No one was complaining. And if they were, I would disagree with them, right? I'm talking about the people who burned down the pawn shop and the poor guy died. I'm talking about the people who, cut off an area and wouldn't let emergency vehicles in, so other people died. I'm talking about destroying what people spent their entire lives making. And if they were part of the 40% that didn't have any insurance or were underinsured, now their life savings is gone. Now their investment is gone because small businesses made up a major chunk of the people of those property that was demolished.
Yeah, again, bad. We all agree. Everyone here, you're fighting with shadows, dude. Like no one agrees that stuff was good. What we are arguing and what we are trying to put across to you is that the January 6th was on a fundamental different scale. Remember, BLM happened over the course of months, whereas January 6th was a single
I
day.
mean,
Right?
And it
BLM
continues to
in
happen.
researching, to be clear, in researching up to this point, I assume we were talking about BLM in terms of like the 9 to 10 year period. It became clear from the opening arguments of Lactoid and Gibbs there that we weren't going to talk about the whole 9 years leading up from uh, Ferguson all the way to now. But
To
if we
be
want to
fair,
talk
I was
about
just
the
told it was
progress
the
from
riots
Well,
that
there,
came
so
on.
well, so
To
I'm
be
not
fair, that's what
I
I was
think
right.
told.
again,
So I'm talking about the
picture
summer. I'm
massive
talking,
changes.
sure, I'm talking about like the summer riots. I'm also talking about the rioting that continues. Right. I mean, just recently you had more of it, and then I'm if we could go back, I mean, I think it'd be fair just because that was the prompt to like stick in 2020. But I mean, this stuff isn't like this was the most expensive and like the biggest time it's happened, but this is not the first time it happened, right? I mean, the LA riots, right? There's like this continually seems this is like a reoccurring problem in America of we're angry, attack innocent people. And again,
I think
I
the
think that
escalation.
ideology is so pernicious. Like nobody should ever think that's okay. And I know you guys don't, but I'm saying like again,
Sure.
like
Let
when
me
somebody
chime in.
dies from the police, the fact that anybody in their mind thinks I'm going to go attack an innocent person, the fact that that's in the American consciousness in of itself is poison.
Yes. And what
Yeah.
we don't want to do, and why January 6th is bad, is because it's adding a different sort of poison that when I lose the election, I can go in and storm the Capitol and try to enforce my will because I think it's stolen. I think it's whatever. It wasn't legitimate. That is going to be a unique additional poison. And that is why January 6th, well, riots have been throughout history of America and modern history, right? In modern history, I'm not talking about Civil War times. Come on, let's get with the program here.
And
But in
also, this
modern
poison,
history,
yeah,
right? It's the January 6th is unique, and you cannot just look at property numbers or things. We have to take into account
Feels
the potentiality. What
Hey,
is
wait,
adding
wait, wait,
to
more than a
these
poison, it's
BLM
a
riots
disease, and we're
did not
spreading it.
threaten our democracy at any point, did they?
So wait, I'm gonna,
They,
wait,
created autonomous zones.
The
That's literally a
autonomous zone
rebellion.
never was a threat to our democracy. Are you
That's
kidding me?
literally that isn't. There's no rule of law in there. How's that not a threat to democracy? It's literally
Oh, so the
anarchy.
United States would have been
Yeah.
taken
Where,
over
where
by
is it
that
now?
autonomous zone, do you think?
So
I'm
Where's
just
the
saying that
autonomous
it's
now?
literally
no way you
an
believe
insurrection.
that.
where's the cap? Where's hold on, Madden? Where's the capital now? Right? Like ultimately, it was unsuccessful.
Oh,
Same thing.
so
Same
they
thing with
didn't
January 6th.
succeed, so it's okay. Yeah.
It was
Well,
success.
same thing with the Chaz, right? But like my question, I think this highlights.
I'll give
the
you that
point.
one. I'll give you that
Sure,
one.
sure. I think this,
Alright.
Wick, I want to point this out, and this is going to sound insanely dishonest, but in my mind, it makes perfect sense. So just bear with me. To kind of bolster my point that I don't think like the frequency matters when we're taking the event in of itself and we're analyzing it against a different event. So I would also argue that like genocides have been far more common than January 6th was. January 6th happened once. How many genocides have there been over history? Thousands. They happen every once in a while, right? But if there was like a genocide in America, I would call that far worse than January 6th.
Yes, because
when you actually look at
let me
it,
add
it's
something
attacking
else, though.
innocent people, it's throwing them in camps, it's evil, it's awful. And you might say, well, those happen, right? But January 6th, no, just because it happens once in a while, like, yeah, I agree. January 6th is like rarer. But I also think that kind of goes to show like how
Did he get me?
Wait.
Like, what is this comparison here? What is this comparison here?
I'm
like,
just using it to point out
I would
frequency
actually use
doesn't
Wick's
matter.
own argument. I want to use Wick's own argument. He states, it's the idea that this is a poison pill. It's like, oh, now it's in their mind. These people are bad actors. They can decide that they're going to go and attack the government, right? I want to say that I think that it's the exact same intentionality. These people went and created autonomous zones. That's a literal revolution. It's the same mindset. These people went and created an area that was not controlled by the government because they didn't want something. They overturned the lawful government of an area. That's what the same people were trying to
that was
accomplish on
localized.
January 6th.
January
Like my other
6th was
argument is,
federalized, right? Like it had the potential,
So,
at least.
I mean,
difference
the
of
other
like
had the
federal
potential of
trying to take over a
spreading.
nation versus trying to take
I
over
mean,
like a small
every
area.
battle starts with something
Hold on.
small. Every
So-
revolution
The
starts
Civil
with
War?
a small battle.
So I wanna focus on something real quick because it feels like we're possibly having two different conversations because I've heard intentionality get brought up a lot with BLM and with the January 6th, but it sounds like y'all are talking about two separate sets of intentionalities. Lactoid and Gibbs, what do you think the intention of the BLM riots were?
I think that
I'll
here.
just like to take my leave. I'm sorry.
Tywin,
I'm
thanks for
sorry.
coming. Yeah, where can people find you?
Yeah, just nowhere because I'm
Nowhere.
nowhere on
Okay,
the
Wicked
internet.
exclusive. Okay, get out of here. I'll see you
Good
later.
talking to you,
And
Thailand.
gang, we are losing. I don't know why. See
I'm
you
still
later,
here.
Tyler.
I'm still here.
Uh,
My
Yeah, I
camera
don't
is
know
just
why
like off.
people have decided that like they could just stay for a part of
I'm
my
too
show. I
powerful,
don't
Wick.
I'm
know
here. I'm
what
here.
this is. So if we got any BLM defenders and people who want to challenge Lactoid on this, just jump
Throw them
in
at
the
me.
backstage because I mean I can spank them myself, but I'd rather you guys do it for me. So
I want to say that y'all talking about the intentionality stuff, and I think that it's not necessarily the intentionality. That's scary about the BLM protests and the riots. It's the kind of like slippery slope escalation aspect. Like for example, and people say don't look at history. It's not whatever, but like look at like the American Revolution, right? How did we start with the Tea Party? The Tea Party is one of those founding kind of like moments. They were upset over a 3% tax, and then that spiraled into a revolution amongst other things. Same thing with this. These people went from just rioting to now they're emboldened enough to take over areas of a major city, and it's just these steps. They keep escalating. The property damage amounts is growing. At
So
what point does this not become almost a revolution in and of itself?
so I mean,
Is that
but
not just as threatening,
but the
if
slippery
not more?
slope of like the Trumper to January 6th to you keep around people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and so on isn't that a very
She's been
similar sort of.
ostracized by the mainstream Republican Party, though. So I mean,
Well,
like
but from
the
the party,
effects,
but
but
hold on. But
the effects are different.
the national effect of people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, the extreme polarization and so on that the U.S. has continued to experience, like it in so I'm pretty sure we do agree that January 6th and the BLM riots were bad, right?
For
Um,
now, I'm still on the fence.
all right. So Madden here supports January 6th.
Yes.
No, but the so we can agree then that the the polarization that happened as a result of it is like it's bad. Do you think that maybe the 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 fact that the right wing seems to have dug in more on their side's rhetoric since then has been worse than the left digging on their side, or do you think that
I
the
disagree.
left is digging
I
in
think that
worse?
the right in general has come to this kind of come to Jesus moment where there's like they're like, hey, like I'm a pretty extreme conservative, but like I'm like, damn, we got in bed with the wrong people. These people got to go, and I feel like there's a large contingent of people like me that are like, if you have to vote between Biden and Trump, you're like, yeah, well, best of two evils kind of thing. But like we didn't really like Trump from the get go. He was too out there. Same thing now. Now we're like, wow, these people are really off the railroads over here trying to do these things, and they've taken an accountability factor. And you see people like Major Taylor Greene or whatever. She's over here getting ostracized by the group, and you see like the RNC backing
Like, to be
non-Trumpian
fair, she's
candidates,
not
non-Trumpian
ostracized at all. She has committee positions, right?
I mean, to an extent, she's definitely like an outlier. She's
What?
got
I
her own
think she
little
was barred
contingent.
from them for a while,
Yeah,
though.
she was like
Now she's
definitely.
back on.
Yeah, she's back on. Sure. I mean, look, yeah, you have.
slap on the wrist,
I'm not denying
public
that you
That's like
have
denouncement, but then you just keep dealing with
Marjorie
it, right?
Taylor. I understand Marjorie Taylor Greene is a crazy, and I also understand how bipartisan politics works. Sometimes you have to vote for the lesser of two evil. I mean, that's why people voted for Hillary Clinton. But I think when we're talking about, yeah, Gibbs is entirely right. Right, like right now the polling's come through, and I predicted, Wick, I think somewhat incorrectly. I thought that Trump, because like of his wins in the Supreme Court, would have an advantage over like a more like moderate and reasonable person like DeSantis. And the polling is not indicating that, right? The polling is actually indicating that DeSantis would win, right? You have like a more reasonable. That's one of the effects here, is that DeSantis is now more popular.
Look, not to get too big into the electoral politics side of this because that's beside the point, but Trump has consistently outperformed polling, so
yeah,
we
I think
can't count him
Trump's
out.
a threat.
I
I don't
think
think
that,
this guy's gonna win.
but that's another subject
Sure.
in and of itself. I wanna get into the new people, the replacements here. I wanna kind of give them a space to kind of give their takes here. To be clear, I hope you all came because my instructions were clear that this is Dogpile Lactoid Day, Lactoid and Gibbs. So if you're not going to be dogpiling and you're instead, well, I think I want to support them, I'm going to
Dog
just
pile,
kick you.
Wick.
So please. We'll give space first to Neon and then to Admiral. Go ahead, Neon.
Yeah, I was just gonna let everybody rattle off for a little bit before we got back to the the January 6th BLM thing. Like, I don't even know why this is a conversation. Uh, January 6th was like an intentional attempt to overthrow the government. You could pretend like, oh, there were like people there that didn't want to do that. There were people there that were just like, protesting. There were people there that are literally being charged federally for conspiracy to, I don't want to be a legal lord over here, but they got charged with conspiracy, and their intentionality was to overthrow the government. And I think that was the purpose of the whole protest in the first place. And so I don't see how that's comparable to I mean, yeah, we could be like a riot is bad, but are you really going to try to compare that to like a intentional conspiracy to,
A pawn shop
overthrow the
owner
government?
burned to death, dude.
I want to point out, like, again, according to the FBI, the vast majority of protesters were peaceful. Of the people who went into the Capitol, about only 5% actually had any plan. So yeah, there were like a very small number of people there who did want to like overthrow the government, and they thought that they could. Now, obviously, they were wrong, but 95% of the people who got into the building, according to the FBI, didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Right? They got caught up in the crowd and they were rioting, and they caused damage and they caused looting. And like I said at the beginning, it's a fucking riot. It's awful. I think when you attack, but again, what was the target of the riot? And that's the critical element. So
Target of the riot
when
was
you have in
to change
Minneapolis,
the results of the
right,
election.
when you have in Minneapolis, when you have Black Lives Matter rioters
Okay.
burn down a police precinct, when they attack an establishment of the government that is
Based.
used to enforce order. You say that's based. I don't think that's based, but they use it to. I don't.
Yeah.
I think that doesn't represent as much of a threat to me as attacking innocent people does, because at least if I take what they say and their beliefs as true, that action seems reasonable. If you think the police are out to get you, it would be reasonable to attack the police station. It would not be reasonable to attack innocent people. If you think the government, if you think democracy is being overturned and there's a cabal of people that are like conspiring to lock out the people and control the government, then like the actions of a January 6th rioter they're wrong, but they're reasonable. Like it follows from the axioms that they're understanding.
You can make that
Factoid,
exact
I
same
would
claim about BLM, right? And the implication that you made with that statement is that our elected officials that legally or were trying to confirm an election weren't innocent, right? That's where
They
I'm approaching this
believe
from.
they
The
weren't.
riot.
Let me ask this. Let me just ask
BLM
this.
people
Right?
don't believe that the police are innocent.
No, I'm not
Before
talking.
you
But they
get-
believe the business owners. It's like the car
Before you do
dealership.
Gibbs, before
Go
you
for
do Gibbs, right? I want to let Admiral Love, because I'm
Oh, yeah,
I'm
my
assuming
bad.
you'll be able to
Factoid.
respond to both of them, right? So we'll just efficiency here. Go ahead, Admiral Love.
My issue is that it kind of feels a little bit like confusing the symptom for the disease. Like, if you're going to use this analogy, like, if you stub your toe and your toe really hurts, it's like, okay, well, the fact that your toe hurts is bad, and the fact that you stubbed your toe is bad. But you could get really sick with a virus, but the onset of the symptoms are really,
Hold on,
really.
Mr.
Shut the
Whoever.
fuck up! What the
Yeah,
fuck,
okay.
man? Come on, just kidding. But like, yeah, so you could have like a virus, and the initial onset has really mild immediate symptoms, but the actual ramifications down the line are going to be a lot worse. And I think that's what you can say about January 6th and BLM is that there's obviously a lot more legitimate causes of the sort of the violent outburst. Even if I don't, because I don't disagree with the premise that the BLM riots did produce a lot of harm to people who were completely innocent, and that's like a lot worse than like screwing up the offices of some politicians, obviously. But what you're talking about in terms of the political stakes and the political causes that January 6th are like existential to the entirety of like liberalism in the United States. Do you recognize that? Like the stakes with BLM are police brutality, and kind of these kind of community issues. The stakes for January 6th are like democracy itself.
Right. So I think January 6th, based on everything we know, was impotent. There's no chance it would have had to overthrow the government. Most of the people had no plan to overthrow the government, and the ones that did have plans, their plans would have failed. You can find crazies who have intentions to do all sorts of things, right? I agree with you. One of the questions here is we've got to like look at their methods and we have to look at the outcome. And here, like when we're talking about at the very least, the January 6th rioters targeted who they thought was responsible. And going back to the disease example, this is a disease that hits us every fucking year. Every year there's some new fucking riot. To Wick's original point, right? There's some fucking riot that happens every year, and a bunch of innocent people are hurt. Right?
Hasn't made it worse.
Isn't it like this is like
That's indicative of
this
there
is a
being like
chronic
a
disease.
Yeah,
I-
yeah,
let
exactly.
me
It's a
just
chronic
ask.
disease. Don't you think that means it's like you don't blame the symptom for the chronic disease?
Let me
you
ask a
blame
question.
the disease.
Depends what the symptoms are, and
Wh-
especially if it's based on
No, it
misinformation.
doesn't depend what the symptoms are. If I have fucking cancer, I'm not gonna like, oh, my stomach hurts because I have cancer in my colon. My stupid stomach. I'm gonna rip out my esophagus. No, it's the tumor's fault. It's the cancer's fault.
Let me ask a question though. Why is like something like terrorism considered so egregious? It's egregious because you look at it and it's the way that it targets innocent people unrelated to these people in order to accomplish a goal, right? So we've sat here and what we've done, if you look at it, is we have legitimized the rioting and the terrorism and the attacking the innocents in order to accomplish the goals. And each time these riots happen, they seem to progressively get more destructive, more violent, more dead.
Who's
And it's
legitimizing
growing.
the violent protests?
So
Who's
I
doing
mean,
it?
are you saying they didn't? I mean, are you saying they're not accomplishing goals by committing these acts of terrorism and rioting? Basically, they're accomplishing it in places. These places are defunding police in order not to have confrontation, and
I
it's
would
sitting
say
here
even in the case of
legitimizing terrorism
Kamala
as an
Harris doing bail funds and stuff like that, which I almost positive was a thing, and that in some ways interpreted as like a green light to do violent acts like this. I still don't think that it's in any way like different or condoned for violence in the case that
But what
marching
it is
down.
the reason is terrorism is bad. It's because you're attacking innocent people versus these people were going after what I wouldn't call innocents. They're the government officials they perceive as causing the
Who were
problem.
innocent.
look. So
They
here's the
they
thing.
were
And it had
innocent.
no
though.
real
Just real
effect.
quick. Like,
Okay.
yes, terrorism is bad, but it's also bad to attack government institutions and officials if you don't have
Like a police
the
precinct.
right. Like, yeah, like, look, I'm not saying that was good. Look, we are saying that all I am saying, I can't speak for anyone else, but all I am saying is that the result, like the potentiality for what January 6th represented is unique in a way that BLM was not. And that we can, again, look at the timelines here, look at the months that the riots have went on and things like that, and you stack those numbers up against the single few hours that January 6th happened. However, January 6th has had such an impact, has had such it literally flipped the 2022 elections, right? It has had such impacts on our discussions, our discourse, and just thank God it wasn't successful, right? Because if it had been, that would have been the death of this country.
It couldn't have
The
been successful.
literal death of this country.
It could not have been successful.
There's one thing I will say, right? And one of the reasons that I think it's really easy for Lactoid and Gibbs to have so much ground in this argument is that the BLM riots are very quantifiable, right? We see the BLM riots and we see dollar signs, right? We see number of businesses affected, number of police precincts burned down. We see number of people killed, etc. Right? Not to say that we don't see that in January 6th, by the way, but I think Wick is making a good point when we say something like January 6th is a lot of I'm not going to be able to find a good word for this. A lot of it's indicative of like a changing point in our culture where we believe it's okay to actively actively involve our actively get involved in trying to change the results of our election through the use of like force rather than like by voting, right? And it's kind of indicative of something that can change over a longer period of time, right? I know that it's like a shit-lived thing to say
this
to
like
compare it to like I know it's a shit-lived thing to say to compare it to like the Boxhall push in Germany, right? But like that's I think what people are trying to get at when they make that comparison, that it's indicative of things that could get worse over a longer period of time.
Well, hold on. So you are
two
against the
things.
idea of using like violence as opposed like to get your political aims as opposed to voting.
I am.
Yeah. Would you say that? Would you say like would you say there's something toxic about the idea that we can get together and use
99% of
violence to
Actually,
like
that's
get our
just a
political
whataboutism.
aims? Hold on.
That's just a
I-
whataboutism.
We're
hold on,
comparing
hold
the
on.
two. It's not
Let me ask you- let me
whataboutism.
ask you.
No.
Is
Because
this- is
the
January
stakes for
6th
BLM, what they want are police reforms.
I've said
mostly.
both are
What
bad.
What this extreme faction of the conservatives want is to literally end democracy. Like, it's a
No,
whataboutism.
that's not what
They're
they want.
qualitatively different.
That's not
They're
what they
Let me
want.
ask this,
qualitatively
though. Let me
different.
ask this.
And
Is
we
the
can say
January
that it's
6th
bad to riot and protest to get police reform, but it's different from saying it's bad to riot
They
and
should
protest
vote.
Okay.
and
They shouldn't use
democracy.
they shouldn't use violence to get what they want. They should vote, shouldn't they?
is January 6th not the logical extension of using violence to accomplish goals? Like, isn't that what the BLM riots are? They used violence to accomplish, like, sending a message, and they got their goals done. And now
No
the
justice, no
conservatives
peace.
are sitting there
They
going,
got
no
their
justice,
goals done.
no peace. Yeah.
Completely agree.
So
It's a logical extension. It's
so
a
that is a
logical
logical
Who
extension.
got their
It's
goals
extreme
done?
endpoint.
So
They did.
If you accomplish
Ooh.
that, you no longer have to vote on anything ever again because you just run the whole fucking
that's
show by
literally the
force.
precedent
got their
set by the
goals-
BLM
Listen,
riots.
The reason people
but it's the
riot is
worst
because
form
they're
of that.
not
You
getting their
recognize that. That's
goals
why it's
done,
different. It's just the
right?
worst possible fucking form of that. That's why it's different.
Wait, the fact that they
That's
rioted
my
because they're not
point.
getting their goals done.
I
Same
wanna
thing with
give-
January 6th. Then
I want to give the floor to Neon for a minute. Neon, go ahead.
People riot because they're not getting their goals done. What was the goal for January 6th? To overthrow the 2020 election based on misinformation that the 2020 election was rigged. Oh no, they didn't fucking finish their goals. That's crazy. You know what I mean?
so again, this idea of should we be using violence as opposed to voting? You're talking about riots. That's what riots
Okay,
are.
again, riots are bad. Riots are bad.
Not
yes,
They're
advocating
worse.
You
for a
agree
riot.
that the January
They're advocating that
Stop.
January 6th
Everyone,
was supposed to
everyone,
go.
you will stop or you will be stopped. I will use my mute violence, which isn't fucking violence. But let me let me explain this, right? I've ceded the ground that in 99% of cases, right? 99% of cases using violence to get your way is a bad thing. I agree. That's why the riots who used violence to try to get their way was bad. It's not a precedent what we want to set. So given that both of these groups used violence to try to get their way, we have to use another metric in order to measure which was worse than the other. And then we turn to what was the goal that they wanted to accomplish. And we look at the two different goals and we say one wanted a variety of police
Why are you
reforms,
shaking your heads?
some which may let me finish and then they can respond. Okay, some wanted a variety of police reforms, some dumb, some better than others, right? But one wanted to overthrow an election, to overturn a legal election, and to keep power perhaps indefinitely, to end democracy, right? When we look at this, one, ending democracy is substantially worse over the long term than burnt buildings, which were bad. Or I just don't understand how you're not seeing this. Go ahead.
Okay, so I disagree with you as to the distinguishing factor, as I think we've kind of beat to death. I think the distinguishing factor is targeting innocent people that you yourself acknowledge are innocent, but you're targeting them out of rage anyway. And I think that it's not just the purpose, because again, you can find, I am sure, there were people in the BLM riots, especially at the Chaz, who had the idea of forming
Especially.
anarchy, like, an anarchic style government. They wanted to abolish the police. They didn't want any police. They wanted to get rid of the state. But I don't really care about like their purpose, because they're insignificant. In the same way that anybody who believed in January 6th, we know that the people who actually had a plan were insignificant, and we also know that their plans wouldn't have worked.
That's not true.
So we
though.
know, we do, and according to the FBI at least. And so the actual
I
danger,
disagree
the
with them being
danger. Okay, you can
insignificant.
disagree with the FBI, but the danger of this
I do.
event here they were impotent. There was no real danger other than damage to the Capitol, and lives are being at risk, and there was somebody who was shot and killed, right? But when we take the actual risks of that event and we compare it to the risks of the BLM riots, the BLM riots had worse risks because their risks were actually they materialized in a worse way. And there's no evidence that the January 6th riot could have actually materialized in a worse way than it did.
Not immediately,
I would
obviously,
just
actually, but the real concern is that we have a growing contingent of conservatives now that are anti-democratic,
It's not
and it's
growing.
going to be an ongoing thing, and that's always going to be a symbolic event that they hold on to us Now it's been made possible. Now we have this possibility on our horizon that if you don't agree with the outcome of an election, you can just storm in there and like maybe it didn't work this time, maybe it'll work next time.
Are you
Like
saying that
that's a
riots
fucking
are good
Hey, hey,
strategy?
hey, there have been a lot of the rioters, right? Were of January 6th, to be clear, the January 6th insurrectionists, rioters, protesters, whatever. Many of them have said, "I wish we had brought guns."
Let me throw
Right?
this out there.
This
What
they
percent?
wanted to they even if it was
Many,
1%, them
many
bringing
percent.
guns would have changed the like, oh, it would have been infinitely worse had they done that, right? Like, we can recognize the danger ramps up. So again, this shows that this is possible to happen. And so next time they don't get their way, they learn from their fucking mistakes. They roll up, they bring they come in armed.
Can
That's going to be a problem, okay?
all right, I'm gonna take the conservative side real quick. What do we have that actually like establishes that that's going to happen though?
I can't predict the
Do you
future.
think that this is not ubiquitous in our culture?
That people are taking
like for
guns to no, that people are taking guns to the Capitol to
yeah,
try to
that's
overthrow
what
the
the point he
election?
was trying to make.
Hey,
No,
let me
dickhead. He was
start
talking
that
about
it's
how
going to
there's a
happen.
more extreme movement of conservatives in our country, which may or may not take guns to the Capitol. Yes,
Can I just jump in here though? Let me just jump in. Let me say that
jump in.
this is the big reason why the BLM riots are actually worse is because the January 6th riots are just an extension of the methodology that's been established by these groups as a viable option to use. So whenever they're sitting here bringing guns, taking over
What do
zones,
you mean
like
these
whatever,
groups?
like the BLM, Antifa, like the rights created groups to like counteract them
People
and
who
take over.
riot. Yeah.
Yeah, people who riot. I mean, I don't know what you're going with
These are
that, but
not
I'm
Not
saying
just
just an
BLM
extension
and
of
it's
those
not just
people.
I'm
BLM and
saying
Antifa,
this is
it's
like
people who riot.
all right, people are right either way. And what the
Yeah,
point is that
there
these
you go.
groups, plural, like
Kind
including
of like
that's a
January
group.
6th.
People, yeah, exactly. So I mean, so it's an extension. They've taken this terroristic
The worst
methodology
extension.
and used it
The
at a
worst
further
extension.
level. So this is methodology already been established. Thus, like it's a virus, like you said earlier, and it's worse. It's just worse because the January 6th might not even happen if this rioting hadn't had such the success it had.
What? No.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right. It was
Like,
BLM's fault that J6
this
happened.
this this weird like this
That's a concession.
convoluted mental pretzeling that you're doing to justify your position, I think is just indicative of I don't think you have a good foundation for argument here. Let me explain. Let me be clear, right? January 6th, this violence actually wasn't the first time that conservatives had busted into a legal center to try to pressure or lobby the government. This happened a couple more times. I'm hesitant to give the exact states because I don't have it on my fingertips. I don't want to give misinformation here, but this has happened a couple times before. It was bad, but it was local, so it didn't get really national ground or national attention.
Are you
This
talking like Michigan?
Wait, and Wick, I think this is important in
Well,
Michigan because you're right. Like there were a couple times where this happened, and
Yes,
yet at no point was there any threat to the democratic process.
because they were
You
unsuccessful.
mean how they tried to kidnap the governor?
There was like
You
a few,
consider
yeah.
this
There was
not
like
a
what
threat
was
to
it,
the
4 or 5?
democratic process?
So that hold on, those were not the people actually like the protesters at the Capitol. There were
That's
like
true.
4 or 5 people who were like rightfully found because they had a plot to kidnap the governor. No doubt, right? They were terrorists.
All it takes is a cut. Like we're not like for numbers. All it takes is a very few, to cause irreparable harm to our democratic processes. And all it
Question for Lactoid. I have
right?
a question.
Like go ahead, go ahead.
So, let's say I don't know if you agree with this. But let's say hypothetically, conditions improved for poor neighborhoods. There was less police brutality. These series of protests and riots weren't happening anymore, right? Let's say hypothetically you could accomplish that by getting some better policies in place. What is the policy that we can put into place that will stop conservatives from questioning election legitimacy? Like, what can we ever possibly do to fight this absolutely delusional level of like doubt in just the basic legitimate processes of democracy?
Voter ID. more transparent, like
Yeah.
in
Do you think? You
Arizona.
honestly think that people will think, okay, we have voter ID now. No reason to ever question an
There's
election
some
when we lose
places
again.
there's
You
some
really
places
think
that
that?
there's some places that don't. One of the biggest things was there was some irregularities with Arizona's voting machines. Now
There's
I
always
don't think it
going to
was
be something,
fraudulent,
dude.
right? But
The
like again, like
Pennsylvania one
There's
is
always
Pennsylvania
going to
one.
be something.
fixing those issues could be something to like reinstate some level of like trust that somebody may have in the system. Of course, there's solutions we can talk about, and I'm not even like look. I'm in favor of like I think one of the best ways to like end police interactions is to legalize drugs, and that's something that I advocate
Ba-
for. But I don't
Base
think
department legalizing drugs.
yeah,
Base
yeah.
department.
I think
Okay,
if we
yeah,
legalize
fair enough.
across
Thank you for your
the,
service.
I agree with that.
I think that would be effective. But
Do you wait? I'm just curious how you like. Do you think drugs are the problem here with why people deny the election or riot?
What? That's not what he was talking
no,
about
no,
at
no,
all
no, no,
here.
the police. It was about like
The
police
police.
interaction.
Fair enough.
Bec-
Okay,
Because,
I missed
yeah,
that. I was dealing with
right.
that.
Because ultimately, like one of the driving
Specifically about the
forces.
other side,
Yeah.
though, because my
Right.
point is that one is a solvable problem, and one seems to be a lot more cancerous, and it's going to be a lot more difficult to root out, which makes something like January 6th that much more terrifying because of how symbolic it is of this trend.
I actually disagree. I think one is actually easier to root out, and I'll explain why. Because for the person infected by the January 6th brain virus, and they have these pernicious beliefs about how things happen, if you put protections in place that guarantee the integrity of elections, and like you convince them out of their position, let's say, then once they like abandon that position, like we can they're a rational person from then on. We can predict what their actions are going to be based on what they
That's
believe.
cap.
The difference
There-
with the difference between this
Yeah.
and like a BLM rioter would be this person already believes that like let's say we attacking innocent people is justified even though it's unrelated to the person who's committing the crime. Another example could be like just recently
protester.
there was a guy who I think it was in Atlanta. This was in the last month or two. Who shot a cop. Well, who shot at a cop and shot a cop and was shot back at and killed. And there was riots, right? And they burned a police car and they burned property. And so my question would be like, even in a completely justified scenario, or even when we punish the cop like Derek Chauvin and throw him in a cage, or when we do all these things and we do our best to solve the problem, riots, looting, like there's nothing we can do, right? If we arrest the cop, we still get riots. So like, what's the solution there?
Their problem isn't
Well,
with the individual
let me
cops.
tell
It's
ya.
with this. Okay, go ahead. But it's with the system. But go ahead.
Fucking abolish the police union, number one. But the one thing that I did
Abolish
want to
all
say
unions.
is, whoa. But the one thing I did want to say that I think I really want to be clear. Excuse me.
Let me be clear.
Is that the only person, let me be clear, is that the only people that are going to be able to convince the Republican base that we have a safe, secure, fair election is going to be the Republican power structure, and they're never going to cede that control over their constituents, right? They're always going to, because they believe in the consolidation of power, and they're always going to hold the, oh, this election is unfair card over their constituency. So long as the current Republican power structure is in place, we're never, I would love to be wrong, but I don't think we're going to see a world where they don't use election misinformation as a tactic in every electoral, process.
Yeah,
from
I think 2022 disproved that, right? You actually saw the exact opposite. You saw an upswell of people who were more focused on electing establishment, like processes Republicans, as opposed to the opposite. You literally saw like the opposite of what you were predicting. And also, I don't believe that BLM and race politics isn't like a valuable political tool for the Democrats in this country to try and hold political power. And I think they continue to push racial misinformation in order to help their voter base, in order to establish their political power. Now, again, this is related to BLM because I think BLM is the end result of that misinformation.
But your problem. Okay, go ahead, Admiral.
No, I
I'll
was
try
just
to
asking.
put my
I
moderator in
didn't
my
know what he meant
contract.
by racial misinformation. I didn't.
Yeah, the misinformation that like police officers are out hunting unarmed black men. When you account for the differences in police interactions on a per capita basis, black people are actually less likely to be killed per capita then white people and of course police interactions are dictated by crime level. And so when you have high crime areas, you're obviously going to have more police interaction.
So
My
Lactoid,
favorite Biden
just real
speech,
quick,
by the way.
Lactoid, like I would argue with you, right, that just as you would say that the Republicans are moving away from their election deniers and crazies, I think we've seen substantial evidence that the mainstream Democratic Party is moving away from their extremes too. Like we are in general pushing away. Like look at how many people who supported the 2020 protests, riots, all of that have now since backed off that position because they have realized it's a loser. Look at how many politicians in the Democratic Party are saying, do not push the defund the police narrative. This is happening because we
Why is
realize,
that?
we're
But why is
recognizing.
that?
No, they only started backing off after January 6th because they
No.
realized how
No, because they
ridiculously
realized it was a
hypocritical it
losing
would look like.
position.
No,
And it was just
look
they
at the
realized
timeline.
they were losing the Hispanic vote. That's what they realized. They were losing the Hispanic vote, and they changed their positions on that.
Again, it was a losing position. I'm with you because again, if
Just
the
trust me,
Republicans
bro.
thought it was a winning position, they would hold on to it. But they
How- wait.
realized quickly that the populace does not have a stomach for this kind of extremism. Thank God, right?
How
Thank God.
many Democrats after January 6th tweeted out riots are the language of the unheard?
No, man, I don't watch their tweets.
I
dude.
did.
Like,
I did.
No, you didn't. Shut up.
Yeah, I did.
but
Really?
again, January 6th was a unique thing. To say it was just a riot is just incorrect, right?
Yeah, but it's an extension of like the behavior that's already happening. Like that's the issue that I'm getting at. You can't say one's worse when there's a different causation. Then like
Bro,
you're
I
saying
don't.
that the intentionality is the same for
Nobody
both these
disagrees with
groups.
nobody disagrees with that. We're saying it's a worse extension. It's a more extreme extension because instead of it being addressing something on policy local level kind of issue like policing, you're going all the way to the top to seize the fucking federal government. So yes, it's an extension. It's a worse extension. It's the worst extension. It's as bad as it can get of an extension.
I mean, what I think I said. All right, so do you agree that attacking a government facility would not be considered terrorism? Like generally, that's like a targeted attack against an actor and keeping a specific point to like the government, right? Like that's the person you're having
Yeah,
claw
it's
with.
probably not. It's not
How
legitimate
would that
political
not be
violence, but I
terrorism?
probably wouldn't describe January 6th as terrorism.
All right, so okay, but however, you can describe using incendiary devices on local businesses as terrorist acts, right?
The
Okay, you're
reason why
saying
I usually
Okay.
wouldn't is because a riot is usually a spontaneous outburst of violence that comes from some other kind of gathering.
What about these
A
reports
riot
that
is
they were
typically
showing up with
something that
bricks
just
and stuff like
happens,
already
you know?
set up for these
It's
protests? What
not
about
typically a
those kind of
tactic.
recordings?
would you
What
consider
about them?
like fuck like if that's your definition of terrorism, then anytime someone like breaks a window, it's terrorism because they're causing
No,
no,
but I'm
this is
saying
not
that there
how
is
it works,
evidence and there has been
right?
reports of like they've had supplies set up at these protests
Terrorism
for the
has to
purpose
be
of having
the
a riot.
terrorism has to
Yeah,
have
and
the
people showed
intention
up
of
to
terrorizing
J6
the
with pipe
populace.
bombs, dude. Like, come on.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
if there are these Antifa elements that like showed up to these protests with the like pre-planned like idea of like burning down buildings and shit, that probably is closer to terrorism. That probably is. I
Sure, but
think,
this
you
is
know,
a non-point. This is not point. Let me tell you why. Because even if something's terrorism and something's not, that's something that's not terrorism can be actively worse than terrorism, right? It can be
yeah,
actively
that's
more harmful.
yeah.
It can be actively bad, like bad to
So
use
you're
a very
saying that
simple term
the
for you, right? Like just
method doesn't
calling
matter.
something terrorism doesn't make it like terrorism in our Western minds usually has a moral weight to it, but there are situations where we would say some terrorism might, under some
No.
conditions,
No.
be justified. Like
Wick.
we're living in Nazi Germany, and then you had
why?
another
You
resource,
wouldn't
right?
attack the Jews
Based
against the
and
Nazi
Wait,
Germany.
Wick.
build.
So here's my understanding of terrorism, right? Terrorism is unique in that it defines the use of violence to instill fear to to get political gain, right? That's like the
Cause
aim, right?
terror.
To cause
Yeah,
fear,
yeah,
terror,
yeah.
same,
Terror,
yeah,
whatever you want to use. Okay,
And
let's-
so when you said like breaking a window, like that's technically terrorism, and it can be, right? If your intention
no,
is to
under his definition, to be
Yes.
clear, he was saying, if I burn down a building with an incendiary device, is that terrorism?
Yes. Well, hold on. So
under that definition,
yes, under
then
that
yes, breaking a
oh,
window
right,
would
right.
be-
So under the
It's
definition,
not, it's silly,
well, no,
is what I'm
it
saying.
is. It is the Wick. If you throw a brick through a window and your intention is to like scare the person there into like going your way politically, or to like scare
You had-
people into act, like doing political change, that is terrorism. The reason why we put the label terrorism on there and why terrorism is so pernicious is because, again, it is about targeting innocents. It's about instilling fear in the populace to gain your political aims. The Klan is one of the biggest terrorist groups in America because it tried these tactics. It would ride up with flaming crosses and scare black people not to vote. Even if the Klan didn't actually attack that black family, like, what was their goal?
I understand, but let me ask you this. Do you think that the majority of BLM rioters, I'm sure you could find one or two, right? But the majority of the BLM rioters, not the protesters, we're talking specifically about the rioters, the people destroying property, were they doing it to cause terror, or were they just getting their jollies off, burning shit down and breaking shit up?
So the goal was to cause terror. No justice, no peace. No
I
justice, no
disagree.
peace. This is what they chanted. They
Yeah, I
literally
think it's
wanted
just
to
kind of
instill fear so that they got what
like I
they
said,
wanted.
there is direct evidence and reports of them coming to these riots and having certain groups or certain actors having supplies set up in order to cause more damage during the riot. They, bro, you know, like from the Taco Bell commercial. But you know, I'm saying, like, if whenever that's the intention's clear. If you're putting supplies out there, you're putting actors in there to like stimulate these, incite these groups to do things they might not normally do. That is as nefarious and evil and dangerous as
I
it gets.
agree, and January 6th was very bad because of it. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, like I said, no one is saying that the BLM was the riots specifically. No one cares about the protests; they were good protests. Yay! It's your American right to protest. Everyone should protest peacefully. First Amendment.
You think the ends
Free
justify the
speech.
means?
But no, I'm not ends justified the means guy. I think there are certain
So then the means of way of
that
getting
are
things
just
done
off
matter,
limits
right?
entirely. I'm not arguing
think
with
I've
you
got-
that the riots were good or justified or it was something that we want to happen. Obviously not. Obviously, those rioters should be arrested. They should be put in jail. That is what I think, right? And a lot of them were. Not all of them, right? But they should have been jailed, right? Just like the people who participated in the January 6th insurrection should also go to jail.
But one
for the
group's going
same
to jail
reason.
at a much higher rate than the other.
That's true.
I think
Okay,
we
wait.
can
So
all
do you
agree,
both
right?
agree that they should all go to jail? What is the metric by which you think that everybody who participated at January 6th should go to jail?
Yeah.
Do you both agree
So
with that?
so hold on. The people who stormed the Capitol. So you had a much
Yes.
larger group that were just peacefully protesting outside. It was like over 6,000
Sure,
people.
yeah.
The people who broke in the Capitol, I think they should all go to jail.
Mhm.
And I think that, and also with the BLM riots, I think anybody that damaged private property should go to jail as well. If that's what we could do.
Pretty
Okay.
much the same thing on our side. You know, you break it down between the different groups who show up to these things, who have different intentions and do different things while they're there, right? And so we would throw people under the bus on the BLM side too, right? Like, you know, because they're taking a legitimate protest movement and they're fucking it up with this shit, right? They're making
I
it
think
seem
a
like
big
it's
point of
like that.
contention here is the argument over like, you know, the intentionality, like in the like meaning behind it and the methodology, you know. And I think that like whenever we just sit here and we ignore the methodology, that's the dangerous in of itself. Because if you allow this methodology to continue, it continues to escalate, which is quite a bit scarier
No
than
one is
one
ignoring
isolated
the
incident.
methodology.
Wait,
I would like
wait.
to extend
Let's
this
just
question.
make it all
Wait,
clear.
Can I just
What
like talk for
methodology?
1 second?
Go ahead.
Okay. So if we're talking about methodology, I feel as though I've brought this question up a little bit. Maybe it's just not spicy. No one wants to bite on it. But the alarming trend of it seemed as though a very concerted effort from like Steve Bannon and people around him, like a near blueprint of saying, hey, the election is we should have some doubts about it, and then the election doesn't go their way, and then they riot, and then we see this copy pasted in Brazil happening like a couple years after, where Bannon himself, literally the same person, is saying, "Hey, the election's gonna, we should have doubts about it. The election doesn't go their way, and then they storm the Capitol." Like when we say this is going away, it seems as though the intentionality has that reward at the end of some sort of mass, public, almost like nationalist response, to the point where you saying it going away or that rhetoric being unpopular in the elections, like the more radical right candidates running on those things and not winning. Are we just trying to keep it in the U.S. or do we not see this alarming trend spreading overseas, or not overseas, but down south? Sorry.
I mean, I was keeping it mostly just to the U.S. I think you're going to see the exact same thing in Brazil, where these ideas are going to lose a lot of popularity, especially now that it was, surprise, also unsuccessful, as these tend to be lately. But No, I mean, yeah, I think that at least within the U.S., you're just seeing the absolute opposite trend now. You're seeing more moderate candidates.
That's not fair to say. The 22 was it wasn't a presidential election. Yes, I mean you can say that it wasn't like as prominent during the 2022 election, but it wasn't a presidential election. It didn't have the same media news cycle. And so I think we genuinely have to wait until 2024.
Yeah, and that's fair, but let me just say this though. I feel like that the thing that we're not factoring in is the aftermaths enough, right? And we're sitting here going, what if, what happened? But I mean, if we look at what has happened, the only evidence we have so far is the 2022 election. And I think that it really is indicative of the idea that Republicans in general took this as a shock. Like, wow, what did we get in bed with? Right. And so that if something bad like January 6th happens and it's so shocking to the groups that would be potentially benefited from this, that they're like, no, this is not how we want it, then it's almost a good thing that happened because it's like a shock of cold water. And you come back and these people can rein in the radical elements, as opposed to what we've seen with the BLM riots, which is the opposite, which is these radical elements seem to have gotten more and more empowered. And that is, I think, what is a bigger
Sorry, you're
problem.
lost
And the
in the
big,
sauce.
I'm just saying,
Which
how do you think?
radical
You're
elements are in
lost.
power?
I mean, all right. Have you
You
looked
see
at
Nina Turner running on defund the police and losing 2 times in a row. Like,
I mean, well,
where's the power, dude?
What about San Francisco, where they have defunded the police and they've had mass exoduses of businesses? I mean, how about Seattle, where they've had
Well,
Is
mass
San
exoduses?
we
Francisco
can
in
point to
power?
Chicago,
Is
localities.
Seattle in
Stop,
Chicago.
power?
stop,
Is
I
stop,
mean, though,
stop,
yeah,
stop,
they have
stop, stop,
local
stop. We can
governments.
point to localities where election denialism actually succeeded, right? Overall, federally, like
entire
nationally,
state of
it got
Florida?
BTFO'd, but we can look at pockets and point to them, just like you can look at pockets and point to where defunded or that kind of rhetoric actually
Talk
succeeded.
about the
But I
jazz.
would say that
Talk about the jazz.
overall, nationally, the Democrats have backed off that sort of record messaging and rhetoric. Nationally, that we have backed off that. That's just demonstrably true.
Point out that there are a lot of reforms that were won through these protests, like new restrictions on use of force, like banning no-knock search warrants, repealing like the laws that keep police disciplinary records private, stuff like that. Like there are victories all across the country in terms of that aren't, it's not defund the police, it's not the stuff that reflects the extreme rhetoric, but they are like wins that are going to like help make things better. Whereas like there's no incremental victory when you're trying to overturn a democratic election. It's just bad.
Okay, we circled the drain on this a little bit, and I do have an announcement I want to make before we go. So we're going to end just a touch early, gang. I apologize. I want to thank all my guests for coming. I want to thank everyone for being here. So before we get to the closings, right, before I let you guys shout yourself out, let me give you guys my announcement, okay? Saturday, we're not having a stream this Friday. Friday's off the table. We canceled it. Saturday, I'm doing my first YouTube stream, YouTube exclusive stream. I am going to be moderating a debate or a conversation between Brianna Wu and Destiny on my YouTube channel. And we'll have some other people there too, as well. President Sunday will be there. Jenny Matrix will be there. Kid Not Kin will be there. And Katie, Katie Doe will be there. And we'll be talking about the question, what is the greatest threat to progressivism today? There'll be other questions thrown in the mix. It should be a great conversation. It should be very awesome. Make sure you subscribe to my YouTube. Click on that, right? Saturday, 6 p.m. Also, enter my Discord to get announcements and updates. But yes, please tune in. Be ready for that. It should be exciting. It should be fun. But for now, let's give every one of these wonderful individuals an outro and a chance to say their piece. Admiral Gibbs, please.
Thanks for having me. My name's Admiral Gibbs. You can find pretty much all my media from Admiral Gibbs. I'm a variety streamer, and we do a big show called Wicked Wednesday every Wednesday about 10 p.m. Central. It's pretty wild. So if you have a chance, go check it out. If not, don't do it. But hey, it was fun doing this. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Admiral Love, please.
I'm Admiral Lev. I'm kind of newish to these politics spaces, but I'm having a good time so far. I am going to start streaming pretty soon, so if you want to follow me in advance on Twitch, that'd be cool. But nothing else going on so far. But thanks for having me on.
Of course. Two admirals, yes. The battle of admirals today. Thank you for being here, Admiral Love. And thank you for filling in a little last minute. And yeah, thank you for the subscription. Next up, these are YouTube. I'm getting YouTube subscription notifications. Really cool. Appreciate you. Next up is Blacktoid. Go ahead.
I want to point out just two quick things that I thought was fascinating during this debate, which is not only did we were crushing so hard, me and Gibbs, that two of our opponents had to leave. But Wick also changed the title of his stream to remove Lactoid getting smacked. I just want to point that out. I think the trajectory of his the perceived outcome changed pretty dramatically throughout this discussion. And if you would like to see me crush Wick some more, please give me a follow on Twitch. You can find me at Lactoid TV. Thanks.
Give him a follow, gang. A very interesting interpretation of events that, much like his interpretation of the events of BLM and January 6th, used to not match up with reality, but fair. Let's let him have his little fantasies and delusions. It doesn't hurt anything. Next up, we have Madden. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks, Wick, for having me. Getting to argue with Lactoid is always fun. Always based. I usually record League of Legends like commentary and stuff like that, like on pro play and stuff like that, because I coach collegiate. So if you're into League of Legends and stuff like that, I sometimes post political stuff, but mostly just like me degenerately betting on LPL and LCK. So I'm gonna post my Twitter and my YouTube in the comments. But thanks for having me.
Oh, thanks for being here. Always a pleasure. Go check her out, gang. Next up, we have Mr. Nobodies.
Hey, so Mr. Nobody's, I'm just back to streaming after almost a year away. I just got my internet sorted out so that I can do this. I'm interested in like trying to have conversations with people where like I listen more instead of trying to push from a solo perspective. You can find me on YouTube. Look at Nobody's Listening. And you can also find me over on Twitch. If Lactoid or Gibbs, if you guys are interested in having a one-on-one where we can go more into details on things, I would absolutely love that because again, getting a person's actual perspective and fleshing stuff out before moving the conversation forward, I find really important.
Okay, check him out, gang. Mr. Nobodies. Go give him a follow. Great guy. Used to come back when I was a 10 viewer Andy. So help him out. Next up, we have Neon. Please.
What's up, guys? I am neon_defcon on all socials. I love arguing, video games, and I think I'm going to get into more video essaying on my YouTube channel. I have a new video out about Dead Space because that's thematic and good for the algorithm. But, you know, I love a good conversation. I love a good little political blood sport. It's always a good time.
Well, good. I'm glad you were able to fill in a little last minute.
Off the top rope.
Just a little FYI for you guys. Like, if you sign up for these things, please stay for the whole time. Like, I get it if you have to leave early and you talk about it. If you let me know beforehand, right? But don't DM me halfway through, like, and be like, "Oh, sorry, I got a dip." Like, unless like something's on fire or something, right? But
No, if your apartment's on fire, you are staying. You're just gonna
My
burn.
goldfish.
Wick, it'll keep
is in the
happening if they're
hospital.
arguing against me. I'm just saying.
Oh,
So
if that's
true.
what's gonna
So
happen,
true.
okay, yeah. But gang, what do we have coming up this week? Otherwise, Tuesday we're gonna have Smugbug on for my call-in show, right? It'll be me and Smugbug hosting, so call in to argue with him about everything you want. Reservoir, always a pleasure. Thursday, this is still unconfirmed, but we are trying to get an interview with a journalist who was canceled, quote unquote. We're going to talk to her about her experience. I'm trying to get that to happen. I'm hoping that can happen. But if not, we'll have some other shindig or nothing. But again, the big thing to remind you, no, it's not Barry Weiss. I would love to get Barry Weiss on here, but I don't think she talks to little Wick the Worms like me. But yeah. So the big thing's Saturday, 6 p.m. Eastern. I want it to blow up, gang. Check me out. YouTube exclusive. We're gonna rate out.
Wick, real quick, can I say one more thing before you rate out?
Only if you tell me who to rate out to.
Oh fuck. Okay, actually I know who. So the first thing this Thursday, at Lactoid TV, my Twitch channel. I'm going to be doing a follow-up debate with the bald commie guy that I talked with.
Non-smoker.
Yeah, non-smoker, and
Gotcha.
it's going to be very heated one-on-one. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Okay.
And right out to Prime because I'm on there next.
Okay, rating out to Prime Kai. Okay, gang, spam those emotes. I hope everyone enjoyed today because it was pain, but we got through it. We got through it.
Always a good time.
Pain, huh?
And
Yeah, because again, it's like Lactoid. You're so smart. You're so dumb, and it's frustrating. That's all. But for now, I love you all.
He thinks he wants to save you.
Bye bye. I
Lactoid.
do want to.
Yeah.
Like
Good
a
luck.
unhealthy
Many have
relationship.
tried. A
he
few
can-
have
Libertarian
can-
boyfriend.
he
I
can-
can change him.
He
Look,
can fix
Change
you.
him.
No,
You
no,
can
you,
fix him.
look, Wick, your plot to save me is going to be the same thing as January 6th. It has no chance of succeeding. No chance at
Damn.
all.
Okay, well, I'll see you all later. I gotta go eat and stuff. So
Alright, catch you later.
check out.
All right,
See
be
y'all.
good.
All right. And yeah, again, like guys, definitely hit me up at some point because I am interested in this topic. The way y'all were talking, it really did sound like you had some interesting perspectives, but I do have to go. So
Yeah.
I'll chat with you later.
Good shit, guys. Good talk.
Yeah, good talk.
All right. Well, coming up next is coming up next is it's non-smoker. He's he's not coming up next. He's coming on Thursday. We're gonna be going back and forth probably about like does property have like some intrinsic moral value, commie taxes, theft memes. So that's gonna be fun. And then we are going to move on over. We got 9 minutes until Primes panel, and this is the first Primes panel, which I think is really interesting, where the first topic is free for all. I don't know what that means. What I expect it means is that we are going to just kind of like Doobie's going to show up and say something controversial, and then we're going to jump on that for a little while, and then we're going to move into a second topic. So we'll find out. Because sometimes those are the best. So. Oh, weird. Your browser access your devices. All right, so I'm switching on over to backstage. And so I have no opening because actually, shouldn't I just All right, so if you guys can look, if I try to put my face up here, it's gonna fuck everything up. So, well, just bear with me and my lack of technical skills as we wait for the next panel. Got 5 minutes, a little more than 5 minutes. So how are you guys doing? what's going on? Here, there we go. Look at that. A starting soon logo. So you guys know we're starting soon. I'm also a little bit sorry that I stole Wick's shout out at the end, kind of threw my own 2 cents in there. But at the same time, hey, I want people to come watch that, especially because it's on Twitch. It's not even on YouTube. So it seems like it would make more sense. It looks like he rated out to Prime, but Prime's got like 6 minutes left till he starts streaming, so he only got 11 viewers now. Okay, we renamed the. Jeez. I love all your jokes. I really do. I want you to keep making them. So one of the things I'm interested in, Feder, and you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, but would you describe yourself maybe, obviously, a dad, given the jokes, but other than that, just politically, maybe like a centrist? Would you say? Yeah, Wick's pretty good on drugs. And by the way, this is not going to be on illegal drugs. It's been very explicitly said to not go into that because that's been beaten to death. It has been, but it has to do with like prescription drugs. What obligations should companies have to prescribe drugs legally? And I think that's going to be maybe a more interesting conversation. We'll see. I just can't see how it doesn't get derailed into talking about illegal drugs. Okay. So you're like a 1990s Democrat, right? You believe in things like markets and reasonable stuff, but you don't buy into the whole like Marxist propaganda. All right, that's fair. I'm okay with that. A blue dog, as they say, right? Damn. Okay. Probably one of my biggest anti-corporation takes that you might like is I I don't agree that corporations should legally exist. When you look at what is the purpose of a corporation, it's just to evade liability. That's all it is. Like I want to have a corporation so I don't have to have all the risks that come with me doing it myself. Well, that doesn't make sense to me, right? I think you should have to. I think as legal entities, they should be abolished. And if like a corporation is found to do something wrong, all the payout should come from the people in the corporation that did wrong. So like, if you're an executive who ordered something terrible, like you personally should have to fork over all the money. There should be no protections at all for these people. Um, right. And so you're still going to have that where a bunch of people all like kick in money to and like have like maybe joint ownership over the equipment. And you could just basically do it that way. I just don't like the liability protections. I don't like it that I can start an LLC, fuck shit up, and then, oh, look, it's not me that did it. It's my LLC. And that happens all the time. I know because I have won summary judgment motions arguing that it wasn't the guy, it was a one person LLC. It wasn't the guy that did it, it was his company. And the court was like, yeah, it was the company, it wasn't him. And so, yeah, it doesn't make any sense when you think about it from like you take a step back from a legal. It would be, well, the liability would be over like the personal liability would be like the decision makers. And then like the shareholders would just be like people who bought in and they would like buy into like managers and they would have like individual contracts with the managers, which is kind of how it currently works, right? When you buy a stock, you have a good contract with the company. And instead you would just like have a contract with all the people that make up the company, right? And they all like you would still have like an on paper company exist for like efficiency purposes, but like it just wouldn't exist as a legal entity. Like there wouldn't be a unique person that is a corporation. So in a way, like I am somewhat against. Oh, what was that one case that basically designated like free speech rights to corporations? But you would have every individual inside them have free speech rights, which would essentially function the same way. And they could give all as much money as they wanted to whoever the fuck. So that's interesting. I don't know. So ideally, I actually would prefer open borders. I would just want to like I can see the clear problem if we open all the borders and then still have like the welfare state. So I'd want to like, get rid of the welfare state first and then have the borders open because anybody who comes here and if you want to come here and you want to work and you want to contract with individuals and build your future, I got no problem with that. I'm the kid of an immigrant who um, came here when she was an adult, and she naturalized. She put a lot of work into it, and it's not just because of my personal bias. Maybe I mean If the left says you never know how much that is infecting your perception of things, I like to think that it's more principled than that. But okay, I'm gonna go ahead and join. Go ahead and join Prime server now. We're 3 minutes till. What's up, Corey?
Oh, good evening, Lactoid. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
I just
I
had
think,
a
I think
debate.
I might have come. I think you're just coming from a panel.
I am.
I assume, of course, you won, right?
When do I not? Come on, Corey.
What was the? I think. Yeah, I think I just saw like quickly browsing Twitter, Wix, something about. I think the panel was like about you or like centered around you.
Yeah, no, it's so basically the debate was I dropped the very reasonable take in Wix
Of
chat
course.
that the BLM riots were worse than January 6th. And
Mm.
he thought this was just incredulous. So he brought a bunch of people on to come beat me up. He gave me one ally, Admiral Gibbs.
Oh, was that your chosen ally?
No, I didn't choose him.
Interesting.
Wick chose him, but there was four of them against us, and we were just shellacking them. Two of them left halfway through the debate. They had Wick brought in more people. It was just a bloodbath, and I think proves that the conservative opinion is usually correct.
Well, I wasn't there. I would have pushed back.
Sure. Thank God. I don't know what I would have
done. May I ask? So Wick chose your ally, but had you been given the choice, would you have chosen also like someone else, different, a better ally, so to speak?
I thought he was fine. I think there's people obviously that I know more and that I trust more. I think there's some people I know from DGG that I think would make a really good argument. And have a great debate, and also have a lot more data.
Yeah. But I would also ask the question, like, so, obviously I don't remember I don't know, like, the exact message or how you worded it in the chat, but, like, what do you mean by worse? At least that's my sort of natural follow-up question of, like,
that was the
worse
whole. So essentially, if we're being honest, like, the debate was really focused around whether, like, they were saying, well, because there was a chance of overthrowing democracy, it was worse, and I was saying, no, there was no chance, and one was targeting innocence and the other person wasn't.
As in you, overall, like, the BLM was targeting innocent, and there were no innocents. Well, I guess there's that. There might be
They
some
didn't think they were
there.
targeting innocents.
Yeah, well, so that that's it's like getting in the mind of most people, even probably myself included. We all think we have justice,
Sure.
the righteous mind, on our side.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Maybe I'll catch the VOD.
Yeah, maybe, and you'll have a better argument. One thing I wanted to ask Casimir, if you're here, I saw your response in text, but I wanted to maybe get like some verbal. What do you think about my photons argument for IP? It's kind of playful, but
not strong enough.
Sure.
You need to show damage.
Wait, you're talking about like light photons?
Yeah. So my argument for IP is like, so I don't consent to the photons hitting me. So when they bounce off me, like they're hitting my body, which is my property, against my permission, so it's trespassing. And they're bouncing off me and going into your eyes, and so I don't consent to you using that image of me that you only got through a non-consensual action to deepfake my picture for porn.
Okay, that's an interest. Like, I definitely have to think about all of that.
Don't worry about it, Corey. It's a simple answer. The photons are not agents. You can't trespass them.
You don't know. You don't know that.
And you actually, I do know that.
You can perfectly characterize photons.
Yeah, if the first photon that will submit an argument in a debate will be a photon that will gain agency. So until that moment, I'll just assume that they're not agents.
Sure.
Because they don't exhibit
any
of the properties.
They could be making arguments just in a totally different wavelength.
Well, hold on. Wait. Hold on, we're moved over. Well, Casimir, the argument here would be that you're right for like things like the sun. Because but like if I have a flashlight, you have an agent that's throwing those photons at the person in the same way that like an agent who like points a gun at somebody and pulls the trigger is throwing the bullet at them, right?
Yeah. So the question is, there's going to be like multiple questions along the way of what happened as we get into the details of a specific case, like how there's a concept that there's something normal, and then somebody was there first, and then somebody showed up and tries to change things. So if you deal with things like light pollution, and but in general, just a quick answer,
Brilliant.
there is no assault happening unless we change the equation quite significantly. There's the flashlight flashing at your face is also not assault. It could become assault, but it's not in
Okay.
the case of the photons hitting your eyes and reflecting off and allowing somebody to take your picture. You would be basically claiming that humans commit assault when they look at each other.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Well, so some I'm not saying but some people make that argument. Some people definitely take issue with how you how you direct your eyes.
right. And I don't take any issue with somebody like shining a flashlight at me and looking at me, but I do take issue if they use those photons to trespass on me and then use that information to deepfake my face.
Yeah, well, they don't.
Well, I mean, they did with these porn stars, right? Or not the porn stars, the the streamers. My bad. The opposite of the porn stars.
You mean aspiring porn?
Casimir, your volume is low. I imagine
Yeah, I
someone
was
said that to
gonna
you
say
by
that
now.
too.
Yeah, it's quiet.
Yeah.
What's
I
up,
thought
everybody?
something was wrong with me. Hey, Dusk, thank you for the 3 months streak. Awfully kind of you. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's see. And now my camera is once again fighting me to get in. But while I'm doing that, trying to get my fucking camera to work. Which I of course tested beforehand, and then it's still whatever. Guys, keep talking. What do you guys
So Lactoid, I think from what I'm gathering of what you said, you're like overall like your position on the deepfakes and that basically you these should not be generated and that
So
these
I
are a
don't
violation.
know. I don't know. So like, because here's the other thing. Well, let me think about it for a second. So the photons argument is something I've heard. It sounds ridiculous on face value, but
How is it not
it
ridiculous?
actually like kind of works when
Oh,
you're
I
like,
would also ask like which like the particle photons, the wave
yeah. Well,
photons.
so let's think about. Well, we don't know which one's which. So,
Yeah,
but
well, yeah,
anyway,
that's the
right,
problem.
that's the problem. Let's assume like a particle, right? So or even like a wave. I don't think it actually changes the calculus. So we already currently have legal precedents in place where if you're in public, you have no reasonable expectation of privacy. I think that makes sense, right? If you put your IP out in public, you have no reasonable, or I think you wouldn't have any reasonable expectation of privacy. But let's say you have a scenario where like it's not like sun photons, or it's not like photons that you consented to hitting your face. It's like somebody like is sneaking around your house in the middle of the night and takes a picture in like through your window downstairs when you're in your basement, right?
Mhm.
Now, like, you don't consent to them throwing the photons against your face that bounce off and hit their camera, and then they use that to like blackmail you, or maybe not even blackmail you, but for their own purposes.
What if they don't use a
In the
flash?
middle of
Because
wait,
then
wait,
you
wait.
don't use any
Yeah,
extraneous photons.
sure. And then you consented to the photons coming from the light in your basement, and then they're collecting that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait. Are we talking about photons being comparable to deepfakes?
No,
Well,
it's like it's a weird justification for IP that I heard, which was that I
right,
don't.
you own your photons.
Well,
You
no. It's not that
well,
it's not that you own your photons. Is that when you steal someone's idea, you're non-consensually bombarding their property with photons that you're using to hurt them.
Yeah,
but,
you don't steal ideas.
but couldn't you bypass that by just like just get your images from like Facebook or like whatever? Then those are publicly available photons.
Or a stream, I guess. Yeah, in this case.
Yeah.
You
What is
don't
this like?
you don't have a dessert. You don't have a dessert, or you don't deserve control, or you don't have a dessert for someone else's mind. Like, you don't get to own other people. I think most of our systems here on the panel agree to that. And the issue with IP is that that's what you're actually doing. It's not that some kind of your property gets violated. It's the fact that you want to control my ability to use my body the way I want to. If I want to use my body to perform something that's taboo in public, which is to misrepresent other people using funny images, Like that doesn't get resolved by you enslaving me. It gets resolved by you calling me, an asshat and
Sure.
getting me out of old panels and stuff.
What's your argument? Okay. So this has been something that I've been struggling with, right? Because like let's specifically about the deepfakes, right? What is the argument? I guess is there an argument for like let's say I took a deepfake of somebody, I didn't tell anybody it was a deepfake, and then I used that to like make it look like you were robbing a bank. Okay. Now, what is like the actual like property line of reasoning that explains why that's wrong? Like,
There is none, because you need to first present your theory of property that will then withstand criticism. And if it can't withstand criticism, if it's just based on we have big government, big strong deciding who has property and who isn't, then your system will collapse at the core, and then it doesn't matter.
So,
No,
Lactoid, you
wait a
mean other
minute.
than? Oh,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
you
Go
go,
ahead.
Griffon. Griffin, please.
So wait, this seems like an absolute straw man to me, right? When you talk about the deepfake in this scenario, is this just like for public viewing as a person is being shown robbing a bank? Because that doesn't matter. You could describe that as parody. That's a joke in any other way.
You
The
can make
problem
money off of
comes.
it.
Okay, so that I
You
was
can
gonna say
make
that's
money off.
yeah.
memes
So
too, though.
let's say
wait,
like the
wait.
National Enquirer did this. Like they've deep faked like Johnny Depp robbing a bank, and now there's people who bought the magazine believing that Johnny Depp robbed a bank. Casimir, do
See,
you have any
that's
problem with
different.
this?
There's a fundamental difference there.
But I don't think Casimir. Do you think there's a fundamental difference? Do you think there's anything wrong with the National Enquirer
I
doing
don't
that?
think.
I think
I
the
think that
courts have. I
there's.
think the courts have proven there's a fundamental difference, right? Whether any reasonable person would believe this.
Yeah, but he's making.
That is.
I'm
the
asking.
law is
I'm
a separate issue.
Right. The law is a separate issue. So, Casimir, would you personally
Yeah,
have any problem with this?
I believe that our current laws are mostly unjustifiable, so I would look at each particular law and I'll say the judges are wrong. They have to go from first principles, otherwise they're just saying we're strong, therefore we can do it. I mean, the way they
Sorry.
molest the Constitution is ridiculous. But specifically, I think that your recourse for all issues of IP, of all issues of reputation, is to have contractual relationships with other people. For example, there is a relationship between Prime Case and his audience. They show up because people are speaking live, and he knows that nobody is deep faking me, right? But if you were to discover that I would show up one day and then say awful things, and then it'll be revealed as a deep fake, or if he deep faked one of his guests, the trust in the audience, his level of trust will decline. They will eventually find someone new. That's how it's supposed to be. We need to have a reputation system, sort of like we have various Yelp reviews for restaurants. We should have the same thing for people from
No,
the private
you want a system of clout
sector.
chasing, is what you're telling me right now. You unironically want a system of clout chasing. Of this person has a reputation built entirely off of other people. That's just clout. You just really want like a clout system. You're just telling me that the most popular person wins, and that's not even like in a democracy sense, because there's like has to be laws and checks and balances in place in order to prevent blatant fucking dishonesty from winning in that scenario. But
If people want to live in a fantasy and they believe that's advantageous for them, and they just want to observe fantasies about people, that's their choice.
There's a reason why we have laws that like ensure like basic fairness and decency. You can't just say people are okay to live in a fantasy. There's a material world, and people have actual consequences to their decisions.
So, well, the consequences aren't going to be, I think, relevant to this line of thinking for Casimir's argument.
If you bring in Christianity, I will talk about decency. If you bring in a moral system of your own, like let's say objectivism, we'll talk about decency. But you don't have the right to use the concept decency unless you refer to something else. And then let's talk about it. I'm open to that. Like there's Islamic decency, there's Christian decency,
right.
There's European decency, which is sort of Christian, and then there's your decency, which is, what is it exactly?
Do you have any issues with defamation? Like, so would you stop it? I guess is the question, because I can imagine.
Yeah,
like,
I would create an alliance that would obliterate that person's ability to trade until they have to like leave. They're asked to leave everywhere. That's what I want. So like, there's a guy that today threatened me with because my face is currently in public. He wanted to make deepfake porn of my face, and I told him, first of all, it's a compliment.
Threatened you for a good time.
But also, I returned the threat, and I told him that he likes to call in and speak on panels and that I will, present him as a person that makes threats, and I will
Wait,
use my personal connections to try and get him removed, or to make it a choice between me and him in public settings.
What if you have much less social capital than this other
wait,
person?
I was gonna say, yeah. Here's a prime, like not even like a famous example. How do you stop someone like Alex Jones
You
in
don't
your
watch him.
system?
You have
No,
to.
no, no,
You
no,
have
no,
to.
no, 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 no,
You
no,
have
no,
to
no.
sue him into irrelevance. That's the only thing you can do.
Yeah,
That's
which
the
means this
unfortunate
is
part.
that's I
To
was gonna say
prove
like
that
that's
he
the
damaged
problem.
you, prove that he damaged you in a way, like there are such things as torts. Like torts have to be defined very carefully so that they don't become like just a restriction on all speech. But I'm not a lawyer, but I heard that there's like ways that you can prove that the reputational damage to your business is probably not related, but there could be interference. Like if you lie about some contract fact and then it affects the business, like it's difficult.
I don't know. Your system seems inconsistent. Like the first off, you say that you don't agree with laws as they currently stand earlier, and you're like that's the statement you made, right?
Your
But then
system
you
is
want to use.
inconsistent, so we'll do a mutual investigation of warfare
You don't know
systems.
what my system is. I've made no statements
Exactly
towards
right,
you.
but you keep saying things that are status, so I'll assume that you're
No, no.
inconsistent.
I'm literally only trying to figure out where you stand. I've made no positive affirmations. I've only asked you questions.
Right, so we'll ask each other the same question. I can define my system of property, and then you can go and do yours, and then we'll compare.
Okay, so I'll start, I guess. First off, when you say property, I think you should separate that because it's a very broad term. Do you mean public property, personal property, or what? Like,
It's a
what do you mean?
metaphor. I'll tell you what it means. I think there's only one kind. It's body autonomy is the only real property. Everything else is derived.
Uh, uh, that's a philosophical question. Okay, so if we're talking about an actual system of tangible and like material analysis, I believe you have your physical person, which and then you have the objects you own that are necessary for like, your own personal relevancy, like your home. I mean, you can disagree, but we can look at it like this, right? You have your home, your personal stuff like your toothbrush, your own personal thing. That's that kind of stuff, personal property, right? And then I believe you have things that physically I don't think actually can be claimed, like land. I don't think that should ever be something you can hold personally. I think that is what is defined as public property. And I feel like those are the two major separations. You have what is personal property, and then there's public property.
Yeah,
And
a lot of people have that misconception, but you can actually can't
okay,
point at
so wait,
anything that is distinct in those.
So a farmer shouldn't be able to own land. Just like
exactly. There's going to be questions where you lose the distinction.
I'm not losing the distinction. No, I don't think a farmer should be able to own land. See, in that regard, right? When you claim something that at the end of the day has a how do I put this? You can't create land, right? You can create your own personal effects, things of that nature, but land is something that there's a finite amount of, and everyone requires access to at the end of the day, right? People need land to exist. I don't feel as though things that are,
You don't deserve to exist. Nobody
no,
deserves to exist.
come on,
It's
Nate,
not a
stop this.
desert. You
Come on,
exist,
no,
and
Nate,
then you
this is
justify
just
your
empty
existence
sophistry.
by
but
appropriating
how
things,
does
by controlling
This is
things,
just
it's
empty
by
it's
interacting
sophistry,
peacefully with others. But
Nate.
Casimir,
you don't get to deserve
This is just
existence.
empty sophistry, Nate. You
Casimir,
exist. You
it's a
are
much
here.
I'm gonna
Casimir,
hit
it's
back on
much
that.
easier.
That's bullshit.
It,
You
it's
don't
it's
deserve
there's a much easier to argue from the side that I'm arguing on. Like so, if the farmer doesn't own the land on which he has his farm, then how does he make money from his farm? Because it's not his farm; it's the public's farm.
No,
Alright,
there's a worse
fine.
problem.
No, stop. You guys are like taking me back and
Break it.
back
No,
with
just
this.
break it down to the farmer. Just break it down to the farmer.
Okay, in
Okay,
farmer, so in the case of the farmer, right? You don't need to make money in a decommodified system. If we can assure people's basic material needs
Ah,
from
so
them,
it ensures decommodity. Okay, so yeah, decommodified systems have never worked.
Wait,
Not once.
Casimir. I
Uh,
want to hear what you.
It- it's worse. They're
tried and
unjustifiable.
actually been put in and implemented anywhere in the
I
world.
like
even
this
if
guy.
they
I like
even if
this
they
guy.
worked,
where
I don't
point to one
care
country.
that slavery works. If you define a system
Fuck.
where slavery
No,
produces
no, I
paradise,
don't like that. No, stop. You cannot make
you
that
don't like that
justification, right?
word, but
You,
it has to be
Okay,
used
okay,
because it
okay, okay.
applies.
One second. Okay, so why don't we get started and you guys continue with this conversation, okay? All right, I just gotta pause. Remember where we are, right? Like Casimir pro-slavery, remember that?
I'm gonna forget.
And Griffin, not pro-slavery. Okay. So and yeah. So remember your questions. Don't forget like what you guys were talking about. So hello all. This is oh, what the fuck am I talking? Yeah, I was gonna try it again.
Thank you, Ginger. I
Oh,
appreciate that. I
oh
shouldn't
my
be
god.
muted anymore.
Sprouticus, don't unmute yourself.
Oh,
No.
wrong mute. Oh, there we go. Wrong mute.
Okay. All right. So, hello all. This is every roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a great group of guests here. We'll introduce them in a second, guys. If you're enjoying the content so far, do what Cactus Toilet. Okay. Cactus Toilet did and hit the follow button. So, uh, very creative name, so I'll give you that. Hit that follow button, make sure notifications are on so you're not going live. Do this all the time. Don't want you to miss out on any of the content. Also, expect your social and chat for our social media. We got a bunch of that. There's stuff, especially on YouTube, where you'll find the VODs. Like, comment, and subscribe. I'm going to introduce all these great individuals, and then we'll get started. So, let's go with our friend. Lactoid, thanks for being around, buddy. Much appreciated. Thank you for deciding to come on to the channel and have a chat with us. How are you?
I'm doing great. No, thanks for having me on Prime, as always. Looking forward to talking with all these wonderful people. You can find me at Lactoid TV.
Okay, yeah. Let's go to our friend Casimir. Casimir, also, thanks for coming through. You're a talkative one, so I didn't expect you to say no. So thank you for. I'm messing around, but thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, I managed to get well right the day before. I got a cold number 2 this season, maybe the goof, I don't know. But I'm Casimir. You can find me on currently just on Twitter, free Casimir. You can engage with some of my thoughts. There's not a lot of you, so come in for the thoughts, for poetry, for interesting links. I don't spam people. If I highlight something, it's worth being highlighted. So that's my attitude towards my social media. And the videos are coming soon. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'm actually interested in what you might produce. You're an interesting guy, so I'm you might have something quite worthwhile. Let's go to our friend Corey, who just made it back in time. Corey, thank you for coming through.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for having me, and always grateful for the invitation. And also sorry for the slight delay or me being away for a moment, and also sorry for missing last week. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, on Twitter, Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. Yeah, definitely looking forward to getting into topics, and always grateful to be here.
You owe me absolutely nothing. I'm not paying you, and so you don't have to be sorry for not being here last week. So, but thank you, Corey. We did miss you, friend. We always like having you around.
I miss being here.
Sprout to just look at him. Oh my god, it's back. It makes me happy. Sproutacus, thanks for having your true patriot here. With that beautiful American flag. If only others would follow suit. Sproutacus, thank you. How are you doing?
Oh, it's good to be here. No, I'm doing great. So been a long week, but yeah, I'm doing good. I'm free now. So I'm officially a veteran. There's nothing, no longer any strings attached. So hopefully that can pump up a whole new different stream that I'm no longer afraid to get in trouble for. But no, it's great. I love being here. Instead of apologizing for not being here last week, Prime, I'm gonna apologize for not being here next week. So yeah, there you go.
See, proactive. I like that. All right. So so you were a previously active duty or reservist, maybe?
I was reserves. I was reserves for 8 years.
Okay. Oh, all
Well,
right.
not all 8, but I was reserves, and then I was served for 8 years.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, I'm glad you made it out safely. You could be with your beautiful lady, and you could be here with us. So, you're a valued member of this community. So I'm happy that everything's going well for you. And I guess you'll get some like pension or whatever it is for soldiers, right?
I
No?
didn't retire, so no. No. I
Oh,
get the pride of calling
sorry.
myself a veteran.
Oh,
I get a
okay.
crisp high 5.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go, soldier. Thank
You
you
get
so
like
much. All
free
right.
meals and shit though,
Um,
don't you? Like you could at least
I
get
mean,
hooked
if
up
you
to
ask for
Denny's,
the
you know?
veterans discount, sure.
There you go. All right. Meals at Denny's discounted for life. We got it. We got them, boys. And that's what our friend Mr. Griffin is working on. So this has been his goal from the very beginning, I'm sure. Thank you for being here and for serving the country for your own selfish needs, clearly. Um, and once you're muted, once you
Pro
realize
streamer.
All right, beautiful, beautiful. Now you can hear my great voice. Yeah, yeah. This was nice to be here. I am not a YouTube or internet personality of any sort, so this is my only introduction to these, wonderful audience. It's nice to be here, though. If you do have a hankering for more things that I like to say, or similar ideologies to what I promote, I feel like you should check out people like Hakeem or Yugopnik and the Deprogram podcast. That's where I get a lot of my more recent knowledge from. They're great people. They are very much similar to Prime Kai's in the level of detailed and sophisticated information you'll hear. Yeah. And other than that, it's great to be here.
No need to insult those people like that. That seems
Yeah.
kind of uncalled for. But all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Griffin. Next. Oh, and I'm gonna call you out just for a second, dude. You need to step your game up. I've like tolerated this long enough. Like come up with a fucking avatar for your Discord. Like you still's got like the basic blue like avatar. You got nothing.
That's
Yeah,
great.
come on. Like it's been a few weeks. I've been waiting for you to get your ass together, but apparently not. So I had to embarrass you in front of all these nice people. All right. So the next time I see you, I need to have something there. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Um, Jason Society back with us. We haven't had them here in a long, long while. How are you, friend?
I think you might be
He
muted.
yells at someone else for being a pro streamer.
Oh,
And then
there we
immediately.
go. Me too. Me too. Hey, again, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm doing great. I'm Jason Society, Jason_Society on Twitch, Jason Society on one word on Twitter. I like to talk about cannabis. I like to talk about politics, and I like to talk about culture from a leftist perspective. I like to watch kung fu movies too. So if you're into that shit, pop on by.
Okay, that's pretty good choices there, actually. Honestly, not too bad in terms of hobbies there. But thank you, friend. And last but absolutely not least, we have our Dark Lord and Savior, Doobie. Doobie, you should have like a last name, right? Like I introduced Doobie, and I've done so for years as Dark Lord and Savior, but like then I say just Doobie, like Doobie like Von like Hellfire or something. I don't know. I feel like that would sell it better, but it's up to you.
I don't know if like that. I'm a nice person, so I don't know if like Doobie Von Hellfire like makes sense. I'll come up with something for you. Okay.
Okay.
I am just Doobie. I help run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. We will be having an AMA with Fosh on Sunday, one with Armchair Historian on Saturday, and yeah, it's the best and biggest politics server on the Discord platform.
Okay. All right. So we'll get started. Today is a bit different. Topic one, which we'll do, is free flowing, free for all type thing. We did this one, all black everything, the other week, and it turned out pretty well. And I was gonna give it a try here. Also, couldn't think of another topic. These things are actually really difficult to come up with. So we'll see how this goes, right? So, and if you are not new to this channel, you'll know that my pre-panels often times quite interesting. You should come here early when we get started. But like we just I just let these guys go, and you know where they come up. So Casimir has some interesting thoughts about slavery. So we'll
Taxation?
Well, oh boy.
Space
Casimir,
Corey.
That's
why
a
don't we
joke,
do this?
obviously.
Oh, man.
Accidental
A
truth.
good one. Thank you for that. Casimir, why don't you reintroduce what you were talking about? Just give us a brief TLDR, and then you guys can pick up, with Griffin and Lactoid and anyone else who wants to jump in.
Yeah, it's
Actually,
very
get
hard.
TLDH.
It's hard for me to be brief about a property theory, but let's say it's like this. There's two things you can do, but basically you can fight, right? You can not disagree with anyone, or you can resolve disagreements peacefully. And you can also lie, but that's kind of like a form of fighting. So if you assume that all modes of interaction between human beings or animals resolve to one of those three basic things, then you can sort of determine what are the prerequisites of convincing somebody peacefully, and what's the purpose. And the purpose of all of these systems of property, why even have a concept of property? Why do you say things like, it's mine? You're saying that if there is a conflict over something conflictable, meaning something we can't both use at the same time, like I can't use my body autonomy, quote unquote, use. I can't be autonomous while also being, in someone's prison. So if somebody steals me, kidnaps me, right? I can't. That's so my body is the core thing that can be conflicted over. Somebody could say, I'll do violence against you if you don't do what I say. Okay, so that's the goal. And then there's three means, as I said: not argue, argue in a peaceful manner, or fight. If we go through that, that's the purpose of property. Now, how do we determine property? Property is when I interact with some object, more or less. I pick up a stick, and now we have to determine if we try to resolve a conflict over a stick peacefully, who should own that stick? We philosophically have two options. The first person that picks it up, or maybe no one, that's actually three choices, right? Or the second person that shows up later. Like Mr. Griffin can show up and say, hey, for greater good of society, we need your stick. And I'll say, no, I picked it up. I performed that action. I'm currently interacting with it. It's in my possession, so I want it. And so he will say, no, for greater good, you need to give it to me. And so that's his system of property. My system is that if I interacted with it first, the only way he can get it from me is by giving me something else, by saying, you spent your time, your history of your body autonomy doing something, and I'll spend my history doing something, and I'll try to trade you, and I can always refuse the trade. So that's my system of property at the end.
So first question, right? It's great when you compare it to a stick, right? But when you change that comparison over to slavery, which is what you were referring to prior to making this a much calmer discussion by introducing the stick, right? You're not talking about holding a black baby or holding a baby of like a marginalized race and saying like, this is mine, and you're arguing the pro of that.
Wait. No,
I'm not saying that I'm anti-slavery. In fact, I would claim I'm the only true anti-slavery advocate on the panel, most likely. Now, there's people who feel passionate about it. There's people who feel passionate about it. They don't like the name, but also historically, you have a really strong claim for it. But so do Russians. So do people who were subjugated to serve them. So do Slavic people. Which the name slavery comes from, because the Arabs and the Turks would invade Russia and would capture slaves.
Stop.
That's true.
Stop.
Well, I'll let you go, Griffin. Yeah.
Yeah, first off, I don't like the essentialization of bringing things like serfdom and stuff like that and directly correlating it with like Slavic and Russian people. Serfdom is just a form in which peasants existed under in feudalism, which is not unique to Europe. Secondarily, I don't like Sprout's fucking correlation with slavery with black babies, any of that stuff. You guys are using like super loaded language for no good reason. Second, in my system,
using
or whatever
the
you
American
want to
version of slavery.
Never mind. I'm not even gonna do like.
Okay.
So my actual contention, right? When you were talking about my system, I've just specifically differentiated between personal property and public property, right? I did. I made that distinction, did I not?
Yeah, but I don't see a distinction. I don't
I
think
know
it's
you don't see a
material.
distinction, but I would appreciate if you didn't you didn't make these bullshit straw mans about what I said. And
No, sure. You believe in a distinction because you've espoused like communist values that believe in personal property and personal and means of production. But I believe there's only one means of production, which is this.
Okay,
That's the means of production.
Okay, so let's maybe start there. And like, well, I think you know that I've engaged with Scott in this on multiple times. Like, I think I understand like the framework which you're operating in. So I'll even use your example of a stick, where you say, or at least from what I understood, you make the claim like, yeah, if you interact with this stick, now it's that is your property. So then I would ask you, like, what makes that your property?
Well, because the concept of property, as I said, is about the possibility, not necessity or anything, the possibility of resolving a conflict that arises, conflict between two autonomous beings, resolving it peacefully. We call that as a metaphor of property. Now, yes, you might say historically property has been used by, various nefarious criminals that simply asserted it by force, and I would agree with you. But my definition is fairly, it's contemporary, it's current, and it's being developed for the purpose of being non-arbitrary, not based on force. Because I would say that property that's I would go with Proudhon, who called it
I would argue you're entirely arbitrary, though. You say it's
Proudhon called it stolen property. He said it's just stolen goods. And he claimed all property is stolen goods, and he was right at the time because everybody lived under monarchies and republics, which all stole their property.
I'm still maybe I'm just I don't have the ability to understand what you're saying, but I'm not seeing how you picking up this makes it your property. At least I'm not getting an explanation.
Okay, so you're saying I interacted with something, like I'm using my means of production to, let's say, build a fishing rod, and you show up afterwards and you say, no, I want to toss this into the fire. So now one of us is just in their request, in a peaceful resolution of this request. So we have to determine who instead of physical conflict and determining by who's stronger, if we had a intellectual conflict, like peaceful interaction, who deserves that stick? Now, if you deserve the stick that I can't own anything and I can't act, because every time I pick something up, I know that my body autonomy is meaningless because you'll show up and you'll just mess everything up for me.
See, so
go ahead.
Let me have to respond real quick. The entire thing you just brought up is absolutely meaningless because at the end of the day, we live in a material world with material conditions, right? So when you pick something up, you have expended labor to claim that thing. That is what
is labor?
Labor, the physical act.
I know in a civilization, there are those hammers that show up on top of your city.
Come on, man.
That you can trade.
Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Right. So when you expend energy, right, that is the act of labor. That is what that is. Is that not what the definition of labor is? When you expend energy?
I don't. I think that labor is like a weak metaphor from Locke that we should just skip. We should ignore that because he created a metaphor.
When
he was arguing with Christians.
I don't care about what you're philosophizing right now. I want to ask you the question of.
You said it is material, but the labor you're describing is mystical. You're
it
describing
is not mystical.
mysticism.
It is a physical act. It is a physical act, right? When you pick something up, it is a physical act. It requires the burning of calories by your body in order to fuel your muscles. That is all physical. It is all material. It can all be actively observed. It is something that we can see, touch, etc. Right? It exists. You can't call it mystical when it physically exists.
The mystical is then how you make a term that you can then claim that you can do stuff with. Yes, there is. I totally agree. There is the material history of my interaction with the universe,
and that is what makes property. That is the only thing.
You call it labor. I don't believe in that term anymore.
So you're being empty. You guys
let's not go down semantics. Let's seriously not go down semantics. This whole idea that you have, Casimir, is based on the simple idea that no one will ever commit a violent act ever again. It's all based on that idea because
no.
Everything you're talking about.
You switch places.
Sorry?
People, it is I believe the way I would frame it is, if I want to be a human, it's a hypothetical imperative. It's not a categorical one as you try to just present it. Hypothetical meaning, assuming a goal, this is what you need to do. My goal is to be a human capable of rationality and capable of peaceful resolution of conflicts. If I choose to do that, then I will have to follow my system because all other systems get invalidated logically.
Are you
now,
saying
if I
that
don't
it's never
want
rational?
to do that,
Wait,
we're
going point by point. We're going point by point. We're going point by point. We're not going to throw a bunch of shit out there.
No.
So are you saying? I've got a question based off something that you said.
Just a moment. Let me finish one last word. You're either a human or you're like a beast. So if you decide to not behave as a human, then you will be indistinguishable from beasts that are fighting for for a piece of meat.
You're definitely distinguishable. Okay. Now moving forward, so there's never a rational reason to commit an act of violence. There's never a rational reason to commit an act of violence.
There is people rationalize everything. Criminals rationalize crimes all the time. but they can't logically justify them. What they do is they call a justification, but actually all of their justification gets
Okay,
reduced
let me rephrase.
back to
Let me rephrase.
violence.
Let me
and
rephrase.
to say something that violence justifies violence is to
Let
ignore
me
what the word
rephrase.
justification
Let me
means.
rephrase. Let me rephrase. Thank you. So there's not a logical justification for violence ever.
No, it's not the initiation of violence, specifically you starting the fight.
But you just said that it's not okay to be
You
violent
can't be the
against violence.
aggressor. Like
No,
He just said wait, no, I'm not gonna let him walk away from this. He literally just said it's not okay to use violence against violence.
No. What I said from the start is I used the word fighting, and then you used the word violence, and maybe I tripped. But what I meant is fighting from the start, and specifically when you start the fight, I believe that you have stopped talking and you have stopped being a rational human being, and now you could be treated to the extent that you commit a crime as like not a well, as somebody who has the potential to be a moral agent, but who's not using it, and therefore doesn't have to be treated as such.
Okay, can I just clarify, or attempt to clarify something? So, you want to make this, it seems like you want to make two separate categories. I think the words you used was, human or beast. And you I think, imbue the category of human with some certain properties. And I think you brought up, like, rationality is the property, which are, like, a lot of things that people bring up.
Specifically used for argumentation, yes, for argument.
Yes, yeah, and
peaceful conflict resolution.
Yeah, and I again, I think I understand your I know your argumentation ethics, and I know the document. Well, Scott sent me the document, argumentation ethics. So, it seems like one of the properties of, let's say, you fitting in the category of human is rationality, right? At least when it comes to, I guess, resolving it.
I corrected myself because it's a species category. So like I don't when I talk about something that talks about morals, how we ought to behave, I don't like look at a slice of time, but I look at something that is a continuum. So like a human life, right? That's like from birth to death.
Okay, fair. But at the very least, like you put the property of being rational as like distinctly part of humanity or humans. Is that like a fair assessment?
Many animals have lesser forms of rationality, but what makes us specific is what's happening right now. This type of panel, the ability to debate things peacefully, is quite a distinct human capability, and I'm willing to argue that.
Well, I don't. So I would push back against that in terms of like I think conflict resolutions. I don't think conflict resolution is not unique to humans. You can maybe make the argument of like maybe how, but let's just say how do you know that a human is rational? Or how do you know that another person is rational? Like, especially like we're on a panel and you say, at least from what I understand, it's like, well, we hold these panels and therefore we're trying to resolve conflicts, whatever, peacefully.
I see the pixels. I see the pixels, and I assume that the most likely probability is that you're not like a deep fake, but maybe eventually I'll require validation.
No,
but yes, you're right. It's a probabilistic guess when something goes into reality and we're talking with our sense perception. It's like a guess. It's a positive wager that reality exists, and it's a wager that you're real. And it's a wager that you behave like a human, and because you sort of look like a human, I give you a lot of these things in advance, even though I don't know whether you're, you might be crazy. I don't know.
Right. But so at least from what I understand, you only want like protection from, let's say, the humans that are rational, and that there's this implicit assumption that pretty much every human is rational or can at least engage in rationality. Is that also like a fair?
They have the species capacity to do so, but a lot of people are like they believe in various myths. They believe in the fact that their god can tell them to enslave another human being, and they believe that they can misread their own religious texts. There's a whole bunch of like inability to use that capacity for sure. People believe in the state.
Yeah, so then this elevation of humans, sort of that distinction of like human or beast, again, using your language. Like I'm trying to understand, like, so basically, can a human ever be downgraded to beast status?
No, I don't think you fully get downgraded. That's why there is like proportionality. But so I was speaking a bit hyperbolically But yes, I think that's a proper insult. It's like a proper way to say that. Why is it wrong for you? Like if you if you believe that you have a distinction and you choose not to use it, then that's why I would consider it like sort of, I would intuit that it's bad, but also like you would lose to the extent that you commit a crime against another human, like to the extent you initiate violence and commit it, right, or threaten it credibly. To that extent, I can sort of stop you from objecting to an equivalent treatment. This
But
has to. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I was just that I'm not understanding like why can't a human why they cannot be, let's say, downgraded to the category of beast, of like if there are humans out there, because you seem to operate under the implicit assumption that every human or everyone that you view as human, the implicit assumption that they're rational and thus they can engage on the same level that you do. But let's say you encountered someone who looks as human, and it turns out they can't engage in argumentation ethics. Are they now a beast?
Yeah, that would be like the problem is that the philosophical zombie is in my mind an impossibility. So I would like reject it as a category. It's like saying, what if you encountered something that's true and false at the same time? Well, it's a paradox, and then I assume that paradoxes don't
How
exist
is
in
that
reality.
so?
Straightforward. He's just saying someone that has a physical appearance, all the physical capabilities that you
Like
would
a
expect from a
corpse?
human.
No,
No, not
it
like a
could.
corpse, like a
So
living being that just doesn't have the same brain pathways as
okay,
you.
so
Their neural pathways don't process information similarly.
so because it seems like you operate, let's say again with the implicit assumption of like humans, they operate this way, and then like let's say the beast or the animals, we're justified in killing them or not granting them all their certain rights because they can't operate on the same, let's say, wavelength that humans do.
As a
So then
species.
yeah, sure, as a speed, like so like. This
Eh,
might like derail the panel, but like this is going to turn into like the vegan argument. Like why is it
Yeah,
then? Like
yeah,
why
exactly.
can't
So there's no trait that separates species. You My species categorization system is the so-called property cluster system, homeostatic property cluster. You can read it from Richard Boyd, I believe, who recently passed away. And you can open up Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, go to the chapter on species, which is the philosophical species, not just biological, and there'll be like different systems of categorization there, and you have to pick one or invent one and defend it against philosophical attacks. So I use that one, and it doesn't require me to point at any particular qualia. So there could be like a human that I identify as a human, but they lack mental capacity because they're diseased. So I will still extend species rights to them, but somebody would have to argue for them. They would have to have a guardian. They would have a legal guardian.
so okay, so sorry, I just want to say one thing, or at least push it a little bit further. So let's put beast aside, or like trying to attempt to push on your intuitions a little bit. So let's say
Wait. Before we go there, do you understand why I mentioned this? Because I was asked, why do you choose to act that way, or like how does your system force us to act in a certain way? My whole point with that hyperbole was to say I don't force you to act. If you don't want to resolve things peacefully, if you just want to exchange gunfire all the time, I don't have a way to stop you. I can't force you to think rationally. I can just force you to not lie about it. I will reduce whatever your actions are to the mode of fighting. I will prove logically that you're currently fighting unless you do things peacefully. And then if you do things peacefully, certain obligations apply. And then from those obligations, we have to do certain things a certain way.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Those obligations are only from your perspective. That's not the perspective of
What
another.
stops them from just beating you to a pulp and doing away with your
that's trivial.
ideology?
You see
His
that,
Like-
entire
you
frame
see
of
that
mind is
question,
arbitrary and vapid.
Corey? I just told him the answer, and he asks that as a form of a question, like he doesn't understand. Nothing. The idea about ethics or the 10 Commandments. If you read the 10 Commandments carefully, they don't tell you that if you thou shall not kill, otherwise a lightning bolt will strike you, or God will mind control you to prevent you from killing. You have, a deterministic, compatibilistic, whatever you believe in, ability to act, and we judge your actions.
In order for the world to be the way you want the world to be, everyone would have to have your ideology, correct? Or at least a large percentage of the population.
not a large percentage. Normally in societies like the U.S. Revolutionary War was like 5 to 10% of active citizens fighting, and the rest
That was
were
a fighting force. You're against
pro-British.
fighing.
Right. We're
Yeah,
talking
I would have
about
to.
we're talking about
Are you
your
talking to? Wait.
idealized
So
world.
you've conceded that my system is non. It doesn't have contradictions, right, Spartacus? And now you're telling me what is
No,
the
I'm not
practical
saying your system
application?
doesn't have contradictions. When did I say your system doesn't have contradictions? I said you're against
Well,
fighting.
you're skipping to the next
I'm
step,
saying
right?
don't be hypocritical.
No, you're saying you're indicating that my system is not practical because I need to convince a lot of people, right?
I'm indicating that your system is, first off, not popular, and second off, never going to be achievable, and third off, never going to work.
Right. So, so I don't care whether it's popular or not. A lot of evil things used to be popular, and 300
that's
years
fine.
ago,
Don't care about
300
popularity.
years,
It's fine.
Wait, 300 years ago, people would say, "Listen, we can't have our giant empires without forcing people to work in fields. We just have to." And and they would have the same historical argument that it was never the case. Republics
Still
always
force
fail.
people to work in fields. We just use economic tools to achieve those motives.
Hey, this guy's nice. I like this guy. This Jason guy, he's got base takes so far.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know whether it was morals alone or morals plus the industrial revolution that allowed us to like produce so much food that people don't have to be forced to be
Corey,
farmers
you want to say
anymore.
something?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to like push a little bit further because I wasn't done with my full line of argumentation. Where like again, you trying to like resurrect it, where it's like, yeah, you operate under this implicit assumption of like the based off of the way you make snap judgments, as we all do, of like you come across, let's say, someone, they look like a human, and thus the implicit assumption is like, okay, they're human, and thus I will treat them accordingly according to my framework as human, and thus be nonviolent, and I have no right to kill them. There's no logical reason or no logical basis for that. So let's say, and maybe there might be some historical context in terms of like a real world scenario. So let's say I'm a person and I look a certain way, and then I come across someone who let's say happens to have a different type of skin color, and this is, let's say, new to me, a new revelation. And that's like, this is a new type of kind of a human that I never encountered before. They are actually human, but I just don't know it yet. So like, am I now right in terms of like harming them or killing them?
I don't think you're right, because what happens is you're supposed to encounter, let's say, an alien shows up, which is what you're describing, or when people cross the ocean and they found other humans that look different from them. Well, what they're supposed to be doing is investigating, and actually, one of the first things they investigate.
According to whom?
Well,
arbitrary system. It's entirely groundless arbitrary system.
According to that, all other systems that you have described,
according to
just ignore. Yeah, you can interrupt all you want, but the answer is that there's like long debates that people participate
in. Bro, you
in,
can't come up with an answer.
Where they prove that the distinctions between people are arbitrary. So, and in fact, historically, since you mentioned history, every single conqueror knew that he was conquering other humans. And in fact, the arguments that there were not equals as humans, those appeared historically after the initial conquest. They were saying things like these people start speaking language to us. They start vocalizing. So we interpret their language. People start interpreting, and once that happens, they have to start recognizing that the distinctions, like our entire human history is learning the distinctions between us are arbitrary. That if we can identify us as the human species, if we can talk to each other, then we can engage in peaceful conflict resolution. If we can't, we can't.
Okay, so no.
I feel like this is.
So let him finish. Corey, finish up.
Okay, so what if they don't speak this? And also, I would very heavily push back of like all the conquerors knew that they were, let's say, performing all these atrocities to other humans. Like, I'm pretty sure. I think it's fair to say that they were dehuman. I'm sure you're familiar with like whatever the concept of like a noble savage is. The term savage in and of itself. I'm like, this is a very like known psychological concept. Like, we otherwise and dehumanize. Like, so I would ask the question of like what like, it wasn't because you're using the term human, that's a biological concept, and it's like
Species.
yeah, sure. And so like then that's a fairly, let's say that's an ever evolving concept. And it's like once they basically it didn't require biological information in order to grant rights to these people. It wasn't it wasn't revolutions in biology that ended slavery. It was actually understanding that they're very clearly part of the human experience, and they are actually like persons and humans. It wasn't biological information, and so like to say that it was the conquerors knew that they were harming other humans, like I think that is like patently false.
Yeah, they wrote about it like immediately. They said that we're going across the planet to discover a shortcut to India. They knew from prior conquests and fights and conversations with people from that continent, from trade. They traded all the way to China, so they knew that there was like these vast lands with really strange people. And yes, initially, so entire human history is initially neighboring tribes didn't consider themselves as equal. A tribe would fight another tribe. You can, primates fight each other all the time, tear each other limb for limb. And in human history and human moral development is towards universalizable values, towards universality, and towards recognizing each other as more equal than diverse. And when you look at like the early conquerors, one of the first things that a lot of them operated from some religious value. They would say these people are people we can convert, and then if they could convert them, then it would actually be frowned upon to mistreat them. That's like very, very early on. Then, in order to justify mistreatment, they would like reverse those arguments. They would try to claim through false eugenics that people are distinct enough, but it quickly collapsed. Like it was heavily criticized at the time, right?
Yeah. Okay. So again, to push a little bit, so you now I think recognize, and I think we're on the same page that the distinctions that we make between people and humans, they're arbitrary, and that there's no real reason or no logical basis to create separate categories of humans, right? We're all like, you have kind of like the universal category of like humans, but then like, so that's where I'm going to push it even further. Like, so again, like what separates the beast and the humans then? Like, so then you're saying
argumentation.
Yeah. So it's okay. So it's argumentation. How do you know someone is able to engage in argumentation?
You experiment, you try,
for example,
for example, you take a primate, and you spend 30 years trying to make a primate engage in a conversation with you with a variety of methods through 3 different programs, and then eventually your efforts get discovered as a fraud and the entire effort collapses. But if the effort were successful, I would advocate to treat other apes as humanoids and to give them like guardianship. But we can't even show that they're using proper language. They're like using partial language. They don't have concepts where they can think outside of themselves and visualize people in third person. All of that is demonstrated, and nobody has demonstrated the opposite. So in creatures that are very close to this, I'm willing to be a quote unquote vegan. Let's not eat monkeys, let's not eat elephants, and no dolphins either. But with farm animals, I don't think you're not nowhere close.
Yeah. So again, when I asked the question, how do you know someone is able to engage in argumentation? You said experiment, and so like I'm asking you like what type of I want to stop there. Like what type of experiments, because like let's say you encounter someone, or you encounter a group of, let's say, humanoids, and you're not sure yet whether they can engage in argumentation, and so like basically before you slaughter these people unjustly, you want to confirm that they can engage in argumentation. It's basically like that should be the process, right?
Well, I'll try to teach. Yeah, I'll like it's not like an animal that I have like developed to be consumed as meat from like a wild animal that definitely didn't have anything with just like preying or eating stuff randomly, and that it was domesticated. And so this domesticated animal that was genetically modified to be a good meat product for hundreds of years, that's distinct from this new group that I'm discovering. It looks like it could be capable of argumentation, so I'll start investigating and trying to teach them language. We're doing this right now. We try to do this with every single large-brained organism on our planet, and we failed. And if we succeed one day, I'll concede that to you.
Okay,
Okay, what
so
if aliens? What if aliens don't initially look like they're capable of argumentation?
I think that with everything that's strange, with most animals we're currently eating, we have like 1,000+ year history, and we know enough about biology to sort
I
of.
mean, somebody had to
No, no, no.
start
So,
though, right? Someone had to start that process, right?
I still like, so you brought up the example of dolphins, right? It seems to be pretty clear that like dolphins are able to communicate with each other. They're able to like coordinate actually pretty sophisticatedly. And yet despite our attempts, like we cannot understand how they're communicating. Like
So
we
let's suspend their let's treat them and assign them guardians until we're able to determine either way, right? I'm willing to concede on that, but I'm not willing to concede
They
like on
need to
all
assign
animals.
us
Distinction
guardians.
stands.
Maybe it's the other way around.
Yeah. So
wait, Corey Campbell, do you think we can bring up like another window here on the panel and just stream from a chicken coop and have a conversation with the chicken?
Oh, come on now. This is arbitrary as fuck. Can
well,
we talk about something that has actual measurable?
So if you're asking whether chickens can communicate,
Can we actually like what's the actual thing you guys are disagreeing about right now?
He's
Like,
trying
what
to
is
make it
what
into
is
a
the
vegan
core
debate.
argument?
He wants me to concede. He's
Really want to
edging.
talk about veganism?
Well, no,
Yeah,
no,
he wants me to. He wants
Corey's
me
trying
to remove the distinction between humans and animals.
Corey's trying to
how
break up a baseless claim, and
how about I say
Casimir's
my
standing by
position?
it.
and-
Okay, Corey, say what you're.
Well, so I think I understand. Like, so I'm trying to, let's say, I don't want to, let's say, mischaracterize your position, but I think Casimir's position is like his framework is grounded in logic. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay, so that is what I'm trying to break apart. And is it actually grounded? My position would be no. If you actually drill down, and that's what I'm attempting to do, I'm trying to drill down to actually get to philosophical rock bottom. It's actually not grounded in logic.
Okay. What principles of logic did I violate, or what did I not prove?
Well,
so,
yeah. So that's
so
yeah. Go
so
ahead.
I'll give you space to do that. I feel a little bait because I thought we were talking about some like at the very start, like we were talking about
Land.
what was it, the deep fakes, and that's where I thought this was gonna originally go. So I want to give you space to do this.
I'll say I missed some of that. So if you want to, I don't mind continuing that. Like I'm sorry if I derailed.
Corey, what happens here is I challenged Mr. Griffon to provide a system of property. He provided the communist one. I provided the ANCAP one. And in the ANCAP one, there's no such thing as intellectual property. It's like a spook. You don't have property over other people's brain images, brain states. And so I don't believe that IP can be legislated against. I don't believe we can like use any type of security force to stop IP crimes. And so that's why we're challenging my property system, because if my property system falls, then you can have any arbitrary system that decides that something is a crime.
Yeah. So I want to like expand this for other people to jump in and be a part of this. Sorry. No need to apologize. I wanted you guys to have some space to do this. Okay, so I thought the question on deepfakes was interesting. Again, that's what I thought we were going to start with originally. But do you guys think so? This whole thing started because the streamer got caught like watching deepfake porn of people who he had known, and like a famous streamer here on Twitch, and that became a huge thing. And this is a debate that I was thinking of maybe setting up some other time. But like, do you guys think it's wrong to consume deepfake porn?
Can I
like
really,
not produce?
Can I really quick
like,
say
consume.
what this guy did was was cringe on many levels. First of all, he paid for it. Okay. Second of all, he clicked on a link in a porn website to get there, apparently. And who the fuck clicks on those links? I immediately respected him a lot less for doing that. And then he left it on. He left it on for the stream. Like, On every safeguard, this guy just fucking demonstrated
Whatever can go wrong.
Yeah, just demonstrated complete incompetence, and I think that's the most embarrassing element of the entire story.
That's the biggest
I think
transgression.
that's the
just
biggest transgression. Absolutely. On the more like the interesting philosophical question of like consuming, deep fake porn, I don't think you can have an issue. In fact, I don't even think it falls under IP. I've heard some people argue, well, you grew your face or you own it, so then other people shouldn't be able to use it. I mean, I don't know. You get into some really like difficult avenues when you want to say it's illegal to do that, or when you want to criminalize doing this, or when you want to say it's wrong or whatever. Because like, okay, let's think about scenarios like impressionists or parodies or identical twins or anything else you can think of like somebody making it look like you're doing something when you're not. And also, this website specifically said that it was a deepfake website, so it's not like they were lying or making it look like it was actually the people that were doing it. It was just seemingly a lot more like a fantasy website. So I have much less of a problem like with the website that he went to, and I have a huge amount of problems with how he got there. I think he demonstrated himself to be a very incompetent human being, which should be shamed.
Interesting. Doobie, your thoughts?
I'm a little torn actually. So on one hand, my instinct is to say that this isn't really much different from like if I draw something, right, and I'm a great artist and it's very realistic and it looks like somebody else or happens to look like somebody else, and I jerk off to it or put it online, like should that be illegal, like reasonably? Probably. But you guys don't agree with making like porn or other degenerate content like that illegal. So if you're gonna allow porn, I don't think there's a good reason not to allow this. I think that like yeah, you could say, oh well, this is a violation of someone's like autonomy or privacy or something. But I don't see how you could argue that somebody's autonomy is being violated by having their like face plastered onto someone else having sex. Like that, nothing is happening to them physically. Someone watches a thing, they're stupid enough to believe it. Well, fuck, there's stupid people in the world. Who gives a fuck? Like it just doesn't seem like anything here rises to any kind of level that would require us to make it illegal if we're going to live in a world that allows porn, which we shouldn't.
Well, and Doobie, also the website was like called Deepfake something, right? I forget the exact name for it, but like
Yeah, but I mean, things can be downloaded from that website and posted other places without the like little
Sure,
fucking
sure.
watermark or whatever.
Well,
we have alternative ways to punish people, right, in society. Like if somebody breaks a social taboo, they don't go to prison, but we also don't have to invite them to panels. We don't have to watch their channels, right? We can sort of say that's a persona non grata. Anyone that associates with them is also potentially a persona non grata. And so this type of social pressure is the proper punishment for all crimes of quote unquote decency.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't agree with that. I think that there is room for punishment when you're like especially when you're hurting somebody's property interest, or like you're hurting them and their and what they own through like somewhat indirect means. And if you're doing that through like making it look like they're doing something they're not, I think that's like displays maliciousness, and I think it like increases the risk of that kind of miscommunication occurring. But if you post it on a website called like deep fakes, these are fake, like, and you have a watermark saying this is deep fake, I mean, no reason.
What if I don't? What if I deepfake a video of your mom giving me a blowjob, right? And I plaster it out all over Facebook. Hey, here's Lactoid's mom sucking my dick.
Yeah, that should be
right?
defamation at that point.
Why?
Because
Why?
some people may believe my mom's sucking you off, and that's detrimental
So?
to her job. You're destroying a property
Wait,
interest that
hold
she
on.
has.
I think
But
I don't.
Are you using an AI
if we're
to
going this
the
strong,
argument?
if we're
had it on there. No, you're not okay with this though. Like,
if we're going this strong though,
property?
one second,
How is her
one
reputation?
second, one
Where
second,
is her
job
one
is?
second.
No. Let's give
Casimir.
Spartacus a try. Go ahead.
If we're going this strong with deepfakes, then this is gonna move into like the really super realistic art, right? That's gonna get, well, that person didn't actually do that, so therefore this like the only art you're gonna have that's of real people is like pictures. That's the only thing they're gonna be allowed to do because they didn't do what you created in this picture.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying or no?
Is that an argument against me?
What I'm saying is that the only type of art you would be able to have with real people is you would be able to have photography. That's it. If we're going this hard against deepfakes, then the only thing you would be able to have with real people is photography. You couldn't have super realistic painters paint people. Like if we're going this hard against deepfakes.
No, I'm
Because
saying
it
I'm
wouldn't
saying
just
you I'm
stop.
saying
It wouldn't just stop with porn.
no, I'm saying you can have I'm saying you can
Wait,
have
hold
all
on,
that.
Lectwood. What if it didn't say that it was your mom? What if it just looked exactly like your? I used her face and I made her eyes a different color, and I sent that to everybody she works with. Right? And it was like, hey, here's this random woman. I'm not gonna tell you the name, but here's a random woman with different colored eyes sucking my dick.
Communism United.
Like, what would be the issue with me doing that? Like, why should that be illegal?
Because I think it would be like similar to, I don't know, like lying to somebody and saying like, hey, if you walk over that bush there's like a gold and it's actually like a quarry. Somebody falls down and like breaks their neck, right? Like what's clear here from this like series of examples is that you're obviously providing misinformation, like with some kind of like underlying malicious
Who
intent.
broke their neck? Wait, that's this analogy.
So-
Nobody
so-
breaks your neck.
So nobody broke
You're not
your neck.
calling for violence.
No, but you
right? You're
fell.
just
So
saying-
no. Nobody broke. When you fall down a quarry, nobody broke your neck. Like it's but gravity did. Gravity's not an actor.
No. You lured somebody into a trap versus no violence occurred at all. No. You keep saying damage. Her property
Yes.
was damaged.
Yeah.
But her property that you claim resides in other people's minds. That's what you're not saying. It's her reputation is in Corey's mind, in Doobie's mind, in Prime Case's mind. So
Right,
what you
so
want
why-
to do
why does
is
her
you want her
reputation
to
get to be
control everybody
destroyed?
else's mind and to punish the person that spoke and affected their mind. You want to punish him. And so actually the property crime is by you because her property didn't change materially at all. Mystically it did, but we don't deal with that through material punishments.
So Casimir, if I deep fake, okay, or Doobie, right? If I deep faked a video of you like doing something horribly illegal, okay, and I
Okay.
plaster that all over the internet, would you have it? Like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna stop me?
No. So first off, if it's funny, I'd praise you. Right? If it's me doing like, let's say it's me like throwing.
What if you
midgets
get arrested?
like into a pool or something? No, well, shit. Then the officers will need to investigate. I'll be able to prove that I didn't throw midgets into a fucking volcano.
What if you can't
and then
prove it?
We're good.
What if you can't prove that? What if you cannot prove that you did not throw midgets into a volcano?
Then they're gonna need to they're gonna need to prove that that's me on the video.
They have it on
that
video.
It isn't deepfaked. It's
So can we-
deepfaked.
so can we- yeah, okay, so
I can-
every
I can
video
make
is
a claim
deepfaked
that it's
now.
deepfaked.
Yeah,
I can make a claim that it's deepfaked, and they're gonna need to prove that it's not. They're gonna need to prove that I was near a volcano tossing midgets in. Who are these fucking midgets? Who killed them? They're gonna need to do the whole investigation.
And
Yeah,
if
what
they
do you mean?
can't
Find the
prove
missing
that,
midgets.
if they can't prove that they have liability for false imprisonment, and he's a millionaire and he gets rewarded.
No,
for
but
that
he's
because
dead.
It takes them to
So
the bank.
thank you, Lacroix.
They gassed
You made
him.
me mad.
They gassed him because
Why
he
would
threw
they
midgets.
gas me?
Because
if
you
Doobie
threw midgets in a
dies-
volcano. That's why they
Listen,
gassed
if
you.
Doobie
deserved it.
dies-
We don't know the
if
origin
Doobie
of the
dies,
video.
then they forfeited their lives because now the family of Doobie or any person on this panel that believes that they can supplement the family of Doobie in case it's missing can take it upon themselves to be the bounty hunter and go out and hunt down those murderers.
Okay, well that's good. Well,
why
sure,
they
sure.
would likely have a trial first.
Oh my
because
God.
They don't want to become murderers.
Sure. So
Hunt
those
them down.
murderers are going to be hunted down. That's great solace to me, who just already got gassed because people thought that I threw midgets in a volcano. And here's the other thing, Doobie. It sounds like even if they found the guy who deep faked the video of me throwing, actually I think it's throwing little people in the volcano.
Dwarves. Just call them dwarves, okay? Like Lord of the
Well,
Rings.
you used that word first. So anyway, if they found the deep fake video of whatever, would you even be able to punish this person? I'm not even sure you'd be able to punish this person under your theory, Doobie.
Yeah, no, I don't think you should be able to. I'd punish the police officers for false imprisonment, for being sloppy at their jobs and wasting my fucking time.
Whoa!
Well, it would be
Wait,
a
wait,
false
wait,
report.
wait,
It
wait,
would
wait,
be
wait,
false
wait,
report
Doobie,
if the
Doobie.
person turned it over to the police.
Wait, Doobie. Do you think swatting should be illegal?
Swatting should be illegal. Yeah, I mean, if you're knowingly calling in a false police report, yeah.
So if
No,
you're
he
knowing,
just
wait,
told you.
wait. Yeah, if you're knowingly
Wait,
making
wait,
a
wait. He just answered. He gave you an answer, and you didn't intellectually engage with it. So maybe engage with it. If police,
I'm
swat
about
him,
to.
If police swat him, then what did the police do?
I'm
They
not talking. No,
falsely
I'm not
imprisoned
talking
him.
about the police. I'm talking about the person who calls in the fake SWAT. Should that person who got on the phone and
Yeah, they should be.
Yeah, okay.
Fuck
we-
yeah.
So obviously the answer is yes,
Exactly, they
but
should
Doobie,
be.
here's what
Abso-fucking-lutely.
is the substantive difference then between calling the SWAT team and sending in a deep fake video to the SWAT team of you throwing little people
Well,
in
there's a
volcanoes?
difference there, right? So if they went to
same.
No, it's not. So
the
if
exact
they
same.
said,
What's
please stop.
different
If
about
they
it?
said,
You're
please,
report-
well, I'm
you're
about to
being
explain
let-
to you.
Let
video.
Because when you presented this idea, right, me doing something terribly illegal on video, it wasn't that they sent this directly to the police and claimed that I did it. It was that they made the video and that they put it out there on the internet, right? But if they sent that to the police directly and said, "Hey, here's Doobie doing this terrible thing, murdering 1,000 midgets," and they said, "Hey, he definitely did this. Here's video evidence of it," and he knew that this was a lie, then this is like a false police report, and of course he'd be punished.
Okay, hold on. Why do you think that should be illegal? Why do you think it should be illegal to send false police reports or call in fake?
Because there's a legal consequence. It could get me put in a cage.
Because it's illegal. No, I'm asking you why
But
should it
why?
be illegal?
It'd be illegal.
Why
Hold on,
should
but
it be
that's-
illegal?
Because it's
Okay.
illegal.
Because I just told you, because there's a consequence to a false police report, right? That doesn't exist with your mom sucking my dick.
There's
right?
a con- wait,
i.e.
no, there's a
i.e.
consequence.
No, listen. There's a legal consequence. People with guns show up in my house, thinking I've murdered a bunch of midgets and potentially have some in my basement, and they point guns at me and they
Yeah.
throw me in a cage.
Yeah.
Right? This consequence does not exist when it comes to like me deep faking your mom sucking my
Okay,
dick.
so
and sending
no,
it to
no,
her.
I agree
Not
with.
true.
Wait,
What
wait.
if somebody gets really pissed
no,
off?
no,
In
Doobie.
fact, she'd
Oh.
gone
In fact,
to
she'd
mom's house and
probably-
decides to shoot mom in the
in
face
fact,
because she thinks
she'd probably be
they
praised.
think
Dodge.
she's
She'd probably get
somebody else's
get
dick.
pats on the back.
No, hold on. This is a dodge, Doobie. I'm not
No,
talking.
no,
I'm not.
no.
Wait, no.
Wait,
There's
wait,
stuff
wait.
that
What
he's
if
dodging.
somebody-
He's dodging.
Seriously,
He's
what if somebody sees the video of mom sucking dick, gets pissed off at mom, and decides to go shoot mom in the face because she thinks mom's sucking somebody else's dick?
That's irrational.
No,
That's,
it's
that-
okay.
that's
Okay,
entirely
stop.
irrational.
The
What if
dick
she's in a really
sucking.
hostile
The dick sucking is a
relationship?
red
What if she's in an
herring.
abusive
No,
relationship
the
and
dick
this
sucking.
puts
It's
things
a
over
red
the edge?
herring. The dick sucking is a red herring. Ignore the dick sucking for a second, Doobie. That's not what I asked you. I asked if I deep fake you throwing little people in a volcano and I put it on the internet. I
already answered that question.
No, he did not. No, he did not. Because what he just said was that the reason why swatting is wrong and the reason why sending that video to the police was wrong because there's a substantial likelihood.
It's not wrong.
There's a
He said it's
substantial
not- he said
likelihood.
it's not. He said it's not wrong if you put it on the internet. He said it's only wrong if you're going to send it to the police saying, "Here's video." of
Yes,
this
and
person
I'm
murdering
about
a
to
bunch of
show how that's inconsistent because I know that he
let
said
him-
that.
yeah.
Okay, so
Let him do
yes.
it.
So what he said was that there's a substantial risk of when you send this to the police coming down and arresting you for throwing little people in a volcano. And my point is, if you post a deep fake video of you throwing little people in a volcano, there's a substantive chance the police are going to see that and the police are going to come to your house with guns, right?
No, not necessarily. Not
No.
unless somebody reports it to the police, right?
It's
so
the
there are
internet.
plenty
Of course they're going to.
There are plenty of deepfakes that exist out there right now of people doing all kinds of shit that aren't reported to the police because people know, hey, this is probably a deepfake. This is probably not real. Or hey, I can
Jibby.
look up this case and find that it's another person that did this and they got
Jibby.
arrested.
They
What
know
if
that-
what
they
if what
know
if they
that with
live stream it
celebrities, not
on
with average
Facebook
people.
or Twitter? They live stream it on Facebook or Twitter. The police stumble upon it, right? They know the location and then they act. So they didn't directly send it to the police. The police happen to stumble upon it and they can see you're doing the terrible thing and they come for you.
Why
That-
do
that-
we operate under the assumption that we have the current corrupt police force without any police reform? Why do we
I will
just
wa-
assume? Why would they just assume the universe where police can just like go in and kill people and never get killed in return by
they do it.
a proper justice
Because they
system?
do.
Because yes, and so that's the core
Actually-
issue.
actually,
Let's
Casimir-
have competent
Casimir.
let's have a competent police force and let's have a society that understands that unvalidated information is garbage. That
Are you-
until you
was it-
validate the
That's
deep
beautiful.
fake,
Validate.
Sorry, this is a
sorry.
sorry.
It is
Casimir,
a mystery.
This is a
So stupid.
That's
left
the
turn.
problem in this
Left,
whole.
Casimir,
you're
this is a hard
assuming that-
left turn. Casimir,
Hey,
like we
I
can't
agree
like
with you.
now like we're just talking about like the concept of deep fake right here. Like it just I don't know why police reform got into this. I have no clue. But so DB, I'll like I've asked that question to help
Yeah,
out.
so I guess
here.
So okay, so I guess I'd be faced with the same problem many actors are faced with, right? So there are videos of actors, especially actors doing like found footage type films, where they're killing people or they're shooting a gun in the house or something, or they're fighting. And yeah, there's a possibility this could be put on the internet. There's a possibility a cop could see this, be a total fucking idiot, and think it's real or it's happening right now, and show up with that go look for that actor, right? Of course, sure. But I think that we just need to trust that the police are going to be incentivized not to do stupid things like that. They're going to be incentivized to do a little bit of investigation prior to that, because if they fuck up, they're going to get sued, right? And if they aren't incentivized enough, then they should be sued more, right? Until it really gets into their fucking heads. They can't just show up and arrest actors or people based off or random ass people based off what they see on the internet.
Okay, so two things. First of all, there likely are some actors who have this problem, but I would argue that when you're an actor, you are consenting to that risk to a much larger degree than if people deepfake your image on the internet, right? If they deepfake you doing something that can be interpreted as a crime, you're not consenting to that increased risk of the police coming after you. And also, like,
So
when it comes to movies and actors and stuff, like, is there actually
wait,
a risk of this? Like, I can't like.
Lactoid. Lactoid. So this all started because I think Twitch, some person on Twitch was deep faked in porn, and that's what made this whole thing big, from what I'm understanding.
Yeah, that's what
So
happened.
when it comes down to it, you're saying that like actors in order to be an actor, in order to be an actress, you accept this risk of being deep faked. Wouldn't
No,
that be
not
the
of being
same on Twitch?
deepfaked. Not of being
Wouldn't that be the
deepfaked.
same on Twitch? You accept the risk. You're putting
You've
yourself
missed it.
out as a public personality,
He
right?
didn't
You're
mention
putting your
deepfakes.
own image. You're putting your own image out there as a public personality, and in return, you get money.
So you missed the point.
If as actors
Respectfully,
accept that risk, then you are accepting that risk as well.
no. So respectfully, I'm not talking about the risk of an actor being deepfaked. What Doobie brought up is apparently, I don't know if there's any cases this happening. If there's one, I'd be interested. But what Doobie's bringing up is like the risk of an actor playing a murderer in a movie, the police seeing that scene from the movie and thinking they actually did it, right? That's different than deep faking, which is like you're not consenting to be in this like violent, this simulated violence. You're not consenting to it at all. You're not getting paid for it. You're not signing the contracts for it. You're not taking the risk that police might misunderstand you at some later date. You're just doing whatever. And then I, without your permission, put that risk on you of the cops coming and throwing you in a cage.
This is all a false frame.
We can in the context. So if you're talking about misunderstandings, then Doopy said talk about those misunderstandings for movies, but we have that for music. There are cases, and we've talked about this in All Black Everything, where the police look at hip hop and like the lyrics there and say, oh, this is basically a confession. You saying you shot and robbed people, then this is a confession, and that's been used against people, and people have been prosecuted and jailed on the back of lyrics when they're like, no, this wasn't real, and you have no evidence that it was real beyond the lyrics.
Well, so they use it as like a basis for investigation sometimes, and sometimes that's right, like Murder in Your Mind, like that.
But they weren't.
Murder on My Mind. That was actually the dude.
Well, actually,
the
I
guy's
don't know
charged with
about that.
murder. Yeah.
I've never heard of that specific case. I don't know. I'm saying that in terms of other hip hop artists, they've been prosecuted and without any other evidence, but just on this, they were prosecuted and successfully so. So wouldn't that again be an example?
So that could be an example, like similar to the actor, where again you're putting forward some work of art that you know is going to have some kind of risk associated with that, of people misunderstanding it, or especially if the police misunderstand it. But this would be more similar to like if I made a rap song about you, Prime, in which I accused you of murder, and then like I was rapping about how you murdered somebody, how you did this, what you told me, and like there's like a kind of a gray area here of like if it's defamation enough where the police are like coming to harass you, that's it's art, but it's also you're fucking with me.
I mean, I agree with you. I just like in terms of you said you didn't have a case of it happening in terms of movies. I was giving a case in terms of yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Problem with
So
this
let's
whole
say
thing is the frame. It's all framed wrong, and it's like assuming, like for example, and we're not allowed to analyze any piece of that frame. Like the idea that you're not responsible when the police reacts when we have a society where we have the police. Like I would want to abolish that type of police. I would want to have like abolish its limited liability, its lack of liability, as written in the Constitution. But as long as it's not abolished, then they are like the tool. You have used the tool of the state against an innocent victim, Doobie, who didn't actually violate your property crimes. So you've conspired to commit murder. You've conspired to commit assault, and because you did that, and the state in this case is just your tool of operation.
Casimir, are you against SWAT? Do you think the person who swats somebody, should they get in trouble?
I think that the reason they should get in trouble is because we have this police system and they're using it to oppress you. Now,
okay.
But that assumes that stupid frame that we have an unaccountable police that don't make decisions. I'll give you a hypothetical. If you convince your neighbor that you're like a mass murderer and they perform a vigilante killing or like on the person that is being deepfaked as a mass murderer, the issue is with vigilante killing. The issue is that there was no clear and present danger. There was no investigation. There was no judicial process. That's the issue. The issue is that police looks at something online, as Doobie said, and instantly goes in and swats. And as technology develops, you won't be able to stop it. So you'll have to live with it, and you'll have to develop tools of validating information. So if information shows up without validation, you'll dismiss it.
But right now, in the world we live in, with the police as they are, do you agree with me that swatting is wrong, and so deep faking somebody doing crimes
is also
false
analogy
wrong?
with the mom joke.
Okay, yeah. So the dick sucking to the mom, sure, but I'm talking about the crime though specifically. Like,
listen, if again,
I should not be able to deepfake you committing a crime, right, Casimir?
We can't fairy tale a police force either. Come on.
For it to be equivalent, his mother would have to be fired from, let's say, a government job, because then you're using her reputation through like the government, the power of the government, to get her fired. Okay, so that would actually make you responsible in a similar manner. As the SWAT. Because you have this unaccountable government.
I don't care about my mom sucking dick right now. What I'm asking you is, Casimir, do you agree that under the current system it should be illegal for me to deepfake you committing crimes? Do you agree with that?
I conditionally agree to that because we should abolish the police. But the solution.
Okay, but we got police right now, though.
No. People for creating fantasies. The people should be in prison are the police, as Doobie said in both cases. They committed the murder. They committed the assault.
Lactoid.
So the person that
should I be penalized
or that creates the footage that leads the police to doing so doesn't hold any liability at all. They're free from liability. They can do whatever the fuck they want. And it doesn't matter how it affects you. That's what you're saying. You're saying somebody can go do whatever the fuck they want with your image, and no matter what the fuck it does to you, it doesn't fucking matter. They can do that, and if other people fuck with you because of it, they hold no liability.
Yes.
You realize how fucking stupid that sounds?
Unless they somehow present a clear and present danger to a third party, and that party inadvertently reacts to a clear and present danger and like harms you, then they would be responsible, which is exactly the swatting analogy, the firing from jobs analogy. Like that could be potentially legislated. We'll have to look at that on a case by case basis. But otherwise, if the harm that was caused was because society is sick, was because people believe lies and fantasies too easily, then the solution is not to keep imprisoning people, but to have more social responsibility on how we deal with it.
Lactoid.
So if we were
should I be penalized? Should I be penalized, or should I be fined or jailed for photoshopping you walking out of a bank that's blowing up with bags of money?
If it's credible enough, yeah.
No. I asked Lactoid.
If it's shitty and no one would believe it, then I think my basis for going after you would be a lot less than like if it was if it looks very real and you're not indicating that it's fake. Then if you said it's fake, then I probably wouldn't have anything to go after you on. But if people were genuinely believing that I was doing like this behavior, yeah, maybe if I'm being harmed by this deception, by fraud. Like, fraud's illegal for a reason, right? We also have it illegal for me to put sawdust in a car engine and sell it as a new car. That's also illegal, right? Because I'm misrepresenting things that are hurting
you. That's different. That's different.
About the value
There's
of
a difference between
materials.
You can't
Go
print lies
ahead.
about
Go
people.
ahead.
It's essentially a lie about somebody.
Sproticus, finish your point. And Doobie, I do want to get you in. And Griffin, you haven't said anything, so I want to hear from you at some point. Go ahead, Sproticus.
So there's a difference between posting a picture of something, photoshopping a picture and posting it, than putting sawdust into a vehicle. One is actually causing like real-time harm. And me posting a picture of you walking out of a bank that's blowing up carrying bags of money is not causing any real-time harm. Any simple investigation into this would land with realizing you didn't do it. And so that's why I'm saying that we're being so strict against this that it's not gonna just stop at porn, and it's not gonna stop at crimes. It's gonna start going towards photography. It's gonna start going towards all other kinds of art that may look realistic because we're going way too harsh on this. Do I think the
Sprout.
guy's a piece of shit? Yeah, but we're going way too harsh on
Let
this.
me just ask you: should I get punished if I do like an impeccable Photoshop of you fucking a dog? Should that be illegal for me to do that?
No.
Okay, well, I got my weekend project ahead of me, so you guys can continue.
Yes, but you should be aware of the punishment which I described to you, which would be very severe. If Sprouticus appears, abusing a dog on the internet, and we find out somehow that you've performed that, then I would be basically telling Prime Kais that I'm not appearing on the same panel with that guy. And we did that successfully to several online personalities, which just said, no, that guy made a song that promoted child abuse.
Sure.
I'm not going to be on a panel with a child abuser.
But then I asked you, like, what happens if you have one person who has more social capital than the other person? Let's say you have like the little guy who's being lied about, who's being shit on, but he has 5 followers, and then you have the guy who has like 30 million followers, and he's just smearing this guy, and he's stealing his shit, and he's like, you're being.
And it happens before. And what happens in the competitive market between streamers, there's no such thing where a single streamer who's most popular has all the clout. Here's what will happen. Let's say Hassan slanders about somebody, some tiny little streamer. You know what will happen? There'll be like a lineup of all the cloud chasers against Hassan, making these hour-long documentaries, interviewing that guy that got slandered by the top guy.
Doesn't matter if you don't have
they're going
the
to
reach.
bring his cloud down. They're going to have like
It
countdowns
does.
of his subscribers falling. It's already
Mate.
happened several times on YouTube.
Man, it does not, like, your entire statement is based on the fact that these people would have the ability to have their videos and content reach the light of day. And secondarily, that these people, like, prime counterexample to what you're saying, Tucker Carlson, Fox News, is the most watched news broadcast in America. They de facto lie on a nightly basis and misrepresent facts to millions of people. You don't think that that's a direct counter to your argument that one of the most dishonest fucks to ever live? That how is it not?
A better example is CNN, right? CNN lies all the time, but they're still on the air.
Because legacy media, the more it lies, if you believe legacy media and you're like a thinking person in 2022, 2023, you have a big problem. And what actually happens is that there's an entire lineup of YouTube channels producing only content debunking slanders from Tucker Carlson.
Are you tantamount to a beast if you believe legacy media?
So what happens is there's
no longer human?
Right now a person trying to find dirt on you, on me, on Prime. There's always a digger that is trying to get clout, a clout chaser, and he's currently looking for you to make a misstep. If you mistreat me and I have zero clout, there will be some clout chaser who will try to dethrone you using that.
You're putting way too much power in individuals. Large corporations are the people who fucking run the planet for a reason. Once you have the resources and the effective reach to propagandize to large members of the fucking populace, the amount of work it takes to undo that propaganda is insane. It's incalculable. You will never, as an individual, have the clout to fight fucking Fox News. There's the reason that they're Fox News. There's the reason they get those millions of viewers consistently. No matter how many YouTube fucking people make their little videos, no matter how many documentaries you read, they are still de facto the largest news broadcaster in America, right?
No, I disagree with you. I disagree. They just don't have the numbers of Joe Rogan. They don't have the numbers of all the podcasts. They don't have the numbers.
Joe Rogan is an even better example. That man.
Also, like, you bring in corporations. Corporations are a special kind of animal in the United States, at least, corporations are merged with the state. They're defined by the state. I don't consider them separate from the state, so I would want them to be eliminated just like the state. Now, private companies, if you want to have a private company that becomes really strong,
You're
then
pivoting.
it is
You are
like
pivoting.
Hassan is a
Hey,
private
hey,
company.
turn, yeah,
He's a
turn
he's
back
a
around.
single
Turn back
proprietor
around,
of
man.
his channel.
You took a
I'm
big
not
left
pivoting.
turn.
You're pivoting to corporations that are not analogous. So if
No.
we go back to the original argument, which is Hassan
Hey,
or
we are talking about
Trankais,
clout. We are talking about clout.
they're
and
not
the public-
corporations.
We are talking about clout and people's ability to affect public perception due to their reach. You were saying that a person like Hassan would lose public clout and subscribers if enough people rallied against him. And I'm saying that your argument is directly countered by the fact that large people with great influence directly do the same thing that you would say Hassan would be penalized for on a nightly basis and are instead multimillionaires for it. You understand that?
I understand that. And if you look at their demographic, it's a dying demographic of all of these channels. Their charts are going down, and they're being replaced by panels like this one. They're being replaced by online sources.
Can we stop
and
for a
if you
second?
yes, we can.
I feel like we're getting really far off the topic.
Like he wants to move it to
So-
corporations, but we were on
Fuck
topic.
corporations, right? I feel like even getting into like legal ramifications or like swatting, any of this was kind of a non sequitur. What we're talking about specifically is people making porn, people making pornographic content for their own consumption or the consumption of others without the consent of the people being featured in the porn. Right? That isn't going to get anybody arrested. Or it's not going to get anybody fired probably. Right? It's just going to be like, oh shit, someone used my face and stuck it on this dude getting his ass rammed. Right? Oh shit, that's a little bit embarrassing for me somehow. So Lactoid, why should that be illegal or why should that be punished? What's wrong with that?
The only
What if it's not a deepfake though? What if it's not a deepfake? What if I didn't know Lactoid, right? And I'm really good at I'm really good at like video editing. I'm really good with CGI, and I just make a pornographic video, and my God, it looks like fucking Lactoid. Am I gonna get in trouble there, even though I did not intentionally steal your image?
It's the same hypothetical. Can you just
Wait,
allow Lactoid to answer?
wait. DB specifically asked Lactoid, so let me give Lactoid a chance to respond.
My only issue with it is if it's a lie. If you don't make it clear that what you're deep faking or depicting or altering is being deep faked, altered, or whatever. And the argument, I think, does come down to fraud. I think you are not only putting the person at jeopardy with their own, life and whatever they have, but the other argument is that, fraud is when you're buying something and somebody is misrepresenting what you're buying to you, and it might cause you to either induce the sale or perhaps not induce the sale. So if I'm an employer and I'm hiring employees and somebody misrepresents to me what I'm buying, which is the employee or their labor, then how is that different than somebody being misrepresented what they're buying being like a car engine?
Wait, so you might be winning me over a little bit because, so now I'm thinking, okay, so what if there's someone submits a resume, right, and then I look up their name online,
yes,
and I find porn of them giving a really great blowjob, right? And I'm like, oh shit, this looks like she'd be a good secretary.
Yes.
Right? Then I hire her, and I go to make the sale, and she's bad at blowjobs. Like that, yeah, I'd feel kind of
it's fraud, isn't it? So that's a case of fraud.
But again, that would be on me not doing my research.
No, that would not be on you because you were fooled in the same way the car salesman.
Hey,
like,
it should have been part of the interview process.
Well, this is the same thing when the car salesman sells the faulty engine. Like in this case, the faulty engine is the secretary, right? She's faulty at what you bought her to do. This is the exact same analogy.
not bought.
You're buying her
Again,
labor.
Lactoid, I feel like this is rooted in something different. I feel like this is rooted in the.
You just said I'm winning you over, so
I was joking. Okay, I'm sorry.
Come on.
Yeah, I think this is
every
rooted.
Every time you use a false analogy, it's just.
I think this is rooted.
And you're a lawyer, and you used fraud for this.
That's what they do. Okay.
Well, no, defamation is like in the exact same statutory schemes. That like fraud is in, they're under the same administrative codes.
Wait.
You can say they have different philosophical backings, but I'm telling you, people like the law kind of like puts them in the same category.
Yeah, Doobie.
Yeah. So I feel like this is rooted in something else. I feel like the only reason there'd be like social repercussions or like even repercussions with our job, right, is if the employer or the friend group or whoever believe that this person had actually done porn in the past or was currently doing porn, right? And that, I think that kind of, there being repercussions for that at all is really just rooted in this kind of patriarchal understanding that we have, that where women are meant to make themselves sexually available, but then shamed if they do. Right? If that wasn't a thing that exists in our society, then nobody would give a fuck if she were like sucking dick on the
Wait,
weekend
no, wait,
for
I
like
got
porn video.
I got the killer argument though, Doobie. What if they deepfaked her eating ass, which you both agree is one of the most degenerate things that you could do?
Yeah, sure, but
Then
lactoid. For all I know, you eat ass.
I do
Okay,
not.
you
I
say
do
you
not.
don't. You say you don't, but we all know the ones who pretend to be prudes are the most like freaky. Okay, so I can't know that about you, right? And if I did
I
find
will
out that you
record
ate ass,
myself 24/7 and just to prove to you, because
Lactoid,
I will not be
if I ever
slandered.
found out
This
you
is
ate ass,
defamation.
I'd respect you a
Not
little bit
eating
less. But
ass,
that's
the
because
time
I
is.
personally think eating ass is gross, right? That's it.
It's socially horrible. Like it's okay. It's a different discussion, but we can talk about that
Racist,
later.
racist frogs don't like eating ass. That's just a normal thing, you know. Like I get it, you know. Like it's cool.
Lactoid.
Like I
I'd
really think
rather
that, can
be
you
like.
just what do you think about that idea, right? So
Just
this is like
convincing me to be
rooted
racist.
in patriarchal, like the patriarchy, and how women are shamed for being sexual creatures at all in our current system.
So an employer, as long as like I said, like the terms aren't being misrepresented, they can have whatever preferences they want. If you want to hire somebody because you're a prude and you don't think women should be having sex before marriage, that's your prerogative, right? And if somebody lies to you about that, so like your purchase is misrepresented, I think that's a problem.
So if I might ask, Lactoid, like based off of like what you described so far, like I understand, like so you're against deepfake pornography under let's say it being fraud, as in like if you're misrepresenting like the person, that's fraud. So like
Unless you put some disclaimer,
so
like
yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Like if there's a labeling, like so you're aware that like porn parodies are things. So if, like if it's under the guise of like this is a parody,
Yeah.
then you're okay with that.
Of course, right? Because anybody who watches that, oh, it's deepfake, right? It's deepfake.com. It's little watermark. This is deepfake.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what if somebody just told you that, hey, I was watching Spank Bank the other day, and I saw a video of Jessica on there. Oh God, I forget what it was called, but she was definitely on there. I totally saw it. So you haven't actually seen the thing, but the idea the idea that she's on this website somewhere is now in your head. Should that person be like punished in some way for sending that to you, even if you never saw the video?
If Jessica, so you're
So
saying
if Jessica found out that this guy told you that she's on a porn website, even if you've never seen the video ever, right? And you don't know if it's deep fake or not deep fake. You were just told that she's on there. Should she be able to punish that guy or have that guy punished for making that information available to you?
I mean, potentially keep in mind, like the punishment that I'm thinking about here is like coming clean about it, right? So like trying to stop the defamation harm. So like going to their employers and saying, this is fucking fake. Don't base any of your decisions off of this, right? Like that would be like sufficient punishment in my mind. Like making sure it's clear what they're doing. And now if you can prove like malicious intent, if you can prove that like, yeah, I'm deep faking this and then making it look like you did a crime, and now I'm sending this to like your employer and then the police, I think now you have like more of a basis for like a crime, right? But if it's just like,
Does this mean that people who are like not employed, like let's say it's like a retired old lady, and I deep fake her into like granny porn, getting ass fucked by like 30 dudes. Like if because she has no job that could be affected by this, are we just she's just like free game now? Like anybody can make deep fake porn of her?
or maybe if you can set like the one other caveat that like she doesn't have like organizations she's part of that, or she's in like the church.
She's a
or whatever.
retired old lady.
She go to
Or maybe
church, like
yeah,
like
she might
a
go to
retired lady
church.
do.
But if the church is kicking someone out because there's porn on the internet with them, that's the church's
There's a
issue.
lot
Like,
of
that's
churches
not.
that do that, and now these
Yeah, well,
churches
that's the church's problem.
So Lactoid, so can there's a population of people that are like
Just don't
let's
lie.
say that are like comatose. Are they like free game to make deepfakes out of?
if they never wake up.
Yeah, as in like they're not employed, like or like their end of life. That's free game.
Probably, yeah. I can't see any of the harms that I'm thinking of.
Interesting.
What would you say, Corey? What is your problem with deep faking porn of somebody?
Yeah, so I'm not gonna lie. I haven't fully fleshed out my position. It definitely pushes on some of my intuitions. I'm more of a ethicist, and I think from that standpoint, it's just like, can I make, let's say, currently a very strong moral argument against someone consuming it? Not right now, no. But I'd say it says something about the person either consuming it or producing it from a virtue ethics standpoint. No bueno.
I feel like the argument that makes most sense to me against deep fake porn is one that I'd make against like pornography in general, but I feel like it's like amplified a bit when the person being featured, or at least having their likeness featured, didn't consent to that, right? Didn't consent to being used in that way. You're essentially stripping away their their autonomy in a way, right? You're stripping away their ability to consent to being perceived to have been in this sexual interaction, right? Um, and there's a ton of other issues, obviously, with like the idea that it could reinforce stereotypes about women, about sexualizing women, about treating women as like sex objects to be used whenever the fuck you want. And now they don't even need to consent to it. You just need to find a body that looks similar and slap their face on it, and now you can jerk off to whenever you want. I feel like that's a problem.
Isn't that the same thing though? It's like saying that someone you had sex with someone, like saying that like when you give so like if you were to give like a girl a ride home and like you tell all your friends like, oh, I had sex with her, wouldn't that like de facto be the same?
Yeah, I think it'd be similar, but not exactly the same,
That's still
because
wrong
in the
too,
case
though.
of the
Like,
yeah, that is still wrong. But and I,
No,
but I
I'm
think
not.
but obviously
I'm
in the
not
case
saying
of the
I'm not
deepfake
saying it's
porn,
not wrong. I'm
you're
saying
going
don't belong in a
further.
jail cell for doing that.
Yeah, we can
it
get there.
depends on
But
what the
but I think you're going
ramifications of that
further, right?
are.
So not only are you making the claim that she had sex with whoever, but now you're sticking her face on it, so it looks like she actually did. And you're doing this without her consent. You're basically stripping away her personhood in a way.
I'm not saying that's not a bad thing. I was just something you said, and I can't even point it out now, but something you said made me think that. So I was asking you that just to see what your position was on that. It wasn't necessarily like an argument. I was just trying to figure out like
Yeah.
Your exact position was on that.
I mean,
We're right
I feel
now.
like
You have
We're
a
in a
fundamental right
transitionary
to your
period.
likeness and how people and how you present yourself to the world. And when somebody robs you of that, I do think that's robbery. I do think that they're indebted to you. I think if nothing else, they owe you any of the profits that they've made off of the fucking deep fake. If nothing else, like, I absolutely think it's a reprehensible thing to do to somebody. Like, I
It's
don't think it's right.
reprehensible, but it's not the
Especially if
robbery.
it's not in the okay. You want, and somebody had brought up like the form of parody. I think that it's fairly distinguishable between what is parody and what is fucking being used for other purposes. And we can mince words about it, but there's also a court of law that handles shit like that through things like libel and shit like that. I mean, if you print something, right, that's misinformation about somebody, that's libelous. You can go to court and find reprieve through the court for that. Like,
Well, there's
likewise,
even
you
a
should be
difference
able to
between a regular civilian.
do
There's
this.
even a difference between like a regular citizen and celebrities or public figures. Like public figures have to show actual malice for them to be able to win in a court. They have to be able to show actual malice that that's what the person had when they were creating this.
I mean, what's not malicious about virtually sexually violating somebody? Because that's essentially what it is.
Again, actual malice isn't just about we can talk about actual malice some other day, but actual malice is a lot more than what you would believe it is.
That was very vague. I'm gonna keep it 100.
Okay,
I,
do we want to go over actual malice?
so not particularly. I want to talk about something that
Okay,
makes
that's what I thought. So we can keep actual malice to a different day.
I mean, okay, so you kind of
It's
have to
not
a little
actually
bit.
a definitive legal, like it's a concept, but it's not as clear as you think it is.
I don't think it's like a clear cut thing because it's all about intent, and it's really hard to prove intent, especially with something that you don't have a direct correlating like statement to. I agree with that. That's not what I'm disagreeing with. I'm just saying like the way you presented it was really vague.
It's kind of like
But
reckless. Like where is the line between negligence and reckless? Like it's very
yeah, yeah.
difficult to actually put that.
Yeah, so I was gonna say I do agree with Jason though. I do think it is robbery. You like as a person who believes in your body being a part of your personal property, when you use someone's physical images, I do believe you directly take something from them. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's the mysticism of all of these systems. It's like a mystical idea that you somehow control them. Like when it's like you know how there are certain tribes that believe when you take their photo, you're capturing their soul. This is why I called it mysticism. It literally is in the most direct sense.
a
Like them
misunderstanding of
telling
technology
them
is not
saying
the
that you
same.
somehow rob somebody, where robbery is a specific term, where you
Hey,
take something material
Casimir,
away from
Casimir,
somebody, but
Casimir,
you
can I
don't
ask
take
you two
something
simple
material, you
questions?
take their reputation. Now,
Hey, Casimir, can I ask you
the
two simple
issue is
questions?
that our reputation systems are bad, not that it's robbery.
No, 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 it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to anything at all to what I'm referring to when I say this is robbery. When
Yeah,
you, or I,
are you using a
no, I didn't ask
term
you
that
two
has
simple
a
questions.
that has a
Now, yeah,
has
can
a
I ask you two simple
coherent
questions?
meaning, and you're using it in a mystical fashion, like you're
I'm
robbing
not,
somebody
I'm not,
by
I'm not,
creating a fake image of them.
I'm not,
No,
I'm not.
you're not
Can I
robbing
ask you
them.
two simple questions? Can I ask you two simple questions? Okay, thank you. Great. So when a person makes a selection in porn, are you going to tell me that the physical appearance of the people in the porn doesn't matter?
Uh,
Does, does,
no. Ask me the direct question. Don't tell me what I think or don't think. I don't understand.
what do you mean? I asked you a
Like
question. I asked, are you telling me that a person's
no,
physical
if
appearance?
your hypothetical involves with me watching porn, I'm gonna reject that
It's not about
hypothetical.
you, mate. I'm talking about the average human being. We understand that human beings have attraction to physical characteristics, yes?
Yes.
Great. So that was question number one, that a person's physical appearance plays a role in deciding whether or not a person watches porn, right? Question number two, do you not think it is a direct violation that a person does not get control over how their physical appearance is used in a place they did not agree to?
A violation implies that you directly affect their body autonomy, and I believe that you don't own reputation.
Not about
You're being
It's not
mystical
about
and incoherent.
reputation. It's not
So
about
in order
reputation.
the way you fix reputational damage is by having systems of reputation that don't rely on freaking hearsay. It's having validation.
But you can't control people's thoughts.
The only
You
reason
can't control what's put out about you. You can't control somebody's thoughts. And what you're saying is
you can't
we changed the
enslave to
system of
control it either.
reputation. I can't go control what somebody's going to think about me when they see that porn, right? But what I can do is say I don't want that porn that looks like me out in the fucking world.
Right.
You may want it, you may not want it, but the question here is whether you can imprison somebody for creating it. And my answer is you cannot imprison somebody for creating it because they
why wouldn't this
actually
be?
not.
Why wouldn't this be a form of harassment? Right. So if they post it and they say, hey, I don't want you using my face on your fucking pornos, and they keep doing it, or they refuse to delete it, they refuse to take it down. Why isn't that a form of harassment given all the social ramifications that exist for that being out there?
Again, because for it to become harassment, we'll have to ask Lactoid. Harassment has been used like way too broadly recently. Harassment means you're like interacting with somebody in a way that they cannot avoid. But you placing somebody online is not fitting under that category. So I disagree with that. That's like a quick pathway to censorship. Like you're describing harassment as it's used in the United Kingdom to shut down political opponents. We don't have the definition of harassment in the United States, and
We do.
God bless
Wait a
that we
minute.
don't.
It's directly considered a cybercrime to post like picture, like it's considered like cyberbullying to post like poor pictures of a person and like really fucking like really particularly compromising ways as a way to like smear them. That's directly considered cyberbullying. Like,
No, it's
not
considered. We have libel laws, but we're talking whether we should have them or
no,
not.
no, no. If you have like really shitty pictures of a person and you like, fuck, I gotta make sure I'm expressing this right because like you do not stick to fucking topics.
No, it's a public figure. You're switching it to a private figure.
I'm not talking about
and hyperbolize it and call it theft and accuse me of switching the topic. Yeah, thank you. I'm on topic. Let's talk about public figures getting deep faked and us believing them. The problem is that we're in a transitional period where we believe deep fakes. We should stop believing what our eyes see and start demanding validation systems. There should be a coin assigned to each image that tracks its history. We should have validation that's actually real, like we do, like journalists supposed to have.
I want to ask
two sources.
I want to ask a couple of questions. If that's okay. The first question I ask is, Casimir, if I apply to a job and I lie on my resume, do you think that's a crime?
I'll have to think about it, but in order to make it a crime, it would have to be it would have to be a contract violation, meaning I offered a certain service, and let's say I said I had certain qualifications. and then I could not actually provide that service, then I don't deserve that money. And if you want to punish me, you have to write into the contract a punishment amount that would say, if I show up on time and I am not an actual doctor, which will, sabotage an operation, then I owe you a certain amount of money. But if it's not written in the contract, it's not a crime.
Okay, so if somebody sells me a car that they claim is new, but it turns out it's old and that it has sawdust in the gear shaft, and
that's a different way.
Well, hold on,
that would be a crime.
Right, if somebody sells it to me, but they don't put it in the contract that I sign, any specified damages, you still agree with me they are defrauding me, they are committing a crime, yes?
You keep bringing in fraud, but fraud is different.
Hold on, come with me.
Fraud is I'm giving you.
Whoa. You gotta let me
look. I know the definition of fraud. Okay, I'm asking you.
Yeah, that's why you misrepresented.
I'm asking you a question. Would you agree with me that this should be fraud? When if someone were to sell me a car,
we're not talking about material things being exchanged, so stop bringing them up.
Brother, can you answer the question though?
No, I don't need to answer your segues into fraud that you can bring it up for hyperbolic reasons, because we all agree on fraud.
I'll just state it then.
Disagree on images.
I'll just state it.
And reputation.
Because
we disagree that reputation is material.
Yeah, you're not gonna.
Examples.
Shut up.
Yeah, you're not gonna play along with me, so I'll just state my idea. If I represent the idea to you that this car is new, and it turns out it's an old car, and that has sawdust in the gear shaft, it doesn't matter whether or not the car drives. It also doesn't matter whether or not the car gets from point A to point B. In fact, the old car could last very long. It could last 30 years. It could last longer than a new car would. None of that changes what it is, which is fraud, right? The reason it's fraud is because you have somebody who's materially misrepresenting the terms of a business contract. Now, when you have an employment contract, which is a business contract in which one person's trading their labor, right? They're doing some kind of service, right? Goods and services. They're doing some kind of service for money. If I lie on my resume, I am misrepresenting the terms of what I'm offering, right? I am misrepresenting.
There's a difference. Is that a car is alienable, and it is like you can.
So is my labor.
One moment. No. That's why I explained no. Be quiet. You keep assigning body autonomy the same conditions as property, and I reject it categorically, and that's why I meticulously explained to you the difference early on. And the reason why I did so is because I believe that body autonomy is inalienable. I can't actually I cannot sell myself to slavery effectively. It would be an invalid contract. Contract is an exchange of alienable goods. So that's why it's fraud, because the car is not a service. So when I promise you a service, I can leave at any time, and you can't tell me, oh, you promised to be on time, therefore you go to prison if you don't show up to your job. No, what you do is you say you're fired.
Okay, we can be hyper specific about it then. Like if I work for somebody building widgets or building cars or whatever, the fact that I misrepresented my resume the qualifications I had to construct these cars indicates that the cars are going to be different than had I had those qualifications, right?
It is when you will release. It will become fraud once you submit a part and you say this part is as per spec. Listen, imagine if you we have this misconception. Imagine if you lie in your resume and you go and work for a car factory manufacturing car parts, but you actually produce car parts that are like above spec. You're just a talent and you produce perfect parts, but you lied on your resume. Why should you be sued under your system?
Because value is subjective. Because value is subjective. If I'm a business owner, I may put more value on what you would call an inferior part if it's made by someone with the qualifications of making a part, right? Yeah, of course. Branding on it. If I put a Nike logo on a shirt, it could be worth far more than a shirt with superior quality materials.
Or lactoid, like if you hire a lawyer, right? Based on their law school, right? So like you said, you went to Harvard. You're still a lawyer, but you didn't go to Harvard. And then they find out. So
right,
yeah.
and this person who hired you could have some kind of like deep intrinsic tie to Harvard. Maybe they want to hire someone who went to Harvard. They don't give a fuck about the quality of the legal services they get. They want to hire somebody who came from Harvard. And this person lied about being in Harvard, so they materially misrepresented the terms of the contract. How is that not fraud?
The fraud is when they provide you with a service, and that service is not as specified. Now, if that service, if the we have a legal system right
You're
now.
looking for
We have
specific
a legal system that
training.
requires
You're looking for
licensing
specific
for
training.
lawyers, which will sabotage your case if your lawyer isn't licensed. If they lie about their license under the current system, then that would be the actual material damage because their services are
But no,
unlicensed and
no.
they need to be by the current system licensed.
What if nobody
But
finds
if we-
out,
if we
Casimir?
use-
That's
but
not
if we
valid,
don't, if we
Casimir.
don't
That's
give
not
Galop,
valid.
if we don't
Because
give
you're
Galop to your
looking for
next
somebody with
example, and if we
specific
go back to
training.
your car
If I
example,
have
What if
somebody,
nobody finds out?
Wait,
if
wait,
I'm
wait.
working in the
One example at a time. You gish Galop to the next example, but
well,
I
we can
want
go
you to
into
admit
any
you're
different
wrong
service,
about
no
the
matter
car
what
part.
it is.
You're
It
wrong
could
about the
it
car
could be
part.
lawyers.
Yes,
it could
I
be
mean,
BLM, whatever.
Let Casimir finish his point. And
Okay,
Doobie
he
had his
keeps
hand up.
bringing in. This is what lawyers do. They are proving wrong, and then they bring in the next example without recognizing they were BTFO. Now let's talk about the car parts.
You
If you
give me a
lie
chance to
on your
respond.
if the car part does not require licensing, which is if you don't provide a licensed engineer to produce the part, that is a different example. But if all you needed was to produce a part that works, and the worker produced a part that works, but he lied on the resume, I don't believe that they committed fraud against you, because what you asked them to do, they did above spec. Now, if they did it below spec, then the fact that they lied and the fact that they did it below spec would actually be the evidence you need to prove fraud, because you said, if you make me this part under this amount of time, I'll pay you this amount of money, and they didn't do that. So they owe you some of that money, maybe the entire money.
Okay,
because they
so,
didn't provide
sure,
the trade.
got it. Lactoid, you can respond, and then I'm gonna get to Doobie
Okay.
quickly.
So I'm not gonna ask questions. I'm just gonna state my opinion here. Okay, you can feel free to disagree with it. I do think it's fraud. I think when you misrepresent the terms of your labor in the same way you misrepresent the terms of a sale of a good, it is fraud. The reason why it's fraud is there is no universal idea of what the spec of a part is. You could have one person. If for me as a consumer, the critical part of buying something is that it was made in America, okay? And you can make the exact same product with no physical differences whatsoever made in China. But for me, I don't give a fuck about the specifications of the material. I want it made in America. That's important to me. And when you put on the product label, made in America, if it's not made in America, that's fraud because you are inducing a purchase. There's no material difference, okay? It's the exact same quality.
It is.
Exact same spec, exact same quality, right? It's just made by different people. In the same way that you
not made in America. That's the difference.
Yeah, because and different people. Motherfucker, I said, feel free to disagree.
Shut up. Let
Thank you. Yeah. Let me finish a point, okay? Because human beings
Make 10 new points.
Oh my God! Please stop,
brother.
Knock it off.
Okay, so people occupy different areas of time and space. Okay, that's one of the features of individuals. In the same way countries do. So I might find it personally important to have something made in America. I might find something personally important, right? I could buy the same product from a friend of mine who happened to make it because I value the fact that my friend made it, even if it's the exact same product that Walmart makes. There's all sorts of reasons that go into the fact that somebody might make a purchase. And when you misrepresent the terms of that purchase, thus that the actual intention of that person buying the product is defeated, I think this is obviously fraud. This is obviously fraud.
It's fraud because you changed the conditions of the problem.
No, legally, it's fraud.
You changed it.
I can tell you with authority. Legally, it's fraud.
Yes,
I feel like oh God. I feel like Casimir has that ability that Scott does to drag everything into ANCAP like schizo areas.
Everything.
Right? And then
Everything.
Lactoid, you're hardcore taking the bait. I love you, but you are.
No, Lactoid keeps
Can we just like
changing the
pull this
formula,
all the way back, pull this all the way back to the AI porn. Okay. So
Thank you.
Lactoid, maybe
Fraud.
I missed it somewhere. How is it fraud? So if I take a
not like
pic,
it's fraud.
okay, well then what's
So
the
well,
issue?
no. If you label it as fake deep fake, it's not fraud. But if you don't label it as deep fake, and like, I think there's an element of fraud because again, the point I was trying to get to originally was if you lie on your resume, I would say this is fraud. And then the follow-up question to that, which I thought would be an easy yes, would be, well, so what if somebody else lies on your resume for you? Or if somebody else
What does
lies
this have
your
to do with resumes? We're talking about like deep fake porn.
Because a resume is something that you provide to your employer so they can make a consumer decision. They are making a purchase.
Are they going to be looking at your sex history on your resume?
They might, in the same way somebody might look at the
well, then
packaging
why
on a
isn't that
product.
the problem?
No,
Why
because
isn't
somebody
the problem that an employer might discriminate against
because
somebody for their fucking sex
okay,
history.
again, somebody can, but as long as it's honest, it's not fraud. In the same way that an employer might look at somebody's resume and to say, okay, and might look at somebody's character and might say, I don't want somebody who fucked. Okay, this is important to me as an employer for some reason. In the same way, you could have any other consumer, such as somebody buying made in America product on the shelves of Walmart. That's critically important to them. Why? I don't fucking know, but it just is important to them. Same way an employer, it's important to them knowing that their employee didn't fuck. And if them fucking in a porno is like the critical decision that the critical piece of information that the employer is using to make that decision,
Yeah, this is just
they're
rooted
being
in
led
the thing that I talked
astray.
about earlier.
They're
right?
being
It's
misinformed.
It's rooted in this patriarchal idea that we've got
Okay,
about
but it's
women
fraud.
and their sex.
It's still fraud.
Okay, who gives a fuck, right? That's
I care.
that's like fucking like eagle eye view of the situation, right? I'm talking about like the core of the issue. The reason the employer would care about this at all in the first place is because of the patriarchy that we
I
live
don't
in.
care. I don't
Right,
care
so
about
I'm
legislating
way
the
more
individual
interested-
preferences of people.
That's yes, you do. So hold on. Are
Really?
you opposed to like people having like child porn? Like what about like AI generated child porn?
Oh
Right?
no, no.
Is that
I don't,
okay?
I don't think we can talk about this on Twitch.
Why?
Because isn't it against TOS Prime? Please correct me if I'm wrong.
It's so if I'm talking about if I'm talking about like slapping the face of a child on an adult body, right? And like Belle Delphine's body, for example, right? Putting that up and like, hey, here's a fucking 10-year-old, but it's not a 10-year-old. It's just like it just looks like a 10-year-old. And I jerk off to this in the comfort of my own home. You think that should be like legal for me to do?
Like I said, we're not talking about this on Twitch. I'll talk to you about it afterwards or on YouTube.
You do think that should be legal?
I'll talk to you about it on YouTube, but not on here.
Okay. All right, so let's move on. We've given all the time to this topic, and okay.
It is a free for all. I'll give you that.
It is a free for all. It's good to know Scott is our friend Scott is sick. Good to know that he lives on in spirit here. So we'll just kind of move on from there. Thanks, guys. If you enjoyed this content of these guys doing that thing that they just did, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button.
Prime, I have to ask you a question. So, like, was it Scott was sick, so you went and found Casimir to replace Scott because you like putting yourself through this misery,
Casimir's part of Scott's community.
or was Scott and Casimir originally both gonna be on here?
Well, clearly, if you've been watching this channel for a long time, I'm a masochist, and I sent invites to both of them, not knowing that Scott was sick. So
I want to point out, makeup is also fraud. We can talk about that later too.
We should talk about that. No, oh my God, we should talk about that.
Are beards fraud then?
I really
No,
would
they're
like
natural.
to get women on here.
But fake
to
beards
talk
fraud.
about that.
Yes.
Because
A fake beard?
that's I think
are
that
wigs
question,
fraud?
You know what?
Yes, it is. Lying about your dick size is also fraud, by the way.
No,
I think
wigs.
men.
Wigs.
Lactoid. Holy shit. We should do that. In terms of we should make that happen. A 2v2. If we could make that happen, that would be great. I'd be on your side on this one. You're okay.
Part of the reason why I accepted was because I didn't want you to leave you guys to your dog abuse and communism. So.
Oh man, thank you for saving us from that. It happens all the time. We can't really help it. Can't control our urges. Okie doke. Everyone, thanks so much for being here. We are going to go to our next topic, but guys, if you enjoy this program so far, hit that follow button and follow us on social media. All right, well, my fucking keyboard decides to work, I can type ! social in chat. You can get all our social media, especially our YouTube, where you find the VODs in case you missed anything, missed all of this. We'll go on to our second topic, which I have something planned for that, and hopefully that'll lead to better outcomes. Topic 2. There is a massive shortage of ADHD treatment drugs such as Adderall. This seems to be driven by a number of factors, including patient demand, government regulations, and the expansion of prescription outlets or prescribing outlets. Adderall and drugs like it are considered controlled substances. The U.S. government has strict regulations on how much private companies can produce. Do you think we should have any controlled substances? despite the possibility of abuse should the government decide to let legitimate manufacturers produce as much as they would like? Or is this potential public health crisis too great of a risk? Note, this is to the participants here, but I'll say it out to the rest of y'all, the audience. This is not meant to be a discussion about illicit drugs, since most guests will be against the drug war. This is specifically about legal substances that are considered dangerous. Yeah, I don't. I mean, we have Jason here. He'll go off on the drug war. I'm trying to circumvent you, Jason. Okay, all right. We got it. Drug war. Go bad. Got it. Smoke pot. Got it. All right. Thank you. Let's talking about
Bring CTV in. It'll always be about the
yeah.
drug war.
Oh, it doesn't matter what the fuck we're talking about. It'll be about the fucking drug war. Oh
It
my
could be
god.
one of
Yeah.
6 different possibilities.
It's just so good. But thank you. Yeah, so there is a big shortage. It's not just Adderall. There's like there's a bunch of like drugs in this category, and they're alternatives, and you just can't get your hands on them in many areas. Um, and like I said, there are a few reasons why this is the case. But it caught my attention when I was reading this article. This idea that it was a controlled substance. And again, we've talked about how drugs should be legal and all that, but should drugs be uncontrolled, no matter what they are, right? And I'm really curious what you all have to say on this because I think this can be a really fun conversation. Start, my friend, Lactoid.
So I think we should end the drug war and legalize all illicit. No, okay. My only two restrictions. I do think Adderall should be. I think all these drugs should be controlled in a sense. I think the only two restrictions that I would put, though, is that they cannot be sold to children, anybody under the age of 18. And you have to honestly represent what is in them, right? So I have no problem with you selling Adderall as long as you're not sneaking. Well, I've heard it's basically methamphetamines, but if you're sneaking like cocaine or something else in there, or like actual methamphetamines into the Adderall, you should be mandated to put that on the actual pill packaging to let people know, hey, you're not actually taking just Adderall. There's other elements in there as well. Other than those two restrictions, I don't think there should be any limitation on the volume on which people can produce. If adults everywhere want to take a bunch of Adderall and be super productive, that's on them.
Thank you. Let's go to Casimir.
I agree with what he said in principle, but I would implement that control via private methods. I would want to have not a monopoly on control, but multiple institutions that you can choose from, maybe institutions that are offered through the community where you live, where each local community will be able to decide for itself the level of those regulations, and the level of control. Now, while we do exist in the United States, I do agree that when something comes from abroad, I would want it I have the same desires for regulation and the same desire to avoid fraud. I just want to, at least for a start, be able to create parallel systems. So I would be, I think one of the moments where I felt the most betrayed as a US citizen from the US government was when I realized that my father needed a particular medication, and pharmacies decided that are licensed by the government, they're not going to honor their license. They're going to just tell him, I wouldn't care about your prescriptions. We're not giving it to you. So those types of things and state mandated, production caps, those are unconscionable. They're a direct violation of everything the Constitution stands for. So I'm against them. But the solution is to start bringing in a voluntary parallel that I, as an adult, can sign up to, and I can say, I don't care about the FDA. I want FDA 2.0, owned by Bezos and Musk. Okay.
Corey, please.
Yeah, I mean, I echo a lot of the same things that Lactoid went through in terms. Yeah, there should be some amount of control. What exactly that looks like, I'm not entirely sure. What I can say is that the scheduling of drug system is like over in Canada and the U.S. I'd say it's pretty silly, and that needs to be abolished. Not only does it result in it hampers research and a whole host of other issues, and so the scheduling of drugs pretty silly, and like clearly just like, well, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. And to answer the question of should the government decide to let legitimate manufacturers produce as much as they would like, I would say yes. As far as I can tell, I don't see why there should be these types of restrictions, at least for these types of therapeutic medications. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you. Sprouticus.
All right, I'll come out in the open here. I take Vyvanse. I'm covering up my name, but I take Vyvanse for ADHD. I think that what Lactoid, at least the first part of what Lactoid said, was absolutely insane. That this shouldn't be sold to children. Children use Vyvanse. Children use Adderall. It helps them in school because children do have ADHD, and that is a valid option is to take drugs to try and contain the ADHD. And it does help extensively with their grades. It helps extensively with their education. I think it should be controlled, but I don't think it should be controlled with like the number of meds that you can make, or at least less control. I want less control, and I want people to be able to grab their meds when they need their meds, and I want people to be able to have free access to their medication that's been prescribed to them. I don't think that people should struggle to try and access the medication that's been prescribed them by a doctor.
Griffin.
Yeah, actually, surprisingly, I agree with Sprout on most of what he was saying. I do believe that when it comes to limits, the only limit should be on the amount prescribed to individuals in order to limit the amount of addiction and things of that nature. But as far as the total amount created, there should always be, enough to meet the demands of the populace. That kind of thing. I think is pretty like unarguable. The only other restrictions from that, I believe, should be a restriction on who can make it. I don't believe this is something that should be left up to a local community as far as like, a few hundred people. I believe this is something that we have to set hard limits on as far as like people being qualified to make this medication because people's livelihoods do depend on it. And it being improperly made by some fucking guy in his bathtub is ridiculous. Now, I know no one's saying anything like that, but
It's your
obviously when
neighborhood
you,
Adderall.
yeah. I know no one's
Bathtub
actually
Adderall.
no one's saying anything like that in reality. But I just want to make it clear that you have to, if you're gonna produce this kind of thing, you need to go to school. You need to understand a good grasp on chemistry and pharmaceuticals and things of that nature. And that would be my only caveat for control.
Okay, Jason, please.
Yeah, I feel like the controls in place right now are barriers to access for people that need medication, and yeah, I'm all for allowing manufacturers to make as much as they want. My only terms as far as control are quality control. Just ensuring that the product that's produced is what it says it's going to be, and that there's no fillers or bullshit that could make people sick or hurt people. Otherwise, people need access to their meds, and right now we're in a space where people don't have that. What are we on, month 5 now, I think? So yeah, it's urgent, it's important. Cut out these barriers to access for these types of drugs and let people use them as they need and as them and their doctors determine is necessary.
Okay, Phoebe.
I think we should obviously have controlled substances. I think it's good that Adderall is one of them. And I think that we need to, when we're talking about substances like this or when we get, there's like a whole list of them. We need to consider not just the ramifications to like the individual who's not getting their medication, but the ramifications to like society, and how society would be impacted if many people who did not have prescriptions got access to this medication because it was like so easily accessible. So yeah, I think Adderall extremely dangerous if you're taking it without a prescription. I think there's like a culture that's been built in like not just Silicon Valley, but like in a lot of like the even people in my fucking like real life friend group, right? People that I coworkers, people that I do business with, they do Adderall just like to get them through the day, right? It's just like oh, I need to be really productive today, so I'm gonna pop a few Addies, and that kind of culture is I think fucked. Um, so I think anything we can do to diminish that is I think a good thing. And if that leads to some people not getting their Adderall prescription or it being harder for them to get their Adderall prescription, well, fuck, they need to like space out the doses more or something. Like I don't know if there's some issue with like it being like and it could be that there's an issue with it being overprescribed because Adderall like many other medications like this is like um, commonly overprescribed to the point where doctors and the government have come together to try to figure out a way to suss out people who are pretending to have ADHD just to get Adderall. It was till very recently you were able to just get it online with like a fucking like video appointment. Like I think that it's good that they're taking steps to sort of root out this addiction culture that we have building here.
So Dewey, if I might ask, and I take your point in terms of like and people kind of like recreationally taking Adderall. At least I see this. This is anecdotal evidence. I don't know if there's any data backed it up, but I could say totally like in academia and in undergraduate students, amongst undergraduate students, there appears to be like a culture of taking Adderall or stimulants to study or like perform better on tests. But so it seems like you're coming from the space of like, yeah, like we should control these things because like it's being used recreationally. But do you think it's possible that like even the people amongst your circles that are, as you say, taking Adderall to get through the day, that might be a symptom of a larger underlying problem, and that the solution isn't necessarily to take Adderall, but they might be taking it as a solution to an underlying problem?
Yeah. So the underlying problem there is poor work-life balance and poor time management skills, right?
Wouldn't
So
the
a lot
underlying
of people end
problem
up.
there be
A lot of
ADHD?
people know the underlying problem that Corey's attempting to point to is like capitalism and people being overworked, et cetera, which I
Part
don't
of
think
it,
is the
yeah.
issue. Yeah, I don't think that's the issue. My
You
experience
just
at
said
least.
poor work-life balance, so you're basically saying it's an issue.
Hold on, no, hold on. So I'm not saying that that issue is coming from like the job being like too demanding of their time. It's that they're not balancing the work and their life or just like their time in general very well. They're not managing their time very well. So they're not being as productive as they can be. So they're not being as productive as they can be, which is leading to them needing to take supplements to get through the day just to catch up with the work that they're fucking up on, and they should be finishing like sooner.
But that's a
So
result of
I specifically take Vyvanse every day because it does
I don't know what that
assist in
means.
my.
Hold
It
on.
does.
So you're gonna need to. I'm not a drug addict, so you're gonna need to explain
Okay,
what Vyvanse is to me.
Vyvanse is a generic of Adderall. It's a generic
Not
version of Adderall.
surprising actually.
Okay, so I take Vyvanse every day. It's a generic version of Adderall. But because I have ADHD and it does help me get throughout the day. And honestly, after I started taking it, I was just almost like without words. This is how like a normal person would be able to focus. How a normal person would be able to like regulate attention. Because I never experienced that prior to me being diagnosed at the age of 25. So when we're looking at this, like the whole idea that people take this just because they need to get through the day, just because their work is too demanding, it's not always that. Actually, most of the time, I mean, ADHD is the most overdiagnosed, the most underdiagnosed disorder I think we have. But for the people that actually have ADHD, this is extremely helpful to a lot of people. It's not the solution for everybody, but it's extremely helpful for a lot of people because now they're able to
Yeah, like I
regulate
said,
their
if your
attention.
brain
They're
is
able
broken,
to actually do
if your
stuff they're
brain is
supposed to be able
broken
to
and
do.
you need ADHD medication, sure, okay. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about like there being no limits at all on manufacturers producing this stuff. When we know that there is a problem with this being overprescribed, there is a problem with people taking this like recreationally or just like casually to get through the workday. Right. So given that we understand that that problem exists, it seems like we shouldn't be just allowing manufacturers to produce this without any kind of restrictions.
No, wait, no, Doobie, that's a problem of the system, right? If there wasn't an incentive in order to overprescribe these things for a profit, this wouldn't be an issue in the first place. If the only reason to make these drugs was to actually help people, then why would people overprescribe them?
That I can agree with sort of. I feel like I don't know how to get rid of the profit incentive, right? So like let's say let's say there was no like way to exchange money for Adderall. Someone like Sprouticus might suck someone's dick for some Vyvanse, right? If he feels like he needs it. So wait, hold on. So you don't need there to be like a monetary system for there to be an incentive for manufacturers to produce this stuff.
Stop. Come on,
Well,
man. That's
just
ridiculous. You know it.
decommodify pharmaceuticals in general, and then it's not a problem anymore. If you need it,
Yeah.
your doctor prescribes it, you can go get it.
Also, start digging
Let
a
the government
very,
start
very,
producing
very
it
large.
instead of private corporations, which I'm totally fine with. We can just like turn it all over to the government. I'd be perfectly
Hey,
fine with that.
nationalization's
And they
great.
There's
can
no
Yeah.
such
distribute it
thing as
out
a
to people
private
as it's needed.
corporation in the United States. That's impossible. So
No one
first
thinks-
of all, and then if
Nothing's
you want to
impossible.
decommodify things,
Nothing's impossible if you put your
people
mind
have
to it.
decommodified things in history, and what they needed to do immediately after, within like 10, 20 years is build very, very large graveyards where everybody started lying in graveyards increasingly more frequently. And those graveyards made everybody very equitable and equal in their shared communal graves.
Well, people are dying from capitalist medical systems right fucking now, every day in this fucking country.
From
Get
the
the fuck over it.
fascistic system where corporations are enabled by the government, controlled by the government, are evade liability, cannot be sued because the government gives them liability protection for their various drugs, and various other medical products that we can't discuss on stream, because even that is called by the government as misinformation, which then they apply pressure on social media corporations, which they protect against our lawsuits to silence us, that we can't even talk about the bad products that are being sold to us.
I don't want to
By the government-enabled FDA. Government is everywhere,
discussion.
but suddenly it's
Yeah,
private.
sure. I don't want to make this like anti. I know Lactoid is chomping at
Communism
the bit
is
at
bad,
all
and I am loving every second of
Communism
this.
is great. I can't wait
But-
for luxury gay space communism. Let's
It's
go,
not
baby.
coming.
Yeah, sure. So let's. I want to get back to this topic because I think it's an interesting one. So in terms of in just what I think, I'm closer to Doobie on this one. I think I want people to have access to whatever drugs that they need. I because they provide a clear benefit. We have our friend Spartacus who's talking about the benefits there. But the risk of abuse is quite high. I remember I had a roommate in college who would like snort lines of Adderall in front of me, which was weird. But like it seems that like we have product protections for everything else. Um, I think this would be just one of those products that if this product was not regulated, you'd see a lot of people, especially like teens getting their hands on them and then starting the process of addiction. So I think it's worth putting that effort for like the larger public health. Again, not that people shouldn't be able to get it; they have legitimate uses for it. I want them to have it, and I'm willing to look at the processes that are currently in place now and reform those processes. But we should have some sort of processes.
Prime, real quick, even if you agree with like the being careful in prescribing it, do you at least agree that the production quotas make no sense whatsoever because all they do is just make it more expensive for people who would otherwise need it?
Well, okay, I would only say that the production quotas don't make any sense if there was a more reasonable way to restrict access. It seems like what they're trying, like like OxyContin. OxyContin, there was no restrictions, and they just like they were manufacturing so much and sending it to like a few pharmacies around the country. And obviously, there was fraud going on. Obviously, there was overprescription and abuse. And that can have happened with Adderall or whatever. So if there is more reasonable ways to controlling that, keeping something like that from happening, then I say then we shouldn't do that.
Right.
If not,
well, I just want to say like the reason why making more of it, so the reason why it becomes more available when you make more of it is because supply and demand. You make more of it, it gets cheaper. So what it sounds like is you would like it to be more you would like this medication to be more expensive so that there's fewer people who can get it. And so my I guess pushback against that would be I don't think medication should be like artificially price increased just in case like some people who are not supposed to get it get it.
so I think there's multiple. I think there's multiple reasons why this thing is. So there's been an up in demand, and the article that we read talked about how people were at home and they
Telehealth.
yeah, they were at home and they noticed like their kids were bouncing off the walls and like, oh, there must be a problem here because a kid can't sit still. And so I guess it's ADHD. And then yes, you had the telehealth that says, oh yeah, sure, whatever. I've been through telehealth and they don't give a shit, right? Just like say you have the problem and they will give you the fucking medicine, like easy fucking peasy. So I'd say that one, it's people. we have an over-medicated society that believes that everything needs to be solved with a pill. Even a kid who can't sit still, and who's got a bunch of energy, and so he must have ADHD. And then secondly, I think we have, be, as a response to that, or maybe because of it, whatever, we have telehealth and other outlets that provide that for that profit incentive. So if we uh, address those, then we could have a balanced demand, and we wouldn't have to worry so much.
So
I think
I want to
I
speak on
think
that real quick
telehealth has its
because
place.
I have some experience with this, right? Like, so we talk about telehealth just randomly prescribing Adderall to people. Um, I mean, I don't know how it is in every state, but I'm pretty sure it's different state by state because in Arizona, they absolutely cannot prescribe you Adderall through a telehealth service. I know because I was doing a telehealth service and they wanted to put me on Adderall and could not because the state wouldn't allow it. There are a ton of barriers to access here, including several like hoops the doctors, even brick and mortar, have to jump through, to the point where many psychiatrists in Arizona won't even deal with prescribing it. There are only few
Oh, that's pretty good.
clinicians and psychiatrists here that will actually even prescribe it. So there are states where there is barriers to access above and beyond the cost and above and beyond the lack of production.
It's the same. It's the same in Indiana, Jason. I had to go see I've got a psychiatrist that I see via telehealth just because it's easier for me to create appointments that way. It's easier for me to see my therapist via telehealth because I don't have to drive somewhere. I can just talk to them right after I'm done with work, and it works better with my schedule. But when I was trying to get medicine for my ADHD, I had to actually go in the office, and he had to diagnose me inside the office because he wasn't able to diagnose with ADHD and prescribe medication via telehealth.
I think Corey Campbell was right on his identification of the real problem. The problem is work-life balance. The problem is feelings of hopelessness, and the problem is that the built-up demand for escapism in society. Now, we disagree with Corey at the core of, well, not entirely, but to a significant extent on what causes those imbalances in society and how they're to be solved. But I believe that he's right, and in fact, as much as we have evidence, he'll probably be able to remind me of the exact study that was conducted on, I think, on rats, where they were given horrible conditions and they were taking, I believe, some very powerful drug, maybe heroin. And then when those conditions were changed to favorable, where they were provided with quality of life and entertainment, the addicted animals went through basically on their own, wean themselves off the drug, and so they managed to the preference for quality of life overrid an actual fairly powerful addiction. So we have maybe we should analyze our system, which components create these economic problems that we have. Who's taking away 30 to 40% of our economy and spending it on foreign wars and on other conditions? Who's enabling all of these giant corporations that
I'm
are
confused.
protected? And
Casimir,
then
are you
because there's always a supply of escapism. If it's not drugs, it's going to be video
Casimir?
games. It's going to be something
Casimir,
else.
Wait, so Casimir, are you
Casimir,
like me?
Casimir, I'm
Are you
confused.
like on the edge of believing that ADHD isn't even like a real illness?
Yes,
It-
that's
it's
what
like
it
a-
sounds like.
I
It
think-
sounds
I
like
think
he's saying
that-
Yeah,
ADHD isn't
I
real.
mostly
I
agree
think
with
that-
that, to be honest.
I think that a few people, listen, I don't know.
course you do,
Maybe it
Doobie.
is, maybe it is, right? But in many, many cases, like the Oxy example was provided. Why are so many people on Oxy? And if you look at generation ago,
We're
why
not
were so many
talking
people
about
on
Oxy.
crack?
We're not talking about crack.
So
we're
wait.
talking about Adderall. We're talking about Vyvanse. We're talking
Okay.
about ADHD.
A lot of
So
people-
let's
a
get
lot
back
of
to this.
people-
I'm gonna
a
ask
lot
you a
of
couple
people are on
questions.
Adderall for
Stop
conditions that
gish
are not-
galloping when you're getting
that are
mad at
not
everyone else.
diseases.
Gish galloping. Stop gish galloping.
Okay, so let's focus on Adderall. The reason why many
I would
people
like
take
to. I would like to
Adderall-
ask you questions based off what you've already said. Okay.
Well, you cut me off,
Awesome.
but fine, let's go.
You were getting ready to go off on a whole nother tangent.
No, can
Yeah,
you
just
explain
quick,
the point I was making?
So do you think that ADHD is caused by the quality of life? Do you think quality of life is the causal point of ADHD?
In our example, when we talked earlier, we described people who are taking it not because of legitimate ADHD that is identified by a doctor, but because they need to work more and they need to produce more and they don't have a good work-life balance. All of those people shouldn't be taking the drug, but we can't make it illegal because they'll find the next best thing. They'll find the next solution to their problem. We should look at solving the problem. If we had a cure for your ADHD, then I would want to fund that cure and prioritize it over treatment. So if certain conditions can be treated and like eliminated, we should stop the chronic treatment. We should try to cure them. So is it curable? And I think that conditions like being overworked and having
According to
high
science,
demands,
ADHD is not curable. According to science,
if it's not curable,
curable.
then you need to have your supply of medication. I'm not arguing against it. I think, in fact, I think that it should be free. Anyone who wants to kill themselves should be able to do so as fast or as slow as they want to. But we shouldn't advocate for it, and we should create conditions where people choose life.
Like,
I'm
So-
so,
so-
fucking
I
confused.
think
Why'd you
No,
throw
conflating-
killing
I-
yourself in
with-
there?
I think conflating somebody
I have
taking
a
the
question.
meds they need with
Yeah,
fucking
like killing yourself.
stopping
Like,
themselves
what the
is
fuck?
it's such a fucking ridiculous way of
People who
looking at
take
this.
He's referring to
people who take
addiction.
drugs.
I take my
people who
Vyvanse.
take
He's gonna sit there
drugs
compared to
without
killing
needing
yourself.
them, without
No,
needing them for a
I
legitimate
always
reason.
knew it, Sprout.
It's
a
equivalent to
slow-mo, right?
self-harm. They're making their life potentially better in the short term, but they're causing damage in the long term. Otherwise, we shouldn't care. If it doesn't cause harm to them and it's not suicide, then we shouldn't care and we shouldn't restrict it. The reason we restrict it is because we do believe it causes harm unless it treats a disease.
Let's go to Corey. Lactoid, Griffin.
Oh yeah, and maybe just to clarify and also ask, I'm bring up something, or rather push back on something you brought up earlier, Prime. So yeah, I think we're like conflating. Like I don't think anybody here is of the position that like if you have ADHD, we don't want you to have a supply of medication, or that your ADHD shouldn't be treated. You know, I think the same argument can be made with opioids, where it's like pain should be treated, and opioids have a therapeutic place, but no one is saying that just like there should just be no access to opioids, and that the people in pain shouldn't have their pain relieved. So like yeah, just so people with ADHD they should have a supply to medication, and so also to let's say maybe push back a little bit on the example that you brought up earlier, Prime, with OxyContin. I think there was a whole so you brought up like yeah, like I would say there was a whole host of other factors that resulted in, let's say, the opioid crisis, where it's like there was deceptive marketing, there was kind of like lobbying, and where like yes, the part of the lack of restrictions in manufacturing contributed, but I would say that is not one of the primary contributing factors to that. Pretty much resulted in OxyContin and other opioids being pretty much inappropriately prescribed and like pretty much the widespread distribution of opioids. That's why like I don't know for sure, but I don't think that removing the restrictions on the manufacture of ADHD medication would result in the same type of like a opioid crisis or ADHD medication crisis.
I'm willing to stipulate, like I said, like I don't know the most effective way to control the substance. So there's possibility that there's a more effective way, a way that maybe lowers even prices. Like I'm fine with that as long as it's controlled and we're not having a public health crisis like we have with the OxyContin.
Well, I've literally gone to a pharmacy. I had pills left. I had pills left, so I just was pushing off going to get my meds. That my psychiatrist had prescribed me, and I went to my pharmacy. I'm like, hey, I'm here to pick up my ADHD meds, and they're like, oh yeah, we don't have them. I'm like, what do you mean we don't have them? Like my psychiatrist sent them here a week ago, and then they're like, oh yeah, we can't actually fill those until you come in and ask for them. So then I had to wait a whole nother day without meds because I went there when I was out of meds. My dumbass. And then I had to wait a whole nother day because the pharmacist can't even fill it until the patient calls them or goes in and asks for it.
Let's go to Lactoid, Griffin. Not sure. DB wants to jump back in.
Yeah, I wanted to state that I agree with Corey. I think to the extent that he was saying that deceptive marketing was one of the issues, I think it was the issue. I think when you lie about how addictive your substance is and you practice deceptive marketing, you get a bunch of people addicted to it. I think that's fraud. One of the things that was brought up to my intro, Sprout, that I want to expound a little bit upon because I feel like there was some misunderstanding, which was I'm not okay with children buying like Adderall. I'm not necessarily against children taking it if they're prescribed by a doctor and their parents are in favor. I don't want them to have access to it. But one of the concerns that I have, and is people have been brought it up about a lot of young boys who are just rowdy, who then get thrown on ADHD medication by a doctor who wants them to sit down and shut up. Um, myself, in kindergarten, I was like 5 years old, 5 or 6 years old. The teachers insisted on putting me on Ritalin, and my parents' response was pulling me out of the school and sending me to a different school. And as a result, with a different learning environment, I did much, much, much better. And Ritalin, as it turns out, actually has like a whole host of pretty significant side effects. Now, especially regarding the heart, that we're learning about as time goes on. And this is, first of all, one of the main reasons why I'm hyper concerned about prescribing kids things unless it's absolutely necessary. And the question becomes, how necessary is it to be giving as many drugs as we do to children when it comes to Adderall? So again, I'm fully against the production limits. I think that just makes it more expensive to the people who actually need it. And it's a market intervention that doesn't make sense. But I do think we should put maybe a little bit of a higher standard when it comes to whether or not we can give 5, 6, 7-year-olds Adderall.
So a couple pushbacks with there, and I'll agree with you with some there too. So, from what I've seen and from what I've noticed, people that have been tried to being pushed into ADHD medication was by parents that wanted them to sit down and shut up, not necessarily teachers that wanted them to sit down and shut up. I have heard of teachers doing it, but I've heard of parents doing it far more. So at a certain point in time, there's also the exact opposite issue. My dad swears I don't have ADHD. I've been diagnosed by a psychiatrist and basically had me take the test. It came back in, barely skimmed the results, looked and automatically knew it was positive. Like just by a skimming of where the results were, he's like, "Yep, you have ADHD." I'm like, "Okay." I pretty much knew that. All my friends group pretty much knew that. People that I hung out with pretty much knew that. But my dad swears I didn't have it. So I guess my curiosity, right, is if in high school, if I had ADHD medication, if I was able to focus, if I was able to actually pay attention and do shit like that, like how much greater would my GPA do? Like how much better would I have done academically had I been given the medication that I needed instead of having a parent that says that I don't have it?
So
Right. I realize I'm using a personal scenario.
Well, so am I.
It's not statistically right, but
Well,
how much better would I have been able to?
Well, it's totally fair because I also brought up my personal anecdote about my experience where I was put into a different learning environment and it worked out really well for me. But like the reason for the story is like you can absolutely imagine. I agree, children that need it. But at the same time, I was somebody who very much wouldn't have benefited from being put on it, and I benefited much more by being put in alternative education. And and there's other, and this is like I'm not agreeing with Doobie when he with a lot of the language he's using, but like what for me, overcoming my anxiety, a huge part of that was public speaking because that is my method of overcoming it. And so as a result, I forced myself to do it as much as possible, even when I didn't want to. And as a result, that was also beneficial in certain aspects of my career, right? And so, if part of me thinks, well, if I had just taken anxiety pills, like where would I have been? I could be much better, or I could have not learned the coping mechanisms necessary to overcome that myself, and I could be worse off, right? I just don't know the answer, right? It's always where what could have been. I don't know, positive or negative. But I just very intuitively suspect that for a lot of kids, drugs are not the answer, right? We want them to be doing put them in different environments first to at least see if they can thrive in maybe a non-standard educational environment, maybe a different kind of school, homeschooling, something like put them in something else and see how they do. And if they do really good, then hey, we didn't need the drugs. But if they consistently have the same problems despite different environments, then maybe drugs would be useful.
Let's go to Griffin, Doobie, and Casimir. But before Griffin starts, let me just give me one moment. Like, shout out unironically to Lactoid's parents for protecting their child the way a parent should. Can anyone tell me what the fucking diagnostic test is for a 5-year-old who's got a lot of fucking energy? Unbelievable. Like for society to do that, and like they've done it before. It's not like it feels like to me those teachers had done that before, so confidently they'd come up to your mother and father and say, hey, let's drug your kid up because we can't control them, a 5-year-old, We didn't expect that a 5-year-old might want to run around and play. Holy shit! Yeah, but we're brand new here. Like, I I hate every part of that story except for the fact that Lactoid's parents actually did the fucking right thing. And so like that like exemplifies the problem that we've been talking about, and now we have more outlets that will approve that prescription. Right over the internet, again, those doctors don't give a fuck. I'm telling you that
So
right now, they
Prime,
don't care.
so Prime, I
Let's
strongly
go.
agree. Just I strongly agree that I don't I guess my argumentation I don't think I think there's very very limited cases in which a 5-year-old would benefit from Adderall.
I
But
agree.
we're taking a more high school college time frame. I think there's a lot more benefits that like underneath
I agree.
18-year-old could be able to receive from Adderall. In
I'm
that
not
time frame.
saying that kids shouldn't have it. To be very clear, right? That
Okay.
in no case but just the over medication of our society is a very real problem. That's all I'm commenting on. Let's go to Griffin, GB, Casimir.
Okay, great. So, I mean, I generally agree with what Lactoid was stating earlier. I believe there's a very perverse incentive that is fueled by profit, and which leads to people to be misdiagnosed with these things. I do believe it is a significant issue that needs to be addressed. Kids need to have their symptoms properly examined. I believe a big part of the issue with kids being overprescribed these kind of things and overdiagnosed is a general sense of conformity that like people want to have as far as there is a very much like sit down, shut up type mentality when you were in school. And if you don't fit into that box, then you're a problem. And that kind of thing I think is a result of two things. A, overstressed teachers. They aren't properly resourced in order to deal with children. So it's easier to do things like that, in that kind of regard. So I don't think there's really big contentions as far as the problem with people being under diagnosed in some regards and overdiagnosed in others, because the general consensus of how we prescribe these medications, are at the end of the day driven not by the need to help people, but by the need for profit from these companies. So I feel like if we really wanted to address that kind of thing, we needed to look at how we distribute things, which I believe is decommodification, which I know a lot of you guys don't agree with there. Aside from that, I mean, I don't really think there's much big contention being had here aside from the fact that we need to change the way we evaluate how these people need these drugs.
I think there's more contention than that.
Like what exactly?
Well, one, I agree with you in the commodification thing. So take that, Casimir and Lactoid.
Yeah, I agree too. By the way.
I'll get started on the mass graves, Casimir. Okay, right? I'll just I'll do
Getting a
that for you,
head start.
Getting a head start on the mass graves. And
You
I
should.
think like we don't necessarily agree on like what are the qualifications for sorry. We don't haven't discussed the outlets, right? Like in terms of the prescribing outlets. Should that be regular or not? Haven't really gotten on that yet, because the explosion of telehealth is due to the deregulation of these prescribing outlets that happened over during COVID, right? Because we wouldn't get to a person's office, and so we've allowed more telehealth, which has its benefits, but I think that we are seeing some of its negative outcomes. So we haven't talked about that, and just like agreeing on like what is the limit of like when these things should be prescribed. So I don't think we've hashed that out yet, but we'll work on
Okay.
it. Did you have anything else to say? Then we'll go
Yeah,
to
yeah.
GB.
So I mean, I would say that in that case, I think we agree that that's a symptom of a bigger issue, right? The deregulation of these things within itself is a problem, yes, but it's ultimately a result of it being more profitable to do this. Like, I think that's like a pretty like circular thing to look at when you look at why do people want to prescribe more drugs. It's because companies make more money off of it. As far as the actual age limit, I don't feel like that's something we're qualified to discuss, as we are not child psychologists. We don't actually understand human brain development, like to on a professional level. I mean, we could give opinions on it, but I feel like we just be shooting knives in the dark at something we're not qualified to speak on.
GB, Casimir.
So yeah, I think I mostly believe, based on everything I've read on this, that ADHD is just like a social thing that develops in people.
No, it's
Probably
not.
caused by our culture of like instant gratification. Probably
It's
caused
not.
by people expecting instant results and getting really frustrated and impulsive when things don't happen quickly enough. probably caused by like the kind of like
Holy shit.
overstimulation that people start experiencing from when they're
What is
very young in the
Man, I
current
really
culture.
wished it was like that.
And I think that like
Me too. I wish it
think
was just
that
a social
I
shit.
and I
wish
feel
it
like
was
I feel
like
like I
that.
feel like you guys are kind of coping right now. And I feel like this is
I
a
am. I
social
cope
issue
every day. It's
that,
called
that
having
exists
ADHD.
because
Let him get
of
it.
this that very like hyper capitalist, hyper consumer culture that we have, like instant gratification. Then and rather than deal with that core problem, we're medicating people that can't really like cope with it. Right? They have issues coping with the issues existing in this culture. So rather than fix that, rather than encouraging them to like practice meditation or exercise or other things that they could use to like focus their attention, right, and build up like a stronger resistance to this kind of like impulsiveness that they have. And we're medicating them and shuffling them along, and this is happening to adults, but it's also happening to children, and I think it's disgusting.
that frog and
What's
Pepe?
disgusting?
Hold
What's
on, hold on,
disgusting?
hold on,
What's
hold on, hold on,
disgusting?
hold on.
What's disgusting,
Hold
Doobie,
on, hold
is that
on.
you are literally bringing up every like non-founded, been like absolutely debunked
Bullshit.
theory of like what ADHD is, like how it could be fixed, yada yada yada. I don't know how many times I heard like my dad tell me, oh, you just need to exercise more, you just need to go
Maybe he
outside
was
more, you
right.
just need to do this more. It's not that. If it was just that, then I
Maybe
would
you
have
should
been
have tried
fine. I
meditation.
was
So,
maybe I should have tried
Maybe you need
meditation.
behavioral
I
therapy,
couldn't sit
meditation,
still.
not
Doobie.
medication.
I never got on medication. I didn't even know I was ADHD's assigned ADHD technically until I was 42 fucking years old. But I tell you what, my
Maybe you
parents
developed that
knew
with all
about
your
it
drug use
and
and
didn't put me
alcohol.
on meds, and as a result, I fucking did fuck all through school. I got a GED at 16 and fucked around and lived under a bridge for 2 years. Yeah, ADHD, I probably would have done a lot better on meds. It definitely
Maybe
fucking
you
sent
had
me
other
through a
behavior
different fucking
issues that
experience
led
in
you
my
down the
educational
road of
system.
failing at school and living under a fucking bridge and getting into drugs and shit. Maybe you had other problems that led to that being a
Yeah,
circumstance.
it's called
And it
not being
wasn't
able to
ADHD,
concentrate and
but now
focus
you
and having
have
to cope with a mental disease
a fucking
that's
devil you can point at
untreated.
and say,
That's
hey,
what
this devil
happens
was
when you
attacking
have
me. It
mental
wasn't my
diseases
fault that
that
I
go
was a dumbass and a
untreated.
piece of shit. It wasn't my fault that I was irresponsible. I just needed
Well, you're a
medication. No,
dumbass and a piece of shit
it
every
was
day, Doobie,
ADHD's
and
fault
nobody,
that I
everybody
smoked a
gives
bunch
you
of
a pass
marijuana
for it. So
and
it's no big
got a
deal.
bunch of fucking like alcohol. It was ADHD's fault that I didn't go to school. It was ADHD's fault that I did all that shit. No, actually, you just fucked up. People fuck up in life. It's not
Yeah,
always a
but you
result
know what? There
of
are
some
contributing
demon that you need to
factors,
medicate.
Doobie, and you don't
Maybe
want to. You
you
don't
just
want
need
to
to
realize
shift your
contributing
behavior.
factors
And I
like
know that it's
mental
hard to
health
change your
issues.
behavior,
Because
especially as a
you don't
40-something
like
year old man.
addressing
But
mental health issues
sometimes you
because
got
it
to
would
do it,
probably
right?
result in you
Sometimes you got to
being
do the
stressed
hard
over your
things. You got to
phone,
shift.
right?
You got to take the
Yeah.
hard steps to
Like
change
the
your habits
psychopathy is is a
and make
problem.
better choices over time.
Alright.
So you don't need to medicate yourself. You don't need to rely on a different thing. You've been
Lack of
relying
So
on alcohol and marijuana to this
Doobie,
point.
just
Now you're going to be
Doobie,
relying on
just call
ADHD
everyone who has
medication.
ADHD. Just call everyone who has ADHD lazy. Seriously, just go ahead and do it, Doobie. We already know you want to. Just go ahead and do it.
Wait, what was that?
No, I said just go
Well,
ahead
no,
and call
I don't
everyone who
think
has
they,
ADHD
again,
lazy.
I didn't say anything about laziness. I think that this is like an issue with like the kind of instant gratification culture that we have. I think that a lot of people are very impulsive because of that instant gratification culture. Because when they're used to something happening immediately when they press a button, if they press that button and they need to wait a week or something, it makes it very difficult for them to like cope with that sometimes, right? Which leads to them doing dumb shit to pass the time, getting focused on some other shit because they need to distract themselves from this thing that's annoying them, and eventually we call that ADHD is what I think happens. So I think that's really gross.
So what's your
Listen,
thought
I was
process
in
on
the
what's your thought
pre-computer
process?
era.
Wait,
I was in the
wait.
pre-instant gratification era. What the fuck are you talking
So
about?
Doobie,
That doesn't apply
if
across the board.
if it's
That was
all
even worse
100%,
in society.
if it's all
Maybe
100% about instant
more.
gratification, then what's your thought process on hyper-focusing? Because that's been something that's been studied and it's been pretty much confirmed to be a part of ADHD, is that people who have ADHD don't have the ability to choose when to hyper-focus, but they do hyper-focus in certain times. So what's your thoughts on hyper-focusing?
Okay, what do you think hyper focusing is? Like what actually happens? What's the mechanism?
Hyper-focusing is when you get into a state of so much focus that it is literally entirely difficult to break you out of that focus. I had my wife screaming at me in the same room, and my focus was not broken until she came up and grabbed my shoulder.
Okay, I don't know, like maybe I'm the only one on this panel that's ever gotten really focused on a stupid thing, either like diddling on a desk, playing a video game, looking at fucking wallpaper. I got focused on wallpaper and trying to figure out like how they made the designs in it for like 20 minutes, right? Just staring at this thing, like wondering, like, how the fuck did they do this? Where did this come from? How did this piece this together? Like people, this just called being interested in a thing. You don't need to diagnose this and make it a mental issue. You got interested in something. It held your attention for a while, and then it didn't. It's not. This isn't like something you need to diagnose and medicate. You're basically you're coming up with reasons to medicate very basic, super common parts of like human behavior. Sometimes people get interested in a thing for some fucking reason and they focus on that thing for a while. That's not hyper focus that needs to be medicated.
Yeah, this I don't know. Can't do it.
Well, so Dewey, like there's a pretty substantial large body of literature showing that like like neuroscience research, like showing at the level of the brain, like in children who have diagnosable ADHD, like there are changes at the level of the brain that are measurable in terms of like their connectivity, executive function. Like do you just like not believe that research?
I think that even the research in support of like ADHD being a thing takes into account everything that I laid out, right? So it says, hey, there are people who are more genetically predisposed to have trouble coping with this kind of culture that we're in. People who are more like genetically predisposed or neurologically predisposed to when they're faced with an environment where everything's fast paced and they're being overstimulated all the time. There's people that just are predisposed to crack and not cope with that well. And so those people, yeah, they medicate them.
Stop,
Hold on.
stop,
So
stop,
those
stop,
people
stop.
are
You
medicated.
just said
But I
predisposed
think, yeah, crack. Not the drug crack. Like crack as in the brain can't cope with the environment that they're in. So they get fucked up and they lose the ability. They lose the ability to focus on a thing intentionally, right? So, but I don't think that is a problem with like this being like something that needs to be diagnosed. I think that the culture needs to change, the environment needs to change, and there are other ways to treat this that exist that people use in lieu of medication, i.e. meditation, i.e. behavioral therapy, i.e. fucking diet and exercise, right? All these things that force somebody to focus on a thing, right, can pull your brain away from this fucking like hyper consumer capitalist mindset that's gotten set in without any kind of medication. So I don't, and again, the fact that this is happening to children are being medicated because we're calling their like energy levels and their interest in new things like a disorder. It's fucking disgusting. And I think that you guys making excuses for that because you like the medication that you're now addicted to is really gross.
Yeah, I'm so addicted to
I'm
it, I
actually not
forget to
taking
take it
any medication.
oftentimes.
I'm just diagnosed,
Yeah,
and I'm dealing with it with like actual like coping mechanisms, Doobie. So, and
Of
there are a lot
course.
of people that have ADHD and are diagnosed that do, and there are some that need medication, and that's why there should be the medication available as well as other coping mechanisms and stuff they can learn through their psychiatrists and psychologists. That
Well,
doesn't
Jason,
negate
like,
the fact that the disease exists because some people don't need meds to cope with it. It just means that the severity isn't the same, or they've become more skilled with their coping mechanisms. But it does
Or
not
doctors have
negate
an
the fact
incentive
that
to
some people
diagnose
need
you with a
meds and
thing
should
that
be
they
able
can
to have
medicate
access
and
to
make
them.
money off of.
well,
Or
Jason,
yeah,
I'm
or
so,
the
I'm
or
so
doctors have
addicted to it.
again, or doctors and manufacturers have an incentive to diagnose you with a thing that they can medicate. And meditation and and exercise and diet isn't something that they can make a lot of money on.
Jason, I'm so addicted. I'm so addicted to my medicine that I frequently forget to take it. That's how
Then
addicted to
maybe
my
you
medicine I
don't.
am.
Then maybe it's not helping you, right? If you're forgetting
It
to
is
take the
helping me. It's
medication that is meant to focus your attention, make you less likely to
You
forget
realize
shit.
it's meant to die out,
Maybe
right?
then
By this time at night, it's gone.
Then maybe
By this time at night,
it's
it's
not
gone,
helping
right?
you, and you should try something else.
By this time at night, it's gone. You
I
realize there's a,
recommend
there's
meditation.
a
Ever done meditation
You realize
before?
there's a time period in which it's supposed to last, and by this time at night, I don't know what time it is. At 10:55, it's gone. The Vyvanse is no longer active in my system.
Have you ever tried meditation before?
Yes, I can't sit still to save my life.
Hold on. I don't believe this. First off, you sit still on here
Okay,
all the
you
fucking
cannot
time.
believe it.
You sit
Okay,
still
you don't-
on here
do you-
and
do you see my
at us with
feet?
your
Do you
fucking
see
brain
my
dead
feet?
eyeballs
Do you see
for
my feet
hours
or
at
my
a time.
legs?
Don't tell me that you can't see. You can't
Do you
sit
see
still.
my feet or
It's-
legs?
Okay, you can
No?
move your legs around and
So
still
I've
meditate.
learned how to manage
You can
it.
move your legs around and still meditate. Okay, so given that the idea that like you would say that you've tried meditation, but you don't think you can do it without moving your legs around or whatever the fuck is ridiculous. You can move your legs around and meditate. You can focus on the movement of your legs as part of your meditation. Right? So I don't think you've explored this very much. And given that you've decided to medicate yourself for years apparently before fully exploring other options is really distressing.
Yeah, you can.
So
I'm
let's
not.
go-
I'm not
we'll go to-
agreeing necessarily
we'll go
with Doobie,
Casimir.
but just on that note, there's Eastern meditations like Tai Chi that involve rhythmic movements, and that might be the solution. But I don't know. I'm not suggesting
Yeah,
anything.
you have no fuck clue what you're talking about.
I think the problem here overall is that people expect an easy answer. Like if we just do this, then it's easy. But the problem is not
medication is an easy
the problem.
answer.
The
Complex
problem is
study of
not
drugs has been going
easy.
on for
The
decades.
problem is
Come
what
on,
we
mate.
call a compound or like a multiple factors problem. And there are many such cases in history where there's a civilizational collapse, and some say it's an earthquake, some say it's robbers or banditry or some religious thing that happened. But actually, it's all of the above, a little bit from different directions. So when you look at the conditions that we live in our society, that yes, they might not contribute to the particular case of Sprouticus, but contribute to many other cases. It's conditions like the erosion of culture overall. The idea that we used to have communities that would be self-sufficient. They would hire their own primary care physician. They would hire their own various experts that would prescribe medication to them, and those guys would their incentive would be not based on kickbacks from pharmacy companies, but they would actually be paid by the mutual aid society, by the lodge that hired them, and they received a flat rate. So therefore, their main incentive was to remain hired, and for that, they actually had to treat conditions instead of medicating them. So
That doesn't even make sense. You directly
that
contradict yourself.
within capitalism, we had a completely different system of incentive compared to the current insurance system, and we can go back to it. In fact, some people are trying to do so because the current system is so dysfunctional. So if we start giving them some of their money back that they're being taken away from them, if we start giving them some of their money back, then they will be able to use that money that was taken from them in the form of taxation to reintroduce some of these voluntary systems that existed, systems that allowed people to live in large families in single locations, where you have the grandma and the grandpa that affect your mental stability.
You directly contradicted yourself in like 5 different ways there. If my job is directly predicated on the people around me believing that they need me, then it makes more sense for me to make them feel like they need me by prescribing things that need constant treatment rather than actually curing them. You like, what the fuck? Holy shit. Secondarily, like, yeah, I would agree with you. You can disagree with that, but like, if my job is to make money by providing you a service, then it's directly profitable to my job to make you feel like you need that service from me for a longer period of time. That's just basic like economics, mate. Second, I do agree with you on families being like the nuclear family, that fucking one parent shit. Like the one dad, one mom, and that's like fine. I think that that's total bunk. You need a village literally to raise up a well functioning person. You need a healthy and varied social circle. But that's not the issue that's causing people to have these like mental I don't want to even call them deficiencies. They're just like abnormalities as far as being neurodivergent or ADHD, any of these things. It's not a result of of culture. That's like, do you think these people when they have
You take humans out of their environment where they lived for thousands of years, out of their mode of living, and you start revolutionizing it. The first revolution is in 1913, where you monopolize their currency. That you monopolize their currency, which allows you to keep extracting resources out of them. So now they don't have the stability. They don't have the stability to buy homes early on in their life. And then you start over-regulating segments of the economy, and then you start introducing conscription. You start introducing this idea that you can start a war and send people to fight, and you affect the amount of people that are there. And you take all of these ways that you mess with people and with their economy, right? And you spend, after doing that, you spend like 100 years of engaging in warfare all over the planet. Some justified, but very often not justified at all. And you do that and you say, oh, and then people come back with PTSD, but it's not a problem. We need to medicate them better. We need to prescribe them better medications to people suffering from PTSD because they were taught to fight in a fraudulent war, from Vietnam, from World War I, which was absolutely fraudulent, and from the recent wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, which were fraudulent. An entire generation of young people, a significant portion of our population, is suiciding themselves at an alarming rate. and we're going to say, oh, it's because we need to medicate them better or provide them with better regulations of their medications. No, maybe we shouldn't go to fucking stupid wars all the time. And maybe those people that did that and lied to people directly should have some fucking liability if they show us a fraudulent piece of WMD that is actually like not even a thing, and then we rehabilitate them because they start painting fucking pictures, and so we start inviting them to ball games and parties again. Like, we don't have a healthy relationship with the people in
Or we
charge.
could stop
And those
having a
people-
medical care system that revolves around capitalism and what it can do
can't.
for somebody's fucking pocketbook.
It's not revolving around capitalism right now, because IP law is not capitalism, because being able to restrict everything is not capitalism, because Pfizer and all of those corporations that sponsor everything, they are protected by the state in a variety of ways. They have limited liability. Do you understand what limited
Crony
liability means? It
capitalism.
means that if they
It's crony capitalism.
crony, quote unquote capitalism, but really state corporate control, which is corporatism, which has a name for it. If it contains an element of racism, we call it fascism.
I can't
But
do this.
if we don't have racism, it's called fascistic. That's what we
Yeah,
have.
okay. I don't know.
That's
Sorry,
what we
this-
have in the United States.
Okay.
And that's the problem.
Okay.
Start addressing the problem, and you will start eliminating those symptoms.
So
Do
I
away
don't.
with medical care with the profit motive, that
I
would
don't.
help everything, including people's
Somehow
access
we
to mental health
arrived
care.
at
Can't eliminate the
fascism
profit motive.
once again, and okay, sure, whatever. But I just wanted to talk about interesting. Lactoid will rescue us. He always does. Please.
Just wanted to. So I don't agree with Doobie's rant, but there was some chunks. There were some gems in the rough that I wanted to present to Sprout and Jason, maybe in a more palatable way. So I agree fully that there's absolutely, like, for these kind of mental conditions, like, there can be non-cultural causes, right? Either it's like biological or environmental, sure, right? But kind of going back to the story that I told, what would you guys think about maybe a new rule, like a policy in which when you're going to prescribe a kid some kind of medication, you have to prove that you tried something else first, right? You have to prove that you tried, let's say, like switching their environment or changing their diet, or a mix of everything, and then, like, if that doesn't work, then you move on to medication.
So,
what do you think about that?
Two questions to that. One, when you say change their diet, like, that requires a huge financial burden on the parent, right? Because like that kind of stuff, your natural environment is entirely related to your class, right?
Well,
Like,
so
the
an
foods you can
Adderall
eat.
if you restricted the supply.
Yeah,
Well, like, here's
yeah,
another problem
that's
too.
the
When you
point,
talk
right?
about changing people's environment, you have to understand that some people don't have the money to send their kids to a different school.
Well, in
Sometimes
a
they're in
voucher system, you
impoverished
could.
communities in which
Or
they
you
don't
can just
have
have
that
modified
afforded to them.
education, yeah.
Well, hold on, but
So,
in a voucher
so
system, you could. But, like, let's just wait a second.
Having
So
medicine is actually somewhat cheap if you've got Medicare, Medicaid. I think for them it's like $20 or $30 a month. To get the 30-day amount of medicine. So I mean, it's fairly cheap when
okay,
you
let's
look at it
assume.
compared to what you're suggesting.
All right, let's assume you're not living in a shack. Let's assume that you have, like, a lower to middle class income, and you can afford, like, the cost of moving your kid to a different school in the same district. Okay, let's just assume this is the case. For these people, do you agree with my suggestion that if you're for children, you should show that you tried something else to help them, like, which was infinitely helpful to me, which is moving me to a different school, which was a different public school, by the way. So I just moved from one public school to another public school. What about trying that first, or trying something similar first, before you just put them on meds for being hyper?
So, like,
here's
economic barrier
here
to access. That's what.
here would
That's the root of it. Like, it's an economic barrier to access
well,
for
so
people
here
under
here
that
here would be
level.
my response. So I think that the doctor should take the least intrusive method of improving the situation possible. So if the doctor thinks that if this is the least intrusive method of working on it, the doctor should take that method first, and then if that method doesn't work, move on to more intrusive methods. That's just the standard of what doctors should do, is to take the least intrusive route, and if that doesn't work, we can move on to more intrusive routes.
So Lactoid, I'll engage also with your example. So like, let's say, and I definitely don't agree with a lot of stuff that do be brought up. Not that I'm anti-meditation, but let's just say, there are other skills that can be developed that can at least help, their ADHD. Let's say they require like intensive counseling services, which I think you would probably recognize that that is also like cost prohibitive. So would you want that also like provided and subsidized or like fully funded? Where if like, yeah, in order to teach the coping skills for this child so they can now like hopefully like sit in the classroom or whatever, they require like intensive sessions with a counselor, which would probably cost like quite a bit of money. Like, so are you
So
willing? Are you allowing? Are you okay with that being fully freely provided?
no, obviously not. But my question though is like, part of the hypothetical was, let's assume you have somebody who has the financial means, maybe not to try some like very expensive like treatment, but like something like moving them public schools where they're not actually paying more, or changing their diet even at school or something along those lines,
I'll
or
even say diet,
some kind of
like
medication, like, or some kind of meditation, or just something first before you put them on drugs. Because I mean, here's the reality. Although I do think for a number of reasons you need to have a market system here, big pharma absolutely does have a financial incentive on giving you drugs, right? And there are a lot of
yes.
drugs they want to give you because the more drugs you take, the more money they make. And I am somewhat concerned with the fact that we're just sort of not questioning it now at this point, or we're just taking it because that's what we do. And there's these social movements that are rising up that are very rightfully combating a lot of stigma around mental illness, which I think is great. But it's not in tandem with a corresponding skepticism of people who want to make money off you.
Yeah, that's right, and that's why. Well, that's where hopefully that issue is addressed at the level of the gatekeeping that doctors do, in terms of like doctors should only prescribe it when it's medically necessary. But given the fact that you
Well, they're
have
not.
lobbying and there's pharmaceutical, well, yeah. So how do you address that? Like, so that's where the gatekeeping should
Right.
happen. Where like yeah, like generally speaking, like this unfortunately does happen where like parents or people go to their doctors. Like this happens even with just something like the common cold, where antibacterials don't work for the common cold. It's a viral infection, and people will go saying, "Hey, I have a cold. Prescribe me something," because people operate under the assumption that
Right.
if you go to the doctor, you should be prescribed something, and if you leave
Yeah.
empty-handed, that doctor has failed, and then the doctor gets a bad review,
Right.
because that's just a bad patient.
But I'm suggesting another gate, right? The gatekeepers. I agree. Doctors should be the gatekeepers when it comes to children. There should also be parents who are the gatekeepers, and I think there should be another gatekeeper, which is, and you're gonna hate me, Cass, but I think the government is maybe another gatekeeper here, where we say, even if a doctor agrees, even if a parent agrees, maybe there should also be like another step that you require to take. And one of the steps here that you require to take is to try at least one other thing before you put them on drugs. Because what if they try that and it works? What if it
Right,
turns?
so-
What if it turns out it
right,
wasn't?
You have
So-
you have the gate. You have the
putting a barrier
governance,
to access
which
for
is the
those
local.
who can't try that one
Wait.
thing, and that's the
Would you-
problem.
You have that
With vouchers,
governance.
you
I'll
could.
give you one
Financial
example of
ability.
legitimate governance. There's a website called Crowd Health, not an advertisement, but what they do is it's operates similar to an insurance. You pay money every month, but then when you have a medical condition that needs to be addressed,
Cringe.
people are invited to volunteer their amount of money out of their savings into helping that.
Yeah, but that
member
all
of that
falls apart when
community.
someone gets like cancer. It needs treatments that cost like
And-
hundreds of
and it-
thousands of
and it do-
dollars
and
every
it
fucking
doesn't
year.
fall,
Like,
Charity is not a
fall
valid
apart
place to
because the $100,000 costs are based on that system that amplifies costs, that restrict doctors.
okay, so where do the
maybe
people in
that has to be
Crowd
addressed
Health
as
get
well.
their
where's the
But
their
if
cancer
if
treatments?
the person, okay,
Where's the doctor that's not doing it
stop
for
with the
hundreds of
with the
thousands?
with the cancer treatment. We're talking
No,
about
stop
somebody
with the thing that actually breaks
somebody
your system. Yeah.
receiving.
I want to
No,
point out
we're
real
talking
quick.
about somebody receiving medication, which is not cancer treatments, and somebody that's receiving a counselor, and we're saying, well, they don't have enough money for a counselor. If there is evidence that they need a counselor and it's a medical condition, and the alternative is medication, then that community has enough money to potentially hire a counselor. And because we don't
But
have
some
a system,
medication costs a lot of money, right? So if you have like let's 10,000
that's not what we're
people
talking about.
paying it, okay, then what are you talking about? Because if
It's a
you're saying,
non
hey,
sequitur.
hey, this Crowd Health
It's
thing could
irrelevant.
work. This Crowd Health thing could work if we had like a fundamentally different form of society. Sure, maybe, possibly,
no,
but
it
we don't.
specifically works in those cases we talk about, and not in the cases you bring up, because the cases you bring up are deliberately different. Like an expensive medication is not what we're talking about. Is Adderall an expensive medication now?
Yes,
So
it's
maybe
$300 a month.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
Over
very
$300 a month.
okay, maybe it's expensive
Because
now
the government
we're-
caps it.
because we capped it. But if we don't cap it,
bullshit.
then maybe it will be like ivermectin, or maybe it will be like hydroxychloroquine or Tylenol or other medications that are manufactured in large quantities.
Oh, they're
Are-
just like available over the counter.
Can't
If it
wait for
didn't
the
have-
Adderall
Go
horse
to
thing.
Meijer and pick up your go to Meijer and pick
Yeah, I
up
think
your
that's what you're
Adderall.
proposing, right?
Wait,
Just
I don't know. I don't know why
right
people are
off-
laughing at that. What's wrong with that? As long as you're like an
If,
adult.
Oh.
if your private regulator tells you
I
that
love
it's
giving
safe
my
for you,
horse
and if
Adderall.
your
I can
doctor
go buy
told you that it's
cigarettes at
safe
a
for
gas
you,
station, but not my
then you should
Adderall.
take
I
it
don't-
over the counter. Yes, there shouldn't be no controlled substances. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
like-
the side of our argument. No,
I'm not- yeah,
controlled
I don't think
substances.
that makes
I
sense. Like
still
even
think you should have to
wait,
get
wait,
a
even from wait, no,
prescription,
even
but,
from your
like,
guys'
I just
perspective.
don't think that.
Well,
No,
even
no,
you,
their
wait,
perspective is different. He believes in controlled substances. He believes in big nanny government telling you, a big nanny state telling you what you can and can't inject into your body. Now, if he talks
Yeah.
about children, we have an argument because guardianship can be contested. But if we're not talking about children, if we're talking about adults, which is Sprouticus is an adult, which is Jason's Society is an adult. Maybe
Allegedly.
I'm an adult. I don't know. According to Doobie,
I don't
maybe I
know
need
either.
a big nanny state to wipe my ass every time, right, and prevent me from offing
I do worry
myself.
about how some of you guys wipe your asses sometimes. Yeah.
Yes,
I'm-
I know.
I'm
and
very
you want to put us-
limber,
You want us to
don't
put
worry,
it in
Doobie.
prison, put us in prison in case we do it the wrong way, or the way you don't approve. That's the issue here. That's
Well,
what you're
hold
advocating.
on. Wait, hold on. So if you wiped your ass in such a way that like it got on my walls or something, or on the side of my house, then yeah, I'd want you to put you in prison.
No, but you're doing it.
If you
even
decided
it
to wipe your
doesn't
ass like a bear and like rub your ass up against my
If
house, then yeah,
steal
I'm
in
gonna
the
put you in prison.
privacy of my home, that's what you want to put me in prison for. That's what you're advocating. That's the euphemism of control.
Well, because you don't live in a fucking like a black hole, right?
What if
So,
what if
like,
I deep
so
fake
so
him
if
wiping
we
his
so
ass
if we
on your
allow
house?
so if we allow you to just buy all the Adderall and meth and whatever the fuck you want and consume it whenever you want, that supply is coming from somewhere, that it is available to you somehow. So you interacting with that industry makes it available for other people, which harms my society, harms the community that I live in. So yeah, we're actually going to regulate that.
Yeah, it harms your society because you created a society that depends on escapism to escape the horrible life that you put them through. And you are not willing to talk about it. My rant received zero pushback and zero response.
I wasn't here to hear it.
That's because it was crazy enough to where we didn't even acknowledge it.
Yes, because you believe that the war in
It was
Iraq is
so entirely stupid that we just left it in the side of the
war
road.
in Iraq is completely crazy and besides the point, Mr. Veteran. Yes, it's besides the point. It's completely irrelevant to the situation. It didn't affect anyone. It didn't affect thousands of people and their families in the United States. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's just do another one in 10 years and in 20 years.
Wait, hold on. How is that relevant to this? Maybe you need Adderall. Maybe you need Adderall. How is that relevant to the conversation at all? How do you get from Adderall to the war in Iraq?
Yes, because it's related. Because it's one of the
How?
powers that it's related because it's one
We're
of the
also
powers you
related
can
to
have.
Iraq.
Listen, this is a
Zero
fucking
responsibility
huge.
for it.
This is a huge leap. Can we
You
like
have-
veer
you
the
have
conversation away from Iraq? I'd be happy to have that conversation,
Everything
but
that
like,
damages the economy, you have zero responsibility for it. When you print a lot of money, which is stealing money from people that then can't buy houses, then can't live with their family.
What does
then
all this
become
have to do with
crazy
Adderall
You
consumption?
say, oh, they're meth addicts. How did it happen? I shot at them.
No, I understand how it happened.
Adderall cabal that came out of
An
Iraq
attempt to
during the
steal and
Iraqi war.
Casimir's
We're
position.
gonna get to
Like-
that soon, though. But we got to Pepe Sylvia the rest of this shit. Then we'll get there.
Corey.
This is what you're doing. You never talk about any of the factors I mentioned because they're devastating for your position, and you have to justify
Osama bin
them.
Laden was actually making Adderall. That's why they went and got him. He was making
You
Adderall.
want to steel man his position? Let a friend, let our beautiful Canadian friend Corey steel man your position.
I'm just gonna try, but like so, I definitely appreciate and respect Casimir's passion, like for sure, and that's why like I think my initial question, like Richard to Doobie, was like with the example of people basically taking ADHD recreationally, like that speaks to like an underlying issue, and that's what Casimir I think is speaking about in terms of like the overall societal conditions that have been basically the confluence of factors that result in this type of society, and he goes to the extent of like bringing up the wars and
taxes.
let's just say and taxes as well, where it's like that these confluence of factors result in a society where people want to escape from. and they escape from these conditions through various methods. One of them
Well,
is
I
through.
think that's
Yeah.
silly on its face.
Why do you
most-
think that?
because
There's
typically
no
these people aren't escaping from their society. They're escaping from their own heads. Like most people get into drugs aren't trying to run away from society. They're trying to run away from whatever their dad did to them, or their mom did to them, or whatever trauma they fucking have, right?
Our dad's not
Oh,
part
okay.
of
Well,
society.
can you?
Parents
So,
not
so
part
are,
of
are you
society?
gonna propose to me that in your
veterans
ANCAP
suffer from
utopia you're not gonna have
PTSD?
children being molested? You're not gonna have
Veterans
people being
suffer
fucked up and
from
bullied?
PTSD.
No,
Like,
Our
does
veterans
the
suffer
ANCAP
from
utopia account for
PTSD
child
because of what
molestation
daddy
in a way
did
that
to
ours
them.
doesn't?
Our veterans suffer from PTSD because what daddy did to them was their daddy sending them to Afghanistan and Iraq, while Osama bin Laden
Veterans aren't the only
was
people who
happily
take
living in
medication.
Pakistan.
Hey,
Veterans aren't the
listen,
only people who take
I don't think many
medication.
people would argue with you
Like,
that
you're
wars are bad
focusing.
and
Oh,
sending
God.
people to war is probably bad.
Not
if
true.
you can
Sometimes it's
avoid
good
it.
to send people to war.
If
There's
you can
not
avoid
even-
it, right? You don't want to send people to
Not
avoid it.
necessarily.
I don't think anybody's going to question
You should
that,
do it if it's
okay?
beneficial.
But I don't.
steal
I
no
think that we're talking
consequence,
about
right?
two separate things.
You don't have to
There's
evaluate any of the
people
evil
taking
you do to
Adderall.
society. You can just
There's
ignore
people
all of it.
taking
It's
Adderall for
silly.
societal pressures, and there are people that are taking Adderall because they truly have mental health issues that they're dealing with. There
But
are two
Adderall's
things
not
we're
used-
discussing here.
But
Okay?
Adderall's not used for PTSD.
Yeah,
Adderall is
Adderall's
not used
not
for
like-
PTSD.
Wasn't people didn't get addicted while serving in the
Let's
military
go-
and having
let's-
to survive in the
I feel
That
like
is not what I
Let's go.
said.
I want to get
That's
a
not
DB.
what I said, you fucking dumbass.
I went to let
That's
DB
what I
fucking
meant,
point.
though, and you
I-
have to
I-
connect
so-
that.
whoa, hey, I'm talking, right? So I'll let DB finish this point. And to be clear, DB is the type of person to send people to war to get rid of excess population. Okay, all right.
Wait, what?
DB, go ahead.
Yeah, there are good arguments for that. We can get into if you want. So yeah, I don't. So on the escapism thing, right? I don't think that that Adderall, like Sproticus was pointing to, is is something that people take to escape from the world. Right? Typically, this helps them focus on the world that they're in, right? Focus on the thing in front of them. So I don't think your escapism hypothetical deals with Adderall, right? Consumption, which is what we're primarily talking about. Though I'd agree that we have a kind of hedonistic, degenerate kind of culture that does prize or promote escapism, does promote pleasure seeking in ways that we shouldn't. Like absolutely, which is one of the reasons I think we should get rid of porn.
I'm
But-
glad that you're now an Eastern
but-
Orthodox Christian.
What about
Wait, hold on,
deepfake
but wait
porn,
one
Jimmy?
second. Yeah, I think deep fake porn is bad, but I think that the whatchamacallit, this is like a wider. So Prime's prompt was should we have any controlled substances, and there are some of those that people use to escape. Yeah, sure, okay. But you're proposing that we don't get rid of those either, right? So I don't understand. So even if we had your ANCAP utopia, right? The reasons many people get into escapism, right? They want to escape their day-to-day lives. Is typically most of these people, it's not going to be I have to work and it's a drag, or they're killing people in Iraq, or oh god, my labor is being stolen and I have to pay taxes. It's I have trauma from my family or something, right? Or trauma from whatever, or from this girl that fucked me over, or whatever the fuck. Right, and I don't know how your ANCAP utopia deals with that. What does your ANCAP utopia do to deal with child molestation that leads a lot of people to drug use? That ours doesn't.
I'll tell you. So as an example of ANCAP utopia, I'll bring the Beachy Amish. And if you go on YouTube and find Peter Santanello's interviews with the Beachy Amish and with the Hasidic Jews, by the way, as well, those communities, they share our society. They share all the evils of our society. They're under a very similar tax burden. Some of them receive a bit of welfare, but it doesn't matter. They also get taxed on average the same way. And they have healthy societies. So what contributes to their society being healthy? Because they have high resilience, and because they have social structures, and because they don't enslave each other, because they ostracize, they separate degenerates out of their community by telling them to just go away. And so they have societies that are healthy, and they're also open to attracting and getting people back that are willing to live according to their laws. So you have this solution by socioeconomic status. All of those communities are excelling above our secular atheist societies. They reproduce at a healthy rate while our production is plummeting. So maybe they're doing something right. Maybe you should be advocating for Orthodox Christianity,
Casimir,
which bans pornography
Casimir, I don't know
without
how you
putting
could use
people in jail.
Casper, how
because
can you
it
use like
ostracizes it.
Hasidic Jews in the fucking Amish as an example of a society where people aren't enslaving each other, given their fucking long history and present day practices of like oppressing women, oppressing the women in their societies,
They're not
in their
oppressing them.
households? Yes, they absolutely are.
No, they
what are
are.
you talking
It is voluntary, and if a woman doesn't want to live,
okay,
there is
it's
documentary after
voluntary, okay.
documentary of a woman quote, leaving that community, getting excommunicated and leaving, and then she's free to talk trash about them as much as she wants.
Being excommunicated is just like the
Yeah,
same
so
as
when you're
being
raised,
lost.
so you're
Yeah,
raised as
you're
a
free,
child
I
into a
mean,
community that hold on, when you're raised as a child into a
and a few
community
people are
that oppresses
incompatible
you
with
and
that
teaches you
lifestyle, but
that
the
your oppression
majority of them,
is not only good, but that it's dictated by God that this is your place, right? So this is the
yes, and
social
it
role
provides a
that you're
solution
raised into
without
as a woman,
slavery.
right? So
It is not slavery.
it is
They choose
absolutely
to live
slavery.
according to rules.
Hold on, how can they
and
choose?
They
If
choose
I
to
hold
live
on, if
according to
they're
rules.
please stop. If they're born into the society and they're taught that, hey, this is your role, this is the role that God ordained for you, and this
No.
is the only role that they're allowed to know, how is it
No.
not slavery?
They're allowed to connect with the external world. They live among us. In case of the Beachy Amish,
No, that's not true. In many
case
cases,
of the
they're
Beachy
not.
Amish, they actually have a practice where as they reach adulthood, they go on a trip and they get to see the outside world. And many of them choose to stay because they have certain preferences. But the key thing is, statistically, on average, first of all, they're not enslaved because slavery is like that type of keeping people hostage is forbidden in the United States. They cannot be considered a cult because they allow people to leave and they advocate for incompatible people leaving. And they have the prohibition of porn that you want. They have it. How do they do it? Because if they want to use a computer and if they want to browse the internet among the Amish, then they have a brother.
They also have huge rates of rape and child molestation, and many times they force not true, absolutely not true. And many times you say that these people are allowed to interact with outside world, but the reality is with the Hasidic Jews, oh God,
they have a lower
of course it's all lies, right? Of course,
all crimes.
with Hasidic Jews, women are only allowed to exist within this little bubble of Hasidic Jewish society that they've got, right? So with a very limited range of not voluntarily, right? If if I raise somebody, right, from birth, right, to believe that this is all that exists and that this is the best way to exist, and if you do anything else, you're literally going to hell, etc., etc., etc. If I do that to somebody, right? If I abuse them, please stop. If I abuse them in this way, right? How can you not call that a form of slavery?
You do no. It's
do you,
not
wait, maybe we'll just get to that. Do you believe that it'd be child molestation?
In the current system,
I'm sorry. Do you believe that it'd be like child exploitation?
It's going to tell the child that it's okay to have sex as much as you want. There's going to be sex positive. That child is going to get indoctrinated in public education in the same way that it's going
Casimir,
to get
Casimir, let me ask you a direct question, please.
Indoctrination, and that's why you're trying to interrupt right now.
No, I'm trying. No, I understand your point. No, your point's boring. You're ignoring it. You're ignoring the core of what I'm saying. So your perspective is going to be that everything we teach children is indoctrination. I understand, but I think there's a difference. Oh God. No, I think it's again. I agree with you.
I haven't finished.
I agree with you.
It's
fine.
You're not allowing me to
everything we teach children is indoctrination.
Let me finish speaking.
Hey, talking for hours on end,
it's not
relentlessly, and not letting anybody else get a word in is not proving your point. The fact that you have to talk so fucking much to make your point says you don't have a fucking salient point.
I'll disprove a narrow point.
Okay. And you'll have to do it in 20 seconds because
every single child gets raised with indoctrination from somebody. Either he gets told to trust God or he gets told to trust the science. But in some societies, we have to, in your society, would have to enslave people to stop pornography, whereas in their society, they do it voluntarily. They look into each other's browser history, and that's how they maintain social order. And if they find somebody who's a porn user, they talk to them, and if talking doesn't work, they tell them, if you don't stop, we're going to excommunicate you. And that's freedom.
Okay. All right. DP, you can respond to that. You want, or I don't know.
Yeah, so I think there's a substantive difference, right? So, like, sure, everything we teach children is indoctrination to some level. Okay, I agree with that, of course. And I think some of that indoctrination is good, right? But I guess I'm gonna, because it seems like you're saying that because of this, right? It's like there's no like distinction between like bad indoctrination and good indoctrination. Because to me, like, so for example, if I were to raise a child, right? To believe that their purpose in life is to pleasure me sexually, right? And this is all this child does, right? Yeah, if you're putting your thumbs down. That's a bad thing, right? But if this is what I taught the child to do, and then the child became an adult, and because all she knew about life was that her job was to pleasure me, she stuck around and kept doing it. I wouldn't call this a free person. This is somebody who's been groomed, somebody who's been brainwashed, just in the same way that Amish children and Hasidic Jewish children are brainwashed. Or any child in a cult who's brainwashed to believe that the cult is where they should stay. Right? These are negative forms of indoctrination.
Strongly disavow. You will fail that direct comparison. They are taught the values that you try to promote on this channel. They are taught to adhere to them voluntarily. And those societies excel. They excel in academics, they excel in sciences, they excel in engineering. Now the Amish, the Beachy Amish, they tend to be more agrarian, but they use technology, they use cell phones, they use all of the quote unquote degenerating things in our society, and yet they succeed.
Casimir, you say it's voluntary. Do you have direct exposure to outside teachings the entire time you're growing up, or is it you get taught what's in the Torah, what's in whatever fucking religious
You get
subsect you're
3
in, and that's
years.
it?
I think you get like 3 years. You get 3 years to do whatever you want in the world. Then you have to choose whether you're gonna be Amish or not.
But
But
that's not
like,
the same. It's being
it's
like
not. It's definitely not the same. But I'm gonna go back to another point.
You get
that,
0 years in
I'm,
our
I'm,
society,
wait,
though,
wait.
right?
Stop. So
do we
I'm,
allow our children
stop.
to live with
I
the
was
Amish
literally
for
getting
3
ready to ask. I
years?
was literally getting ready to ask you a question.
Yeah,
you gotta
flip
be
it
done.
once.
I was
Can you
gonna
flip
ask you a
it?
question. Ask you a question, right? So Casimir, is there any cult that doesn't advise that someone who is incompatible with the cult leave, whether that be by death or otherwise?
In our society, we don't send our children
So
to
you're not going to answer my
experience
question.
to
Got it.
experience Amish life.
Go ahead.
In
Gish Gallop.
what separates a cult
You
from
know
a
what? No,
non-cult
they
is
can go
cult
experience
says
Amish life if they
you
want.
cannot
Like
believe.
anybody can go experience Amish life if they want. What are you talking about? We don't have to send them to experience Amish life.
Yes,
If
but
you
they
live in our society, you can say, "Hey, guess what? I want to go experience Amish life, and I'm going to
I was
fucking go."
answering when
You
you
don't need to
interrupted.
be sent there.
Do a
You don't need to.
2-on-1, but
You
my
don't need to
answer
be
defeats
sent away
yours.
from society. You can do that
You
in
didn't
our
hear the
society.
answer. What was my answer? You can't answer because you didn't hear it. So he
You're
said
not answering the question, though.
He said, okay, your question related to cults. Cults are defined by them convincing you that there's nothing outside instead of telling you that you have the option to explore. And if there's Amish sects that do that, and I condemn them. But I specifically mentioned the Beachy Amish, which I believe are healthy, and the Hasidic community in Brooklyn, New York, that are very, very much strict, but they do interact with the outside world, and they have access to the internet. And many of them, because of that, leave because they believe that they prefer the atheist society. But the atheist society doesn't teach people to try out religious life. It teaches them that religious life is stupid, even though empirically it produces much better results.
They're literally not healthier because they are anti-vax, and like they spent like it was like a whole like childhood diseases were spreading there because they didn't decide to vaccinate the kids. But it's
what happens?
Go Spartacus, go ahead. I don't know how we are here. I don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'll answer my own question. What happens if you decide to leave the Amish? If you decide to leave the Amish, your entire family turns their back on you. They don't talk to you anymore. You're dead to them. Your entire community, every friend that you grew up with, they turn their back on you. You're dead to them. This is by definition a cult. Whether you want to believe it or not, it's a cult. Now we'll go back to the ADHD shit that you don't want to talk about, evidently. So the Adderall, it obviously needs to be controlled. There needs to be some type of control on it because people who don't have a medical need for it, it can be harmful to them. And so I think that like you have to have like a prescription for it from a doctor, but at the same time, I think if you have that prescription, then you should be able to go get your medication. I don't think there should be any additional any additional duty on you besides having that prescription to get your medication.
Yeah, agreed. No other barriers to access other than the conversation with your doctor. That's what it should be.
Cringe. I feel like
the reason why we were there is because I was trying to provide an alternative.
Go ahead and respond,
solution,
Lactoid.
And you
go ahead and
couldn't
respond,
counter it.
Lactoid, yeah.
You couldn't counter the alternative. You want to enslave.
Back to it.
Okay, so yeah, this is what I'm thinking, and this would especially be true like in a voucher system. Let's go back to my anecdotal experience real quick. I grew up poor, and moving me to a different public school didn't cost any money. So you guys said before there's like financial barriers in place, like that prevent somebody from trying this first before they get a new drug. If we can prove that that's not like the case here, that they could just move them to like a neighboring private school, or sorry, public school, or maybe even a private school on a voucher, or something along these lines, then would you say, oh, maybe we can give that a shot first?
Transportation cost. You can't be picked up by the bus. The
well,
parents
so-
would have to figure out how
What
to
if you
transport you
can?
to and from school.
What if you can be picked up by the bus?
So what
You
you're saying
can't.
is we should.
What if you
socialize the
can? What
program?
if there is a school like within bus distance to you? What
schools.
The bus doesn't
you're
pick
just-
you up
Two
because you're not
schools.
in their district.
So
So
Lactoid,
there
you're
are
talking
two
about
schools.
socializing the system in order for these kids to get the help that they need.
No,
I am
just
all for
listen.
that.
No, just listen.
Lactoid, you're moving over to the left. I am
Okay,
so proud of
just
you.
listen
I
to
am
me.
so very proud of
Just
you. You
listen
got
to
this,
me.
buddy.
Just listen to
You
me.
got this.
I know this is hard to grasp, but let's imagine you live within a radius of 2 schools, not just one. Okay? And then your doctor says, well, I mean, you're having difficulty in this school, but this is what my experience was like in the same radius, in fact, even closer, is this non-traditional school that doesn't have grades and has like different ways of organizing their education. What if we sent him there instead? Okay, and then just see how
her.
he does, or her. But when we're talking about
Or whoever.
ADHD, when we're talking about ADHD specifically,
Yeah,
like
sure.
this is a problem
Yes,
with-
primarily, yes.
yes, young boys being overdiagnosed. And so it would seem to me that if we're going to pretend to have any concern about the overprescription of something and actually want to do something, as opposed to just say, we can't do anything about it. If the school is within busing distance, why not just be
2
like, hey,
schools.
let's give it a shot, move them
That's a
over.
big logical leap. I'm not sure about
So-
that, but
so
because
Lactoid-
district
Lactoid-
district busing doesn't overlap like that. Somebody's still going to have
So-
to drive them in, or you're going to have a social program.
there can
which
be
will
more than
get
one
them
school
there,
in a
which I know you
district. I don't
love,
understand.
Lactoid.
Like there
I'll-
could be.
I'll one up you, Lactoid.
These
What if-
fuckers are all from the country. They have like
if-
one school within the
eh,
state.
So I'll try to help you out, Lactoid. What if it's like in the same school? It's just like, how about we just try like a classroom down the hall? How about
Sure, we move them to a different
Lactoid.
classroom. We try something. There's only
can't
one
put the
classroom.
Wait, Lactoid,
What
you
about
can't
the
put
walking
bus-
costs?
wait,
You know,
Can't put bus in the hallway.
they're gonna need all the extra
checking.
calories to get
So-
over there.
Let me respond. So if that's what the doctor suggests, that's fine. The doctor, I think it's on the doctor to choose the least intrusive method that the doctor thinks is going to work, and then if that does not work, move to a more intrusive method. I think that's the doctor's responsibility to start off with the least intrusive method. Now, if the doctor thinks there's no way in hell this is going to work, and he skips past that, the least intrusive method and goes towards a slightly more intrusive method, I don't think there's anything wrong with that because you're going by your doctor's discretion, and you're saying that this doctor knows about my life, this doctor knows about what's going on, and you obviously trust this doctor with your decisions because you've decided to make him your primary care. So if the doctor decides whatever is the least intrusive method that he thinks is going to work, you start off with that. I don't see any issue with it.
So Sprout, 2 questions. One, can doctors be wrong? Just flat out.
Doctors can be wrong, yes.
Okay. Second question, what is the harm of just trying something else first?
A delay in it actually being fixed.
But we're talking about like middle schoolers. If there's a delay of like a couple months, is this going to be critical to like their upbringing?
That could affect
And
whether they pass or not.
Could affect their
Graduation.
schooling.
Yeah,
quite a
so
bit.
could putting them on fucking medication that they get
yeah,
addicted
yeah,
to
so-
their whole life.
So,
So
but
I
here's
can-
here's
That's a
the
little bit
thing.
too
Here's the thing,
extreme.
right? So, but here's the thing. So when we're talking about this, yes, it can affect them. There's lots of different things it could possibly affect, and that's why you have a primary care physician that can look at all of everything that's contributing
Wait,
and all
Sprout.
of everything that's a contributing factor
Sprout,
to
are you
this, and be
pro?
like,
Are you pro
this would
like
be-
children transitioning?
Honestly, I leave it to the primary care physician. And what the primary care physician has stated. Myself, I'm
Really?
personally semi against it. I don't know.
Wait, why would you be
I-
against it if the primary care physician said that it should
okay,
be
I
done?
said me myself. I'm
I'm not talking about
leaning
you
towards it.
transitioning. Right? I'm talking about like
Okay.
a doctor says this
I know
child
what you're
needs
talking
trans
about.
needs to
I know what
transition.
you're
This
talking about.
4-year-old.
If you would let me talk, I know what you're
Go
talking
for
about. I get the question. So me myself, I haven't done enough research into it to be 100% honest to say. But for me myself, I would say that I lean towards against puberty blockers. But I'd have to do more research into
Why are
it,
you more
and I would trust.
skeptical of that
I would
than
trust
prescribing Adderall to fucking like middle schoolers?
because I have more knowledge of Adderall.
I see. So you're not really trusting the doctor. You're trusting like an hour of like Wikipedia reading and YouTube video
An
watching.
hour of Wikipedia reading. What the fuck?
Yeah. So if you do research,
You don't think
quote,
I
unquote,
researched the?
if you
you
do
don't think I
research, quote
researched the drug
unquote,
and asked
to
you don't-
research like Adderall or transitioning or
gosh.
whatever, or trans children, the research that you do into that topic is actually what you're trusting, and not so much
Yeah,
the doctor.
I didn't get any resources from my psychiatrist. You're absolutely correct. I only trusted Wikipedia. Didn't get any resources from my psychiatrist before saying yes, I want to try this. I didn't even ask my psychiatrist. I just went
Whatever
to his office, pounded my
resources
fist on the desk, and
psychiatrist
said,
gave
"Give me
you,
my medicine."
Whatever
That's
resources
what
that
fucking happened,
psychiatrist
all right?
gave you are like a fucking grain of
I
sand.
slammed the
beside the
Wikipedia
mountain
article
of
on
their
his desk and
training.
said, "Give me my
Hold on,
fucking
that's
medicine,
that's a
bitch."
grain of sand beside the fucking mountain of their medical training. So I don't understand why you would trust them in that situation, but be
Walk into
skeptical
blood
of
and
doctors who
rediagnose.
also say that, hey, the best thing for this 4-year-old or 5-year-old is transitioning.
No doctor says the best thing for a 5-year-old's transitioning.
That's
Come
not
on,
true.
man.
We can pull up
What do you
cases.
mean
That's
that's
not true.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's
no,
just
no.
not true.
No. When first off, humans don't even develop like the sense of gender and norm until like 3 to 4 years old. Like,
Also not true.
This is a separate
yes,
panel, hours long panel.
Hours long panel.
Yeah.
Corey.
Yeah. So Lactoid, I'll try to engage with your point.
Thank you.
I'll like so in principle, like I am not against alternatives being tried before medication. Okay. But also at the same time, like I recognize that very often, depending on the condition, doctors have like treatment guidelines. Okay. And so I think the question becomes like, what is an appropriate like first alternative to try before moving to medication, right? Like what is like can a parent go to the doctor saying, hey, we tried just like whatever 5 jumping jacks as exercise, doesn't work, so give me some Adderall. Is that like so basically what is the approved like things to try before moving to medication? I think that because there are treatment guidelines, and there's a reason why, like very often, like there's multiple reasons, but one of them is like they go to medications because like that's part of the guidelines. I'm all for like taking steps and preventing the over medication of
Yeah.
people
I
and
just
especially children.
I just think they need to be stricter now because what's happening is a lot of people complain and a lot of people acknowledge that there is like an over medication of children. Everybody says it, right? Everyone's saying there's an over medication of children. We all recognize it's a problem. Of course, everyone, which is fine, like they defend their own medication, but they say they're okay with saying there's a general problem. If there is a general problem of this happening among children, then I think at that point, like that would seemingly justify maybe tightening the pre-medication treatment guidelines, where we try something else first. And conservative. I mean, this is a general like principle of medicine, right? You try the conservative treatments first when you can.
Sure. So we can actually take the model of let's say like overweight and obesity of like like the treatment paradigm is shifting. Okay, and I think we're both in favor of evidence-based medicine, and to recommend a treatment there has to be evidence behind it. And so like there's a little bit of treatment paradigm. We see this even like gastric bypass surgery, where it's like before you move up to that extreme intervention, you have to try other things first. And those other things, they have evidence behind them showing the effectiveness. Even when treating metabolic syndrome or the early stage of type 2 diabetes, like before moving to like medication, such as like insulin or whatever, they have to like try dietary and lifestyle interventions. But there's evidence backing those up. So like to put forth like, okay, we should change classrooms and it worked for you, but we still like operate under the model of evidence-based medicine. You need evidence to support that claim outside of your anecdotal experience, and that is the issue. Where it's like, what evidence are you going to rely on other than like, again, that's why I bring up it's a little bit silly and arbitrary, but like there is just as much evidence showing the effectiveness of like 5 jumping jacks before moving to medication than there is for moving from classroom to classroom.
What if we did this? Like, what if we did like a test? And I don't even know if you could ethically do this, but you would have like an area, a jurisdiction, pass like some kind of policy here where if you're going to give drugs to kids, right, you need to try something else first. And we measure 2, things. We measure the prescription of drugs, how often this happen. We also measure educational outcomes, and then we see what the effect is over a period of time. Again,
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if you could do this ethically, but it'd be interesting to see but the outcome, because it's what I think. I don't think anybody except maybe Doobie is arguing that people who should get drugs shouldn't be able to have them. In fact, I'm advocating that the people who need them should be able to get them cheaper, because there should be no production limits, right? But my only concern is like I do, and I think a lot of people do, and kind of agree. It's just so intuitive. I wish I had the stats on this, I guess. But there just feels like a lot of people are given it when they don't need it, and when they probably shouldn't have it, and when other things might work better.
Yeah, no, and that's fair. That's why, like, and in principle, I'm not opposed, like, trying things out, like changing classrooms, like, as long as, like, and I'm all in favor. I want to be clear. I'm all in favor of, like, if it can be done, like running a study, like what is the effectiveness of, let's say, things like mindfulness meditation, things like changing classrooms, things like changing your environment, diet, etc.
Yeah.
So as long as there's evidence to support it. The problem is that, like, yeah, unfortunately, given the way scientific research is conducted and the fact that there's a lack of profit incentive for things like dietary interventions and mindfulness meditation, that research doesn't tend to be done, and that is a core issue.
Sure. No, I agree. And I think the profit incentive for the pharmaceutical industry can lead to good things, and I think we can also lead to bad things. I think oftentimes there is an interest in selling drugs.
I think that like things like marijuana have like a well-known connection to people like having shorter attention spans, having trouble focusing on things, and I don't think that it's a coincidence that as we have made marijuana use more commonplace in our culture, there's been an increase of people having trouble focusing and now needing medication to deal with that issue, right? So I don't know. I feel like this is just
all the kids smoking weed, Doobie.
Yeah, lots. Okay. Do you know anybody who does Adderall, Mister?
Yeah, I know people who do the Adderall. Yeah.
Who do the Addies, right?
Yeah.
Most of the people that I know.
And I don't know
Oh, you
anybody
hang
that
out in the
does Adderall
cannabis
that
community.
prescribed.
Hold on, Jason. You just said that you're on
So
Adderall now. That you
that's
got
pretty-
you got
that's
prescribed
pretty-
Adderall at fucking like 40-something years old.
I
Don't
didn't
give me
get
this
prescribed
bullshit.
Adderall. I didn't take it. I'm not.
Oh
I'm not
yeah,
on
because
the
you like your
medication.
weed more, of course. I don't think that it's like a coincidence that people who are like doing lots of weed, which should also be illegal, are developing issues like focusing on things and issues with their attention span.
Okay, there's
So
some
what's the
people who have
coincidence here that
issues with
that
attention
I-
span who don't do weed. Come on.
Sir, what's the coincidence here that I didn't smoke weed before I was diagnosed and was given medication for ADHD?
I think you probably have like poor impulse control, and you should work on ways to develop that. I.e., meditation, which I
That is
recommended
an
earlier.
unempathetic response, Doobie.
It's just
entirely. There's no thought process.
I'm an extremely
behind it
empathetic person.
besides,
I
like,
don't want
trying-
him addicted.
All
to
he's trying to
fucking
do is get me
Vyvanse.
mad.
What the fuck?
All he's trying to do is get me mad.
No, I just don't want you
he is.
addicted to a drug.
Keep
I don't
throwing
want
out
you
the bait,
addicted to like
Doobie.
fucking like legal meth, right? I want you to be
Doobie's
healthy.
like, oh, I missed. All right, we'll try again next time.
Yeah, every time I try to make your life better, it's paid, of course.
Well, I hear you guys. It was nice talking to y'all. This was a interesting conversation. I won't say it was a good conversation, but you guys have a nice
Well,
night.
pleasure regardless.
Hey, take it easy, Mr. Griffin.
Okay. I'm gonna give you guys a bit of rope here if you guys want to actually engage in this. Because we are in bonus time, and so if anyone needs to leave, like Griffin,
Double the points.
Double the points. If they need to leave like Griffin did, then no problem. Just see yourself out. But DB, your larger point on marijuana and its clear and present dangers. Does anyone want to respond to that?
I think it's going to lead to a much larger.
Just not worthy of a response.
I don't know about the weed.
Yeah,
Doobie, have you?
I'm sorry, I was wrong. Marijuana, it's earth, it's medicine. Don't call it a drug. It's medicine. It's
So,
healing.
speaking
It's
of-
a healing plant. Yeah, fuck you.
So speaking of earth and plants, there's a lot of evidence to actually suggest that nicotine improves focus, and that there is like subsets of people who have like undiagnosed ADD who turn to smoking in order to concentrate their focus, and also increase their testosterone, which I didn't think was true until I heard somebody who's kind of right now under investigation for sex crimes in Romania talked about it, and then I looked into it, and it turns out, yeah, it's true. Actually, smoking tobacco does raise your testosterone level.
I figured you were just reading some Dave Asprey bullshit. He talks about that shit all the time too. Bulletproof executive.
Look,
and all
I
that.
found one study, and that's enough for me to believe it.
But,
So I looked at the study, and it indicated that. But when we're talking
I'm
about
gonna head out.
focus,
Peace out.
like if nicotine like improves your focus, for I guess, well, I guess the people. Corey, what are your thoughts? If somebody, do you think that somebody, if they want to start smoking to improve their focus, and they're an adult and they can consent to it, would you stop them, or do you think there's any difference in there?
And then would I make it illegal?
Yeah.
Probably not. I definitely would not encourage it. Well, so there's a difference. So you brought up nicotine, okay? And there are different ways of getting nicotine into your body without smoking tobacco cigarettes. And so that's out the key. Like you can get nicotine into your body without having all the hazardous effects of a tobacco cigarettes. And so,
Which is
but
all the anytime you deal with burning anything, you're dealing with carcinogens
absolutely,
potentially.
yes.
Like burnt food,
including
burnt
marijuana,
cigarettes,
right?
all of the consumption of burnt products is problematic.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Casimir is right. Generally speaking, combusting pretty much any organics and inhaling those byproducts are virtually like never good and always toxic. But yes, to your point, Lacto, and your question, would I make it illegal? No. Probably not. At the very least, like no one should be in prison for anything that they put in their body. But at the same time, I think we somehow we need to disincentivize the consumption of these substances. And I'm not going to pretend like I have the answer of how to do that exactly.
Okay. You wouldn't limit the production of it, though, would you? Would you say they can only produce this many cigarettes per year?
Cigarette. So if you're talking about literally like tobacco cigarettes, I would potentially, yeah, I'd be more in favor of that. Since as far as I could tell, there's no therapeutic benefit at all to tobacco cigarettes.
Sure.
So this is not to say that I would limit the supply of nicotine, okay, or nicotine production for let's say patches or like where like yeah, assuming there's no real harm to ingesting nicotine, then like I don't see why there should be limits on that. But tobacco cigarettes, like I would be, I'm not saying 100% certain, but I'd be more in favor of enforcing limits on the production of that. Or at the very least, taxing it so heavily that it's prohibitively expensive for like the vast majority of people.
I think that the real solution is in like educating people and specifically about like the long-term effects and like one of the things that convinced me was a really funny video. I found some it was some KGB agent teaching a classroom of other agents in Russia in the 90s, like a really weird guy, and he had all these conspiracy theories, and I thought he was memeing, but then he said that any amount of alcohol is damaging your brain, and I was listening to that and was like, okay, I have to look it up now, and then I looked it up. That was the science, that was the evidence, and I was like, well, I can't think about drinking the same way anymore. And so even though I like an occasional whiskey, I recognize that it becomes like a limiting factor. Like it convinces me to not do it every time I think about it.
Yeah, and guidelines are changing. Where like so, can we go so far as to say like absolutely no amount of alcohol? No. Could you like let's say consume like a thimble full of alcohol per year and be fine? Yeah, just as you could probably you can smoke like one cigarette every 6 months, and we don't have any data to say that there's any negatives to that. But the prescription is still the same. Of like there's virtually no safe level of tobacco cigarette consumption, and the science is pretty robust. That like at the very least the guidelines currently that are being updated, like anything more than like 2 drinks per week, you are risking generally like negative effects. And that the closer you can get to zero alcohol consumption, the better. But at the same time, would I make it illegal to consume alcohol for adults? No, I wouldn't imprison anybody for consuming alcohol or alcohol addiction, etc., etc. But like, yeah, I think alcohol consumption is a problem, and I would never encourage it for anybody.
I'm glad we ended up on the same side of the panel in that aspect, that we're analyzing the sort of the overall the various problems that create this need, because we sort of recognize that all of these wars on supply don't actually operate. Supply always seeps in. I have a suspicion, if there's one conspiracy theory I'm willing to adopt, is that if I was operating a cartel somewhere in like South America and I wanted to continue making a lot of money, I would be quietly donating money to conservative politicians that want to continue the war on drugs. Not making any allegations, but I wouldn't be surprised.
And if I ran a giant legal
Can I
cartel, I would
confess
be
something?
giving money to Democrat politicians so they can continue my cartel.
Okay,
Confess,
DB, I
DB.
don't know how you get even more mask off, but please
Look,
confess.
I'm gonna confess something, okay? So, this was last year, actually. Yeah, late last year. I had just got into the tail end of a terrible experience, lasted about 4 or 5 years. And Prem is aware of this experience. And there's a period after this happened for a couple months that my brain was like kind of all over the place, right? And usually my brain is like that always, right? I think about lots of things at the same time. I've always been a multitasker, and I've always functioned like that perfectly well, right? Like I'm very capable. Like while I'm on here, a lot of time I'm reading a book, I'm watching a YouTube video on the side, fucking around on my phone, drawing, all kinds of shit, right? Like fucking with ChatGPT to try to make it do funny things, all kinds of shit while I'm yelling at you guys. And I've always been like this, right? So, but in that period, I couldn't focus on things. I couldn't like say, hey, I'm gonna do this thing, because my brain will like jump to some other thing, usually related to that situation that I had, this bad experience I had. And it would just totally fuck me up, throw me off my groove, and I had like trouble. And I'm not the kind of person who ever wants to go to the doctor for anything, right? Whether it's a psychiatrist, like a medical doctor, I just don't want to fucking talk to them ever, right? So but I had a friend who was in medicine and had the ability to get me some Adderall. So I was talking to them about this problem I was having, and they were like, you know, it sounds like you might have ADHD. Why don't I just give you a few pills, take it, see what it's like, see if it works out for you. So I was like, fuck it, sure. I've tried everything else. My brain's not working right now. Maybe I do have ADHD. Maybe that's the thing. So I took it. I took like 2 of them, I think, the first time. They're like 10 milligram each.
That seems excessive. I'm not a doctor, but that seems excessive.
So yeah, so they told me to take 1, right? But I took 2. And it was similar to the experience I had when I took marijuana. The one time that I did it. It was like a vape. It was like a marijuana vape, like a one-time use kind of thing. Where like I said, usually my brain is kind of all over the place, and that's good. Like it's just always been like that. But it like allowed me to like focus, right? Like I was focused on. I could only focus on one thing, right? Entirely focused on that thing, and all of my attention was there. And it kind of boosted my mood throughout the day, gave me some energy. Felt pretty good, right? So I did it the next day too, and I got through like I think like 10 pills that week. Which was apparently excessive, but it seemed to be working out. And then I stopped taking them because I ran out. They only gave me like 10 of them. And I had like this crash, like, fuck, like suddenly it's back again, right? Because I hadn't actually dealt with the underlying problem. The underlying problem wasn't that I had ADHD. The underlying problem was that I had this experience that I was still getting over. So I had the impulse like, hey, what if I just fucking get an ADHD prescription? And I'll just do that, right? I'll just fucking take the Adderall, and that's how I'll deal with this. And so I went to like a telehealth thing, because I did not want to see a doctor. I wanted to get this as easily as possible. And I literally went online, right? And I looked up symptoms for ADHD, and then I just recited them to the nice lady on the webcam. Said, hey, yeah, I have all these things, and it's pretty terrible, blah blah blah. And she was ready to prescribe it to me, right? Like fucking the next day. So like, that's how easy it is to get, right? And how easy it was to get. And I actually didn't end up going through with it because I realized, hey, this is probably going to lead to some kind of weird addiction thing. I actually just need to deal with my shit right? Get my head straight, which people need to do sometimes. And I did it, right? I did the meditation thing. I went to the gym, got to, went on more hikes, shit like this, just like kind of refocus my brain, right? Break it out of the cycle and refocus it. And it worked really well for me. But I could have absolutely, if I hadn't had that moment of like clarity, um, I could have absolutely become one of these like ADHD medication addicted people who takes it, thinks I have ADHD, but actually just has some shit that I need to work through. Right. So that's what I'm worried about. It was that easy for me to get. It's that easy for other people to get. I'm sure lots of people who are on Adderall right now and other ADHD medications went through that exact path. Right. And now they think they have ADHD and they need this medication where actually they just need to deal with their shit. They need to refocus themselves. So that's what I'm concerned about. That's why I don't want it to be like easy to get.
Uh, okay, so there's a lot to unpack there, at least for me. Um, so, and I don't see how anything that you've outlined, let's say, doesn't fall within like what I argue for. Where like I think I was pretty clear that like I'm for gatekeeping, in that like the situation that you prescribe that you went through. Well, first of all, I'm sorry that you went through this negative experience, and I'm glad that you were able to like pull yourself out of it or like overcome it. But yeah, the experience of you like just like getting it through telehealth, like I would agree with you. Like that's a problem. Where like that's why like it should be prescribed like by a doctor who is able to like actually diagnose the patient. And like I definitely don't know exactly how ADHD is diagnosed, but I'm pretty sure it's not through like just like reading symptoms off of a list.
Literally, all I did was read the symptoms and then fit them into my like everyday life story that I was telling this lady, and she was. It was like 30 or 40 minutes. This like little appointment that we had at like by webcam. It was
Yeah, no.
extremely easy to get.
Oh no, I have no doubt that like it was easy to obtain. But at the same time, like yeah, I don't see how again like this goes against anything that I've said in terms of like it should be gatekept. Like I am for controlled substances to a certain extent, not making them illegal, not criminalizing anybody. And I'm not advocating for over medicating people. And also at the same time, I think you might be like oversimplifying where it's like, let's just say it might be less challenging for you to overcome certain struggles, but just because it's less challenging for you doesn't mean it's not a challenge or easy. Like you can make this
Yeah,
argument.
I don't think it was less challenging for me. I think it is challenging to deal with things like that or other issues that people have. But
Well,
I feel like the culture that we have within our medical industry right now is incentivized to just medicate people.
yeah,
Right? They medicate
and
them rather than actually cure them.
I have a personal experience with that I keep. I think I mentioned. I don't know if I mentioned it here on the panel before, but I think I told Curry about it before, and you'll remember. I was rescued, saved in my life by a name called a person named Barry Marshall, who for his invention, for his discovery of the H. pylori bacteria, he eventually got in 2006. He got the Nobel Prize of Medicine. And what that guy did is he did a heroic thing. There was an entire industry of antacids, and he had a suspicion that there is something causing this. He had a suspicion that it's a particular bacteria in the gut, an imbalance of it, and he could not get the trial approved. What he did is he infected himself. I think mid 80s he did that the experiment. So he used himself. He used probably animals first, and then when he needed to do human studies and was rejected, he used himself. He got a pre-ulcer or like a start of an ulcer within I think under a day of getting that bacterial and unbalancing his gut. And he almost immediately started like applying antibacterial drugs, I think, to recover, and he recovered fully. And then a few years later, they developed a full treatment, and I was among the first people in the early 90s in a different country from him getting that treatment. And I got really lucky that the particular doctor that was treating me, he was like, uh, he was about the oath and about curing people. Because when I then migrated to the United States, immigrated, and I had like a little bit of a symptom. I had some gut problems, out of school and stress. I decided to see a doctor and see, is this thing that I got cured of coming back? As soon as I told my story to a local physician, uh, he said that it's not a real thing, that I wasn't cured, and I should go back on the antacids. And in fact, I'll be on them for the rest of my life. Well, I didn't follow his advice. I found a different physician that did know about Barry Marshall and decided not to medicate me, and I'm medication free for that. And why were there wasn't an incentive for them to sort of learn and adapt about what's happening in the state of art of science. And I think it took a while for the rest of the industry. Now the story is probably wild. You'll have difficulty finding somebody who wouldn't cure it anymore. But an entire industry was against it, and that industry is. I wouldn't be surprised if the numbers are like going rapidly down in profitability.
But yeah, like this is the intersection I think between like science and medicine and like markets, where if like if you can't make a market, if there's no market for it, where you can't make a profit of it by creating this market, then like it's going to be heavily underfunded research. Where like yeah, there's every incentive to pretty much like come up with some sort of marketable product in the form of a pharmaceutical. That is like the go-to answer. And since that is like pretty much the go-to answer, well that's the model that science follows. Science and medicine follows that.
Here, and Corey, here's the other thing, right? And I can, I've done medical malpractice law for a while. I mean, doctors fuck up all the time.
Absolutely.
They fuck up all the time, and they
They're
hire
human.
lawyers to defend them, to say they didn't fuck up. It's what happens. It's how the system works.
We sort of need it because that incentive produces innovation, that produces us getting better treatment and everything else, including that guy. I think the issue there was that he was restricted from accepting volunteers that would have he was restricted by these ethical boards that get influenced by manufacturers that don't want the drug being released. So they can hear based on his description of what he's doing that he's attacking the major lobbying industry in his country. So he had to like move countries potentially to get stuff done. So it's hard. I agree with Corey to some extent that there is a negative side as we described from commodification, but I do think that we still witness people bypass that system, and what normally restricts them and allows the corporations to restrict them, to restrict competition, is that regulation, is the nanny aspect of it. Now, whereas the real circle all the way back, the real counter to the nanny is Doobie treating himself, but it would have been better if he had a lot of family members around him and a culture of more family cohesion where they would respect his privacy but help him with problems, and because they respect his privacy he would accept their help. So when that dynamic exists, you actually get the more natural solution to these problems.
But a down lactoid. So yeah, I don't disagree with anything that you said, or for what you just outlined, Casimir, in terms of like yeah, a strong social support, often in the form of family, like super important. And like I'm definitely I push back heavily against sort of a very hyper individualistic society, at least me personally. And you brought up this concept of like innovation, and I think I understand the framework of like you are pro innovation, and I think you have your own particular way of cultivating and maximizing innovation. I think that's fair to say. But at the same time, looking at some of the challenges that we developed countries have, let's just U.S. and Canada, where like whatever these leading causes of death: heart disease, cardiovascular disease, stroke, type 2 diabetes. I would strongly
Smoking.
and smoke. Sure,
all enhanced by smoking in the
yeah,
meta study.
for sure, 100%. I would strongly argue that we don't need any real innovation to solve those problems. We have the solutions now. We know how to prevent obesity. We know effective treatments how to treat, let's say, or let's say address obesity. We know how to pretty much like prevent heart disease. We know how to prevent the vast majority of cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes. But despite that, that does not happen. And that does not happen for a reason. Where it's like nothing new needs to come along. We don't need new solutions. We have the solutions, but for multitude of reasons, and I have my position of why those reasons are, these solutions are not being implemented. And so, yeah.
There is like
so sorry, I don't. So I want to like kind of wrap this one up.
Bonus time.
The bonus time. That's the open panel. We love to have any one of you. I think this is I don't know what to say about this. It was an interesting discussion. I'll say that. And,
We didn't
because we
put
have
people to
interesting
sleep,
people.
right? There was some
Uh,
fireworks. That's good.
you definitely drew their attention. I will say that. But thank you all. Yeah, and I absolutely do mean that. Um, we are going to go to open walk on panel right after this, so we're not done yet. We do have more content for you, so consider sticking around. Exclamation point. Open in chat if you want to join us. We'll have open walk on panel right after this. And consider following the channel. So hit that follow button. That's what you came through, maybe on Stardust's raid or Wix raid, which was like at the very start of the stream, or if there was another one, I forget. But anyway, any of those raids, new to the channel. Well, we talk about a lot of interesting stuff, and we give you space to be a part of the conversation. That's where the open walk on panel comes in. So consider hitting that follow button, and yeah, keep an notification on. So also follow us on social media, all our socials, including YouTube, where you find the VODs in case you missed anything. And this was a lot, let me tell you. And last but not least, guys, if you like this content, if you enjoy having it around, consider supporting this content. I cannot do it without you. So subs to the channel, give bits or gift subs to help us out. Use your Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming here in this community, so that we can continue our operations, so we can invite these interesting people to have well, discussions, interesting discussions. We will say that interesting discussions on all kinds of things, and then redirect the conversation to fascism somehow. So yeah, but we can't do that without you. So consider subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs, supporting this community, so I can bring you more of this. Okay, I'm gonna give an outro to our friends here. But remember, we aren't done, so stick around. I'll start with our friend. Oh no, we'll start with Casimir. Kaz, thank you for
Start with our enemy.
that was uh you were no,
It's
you
all
were
right.
great. And of course I don't have like I like people who are, contentious and disagreeable. I mean, how could Scott have stayed here for so long if I didn't like that in people? So,
Absolutely.
I appreciate you giving your very opinionated views. They're actually quite valuable. So, yeah, tell us about yourself and yeah.
Sure. Thank you very much. I hope you'll check me out on Twitter, Free Casimir, because I don't know how to type names apparently. But I will be. If you didn't understand anything I said on the panel, I'm quite open to. I have like reference materials. I do appear a lot on. I'm a moderator on the Fabian Liberty Discord with Scott and Mark. And there's channels there where we have a lot of text material, videos, things to present our point of view. And I think the way I came into this point of view is by debating young kids that were memeing ANCAP, and I was crushing them left and right. But then I had to engage with the literature, with the books, and that created some problems. So that's what I advise everybody else. Read some books, read every ideology's key writers, and decide for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Corey next. Corey, I like your attempts to engage here and to like one to find common ground there. It was a valiant attempt, but failed miserably. But it was doomed to fail. But you did well, friend. So thanks for being here.
Yeah, as always, thank you for having me, and also thank you for, let's say, allowing me to engage with Casimir and derailing the panel a bit. I apologize for that. Um, but what I would say is, how dare you slander me and label me as an interesting person? I don't know about that. But yeah, always grateful to be here. This is definitely glad to be back. Always fun. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84. Twitter, Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. I cover science, news. I'm a biochemist. I also do workout streams. And Doobie, Casimir, Lactoid, always a pleasure. And Love You Prime. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. One day you've got to give us like the old bicep flex, right? I mean, you talk about your workout machines all the time. Can we get a bicep
Oh, but
flex.
now I'm on the spot. I don't.
Lift it up farther up so we can see. Yeah. Whoa. All right. Okay. All right. Love to see it. Love to see it. All right, Corey. Nice work. Nice work. Okay. Good to know. I should keep up with your streams. Turn out more like you. So thanks so much, friend. We'll go to our friend Lactoid. Lactoid. This was fantastic. I think you shined a lot in various points in this stream. And engage. I think you're one of the people who can engage, like even when you're being attacked and your intelligence being challenged. Like it's interesting that you don't respond in kind. You have quite a bit of patience for this. I just figured out my friend Azzy from who also is comes on some of these panels. He does the same thing, and I'm like taking note of people who just like don't attack. It's an interesting strategy, which I clearly am incapable of. But you're better than me.
No, I like talking about topics, and I appreciate the steady flow of them, Prime. So this Thursday, I'm going to be debating non-smoker, who is a bald and angry tanky. I debated him on a panel last week, and it was pretty wild. It's just going to be a one-on-one this Thursday. I'll announce the exact time on Twitter, but we're going to be knowing him. It's probably going to be pretty loud, so we'll see how that goes. And if you are interested in that, or you're interested in anything that I've had to say today, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. And thank you guys so much for talking to me.
Yeah. Let me shout you out. I can easily shout. Look at me. I can shout you out in chat because it's not that long ass anti-communist United anymore.
Easier for you?
Yeah. So there you go. Hey, people, hit up Lactoid. He's great. He's absolutely fantastic. And Lactoid, I'm gonna DM you about the thing that we talked about today, because that might be a lot of fun. So let's see. But not last but not least, last and most evil, we have our Dark Living Savior, Doobie. Doobie, thank you for coming through. You're part of all this. Um, I'm tempted either in this open walk on panel or maybe setting up something else because I, I saw Mr. Griffin, his eyes like bug out, and I mentioned that you would start a war to get rid of X's population.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I should maybe pull him in at some point for that. That might be a lot of fun. But anyway, DB, thanks so much for being on.
Some people fear the truth. It's uncomfortable. I'm Doobie. I help run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. Great community, very politically diverse. We usually have anywhere from like 150 to 200 people in the voice channels at any time of the day. Extremely active, too active actually. So yeah, you'll find me there. We have Vosh coming on Sunday, Armchair Historian on Saturday. We had Destiny last Saturday. And we've got tons of shit planned going forward. It's a good time.
Thank you. All right. We are going to go to a walk on panel. Guys, again, if you are enjoying this content, consider supporting the channel by substituting getting biscuits and subs so I can do more of this. If you like it, you like all these beautiful people to show up on your panel. All right, these fit people apparently. To show up on your channel.
Plastic.
And Corey is like he's like lopsided. He only has the one arm. That's huge.
It's all the deepfake porn.
That's that's the deepfake porn. Thanks all for being here. We are gonna go to a walk on panel right after this. Anyone here is welcome to join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion in my community. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one.
Always a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Lacto, I have a quick question for you.
This is real, by the way. I just want to point it out.
Oh no, that's why I told you to put it away.
I've been to many Greek Orthodox churches. So.
As
it's
like
not something
interest?
you should like admit in public.
It's the only true Christianity. I'm just saying, Doobie.
Jesus Christ.
Before you original Protestant traitors, the Catholics first broke off, and then you guys had your own rebellions, but it's a different discussion.
So Lacto, rewinding like a couple panels when we were talking, about your position of whatever dominance, etc., etc.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know how serious you are in your position.
I'm dead
but
serious.
okay.
Not only I'm so serious. So I go to the bars frequently on the weekends, and sometimes during the week too. And I got into a drunken debate with the bartender.
It sounds like you don't want to go, or at least you say it like you don't enjoy it or something.
I don't like admitting consumption
Oh,
of
okay.
substances because I think it makes people weak.
No,
right?
no judgment on my
Ideally,
part.
everyone would work out and just be ripped at Chad. That's the ideal. But no, I was arguing with the bartender and some other people, and it got very heated, and people were very angry. And I think this is a topic that people like lay people have an incredibly strong opinion on, and it's interesting, right? It's interesting
Well,
to
yeah,
go back and forth.
yeah. So I would probably agree. Well, who is a lay? I might be a layperson, but like, yeah, I would
Bar
agree with you.
people. Yeah.
But like, yeah, like people have like they have strong intuitions, but then once you tease it out and like dissect, they probably like fall apart.
I want to hear your opinion, Casimir, before we go on. So, Casimir,
I'm
is
not-
eating a girl out, is that dominant behavior or is that submissive behavior?
There's ways to make it both. There's ways to make it both.
It's submissive.
Under
Always.
this in the 69 position, who is the dominant one?
Then it's neutral because both the submissivenesses can't cancel each other out. It's a math equation.
So
I don't know. I would say it's I guess sort of. You're probably right. That it's a bit submissive, but no. No, you can make a lot of things that are default submissive into sort of dominant ones.
I think then it's other things that are being dominant and not the eating out, right? The eating out.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kaz. So
Yeah.
Corey, let's explain why I'm correct some more. Go ahead.
No. I'm less concerned with like answering that question of who's but I'm more curious of like what is your I guess your heuristic or guiding principle, as in like is your like guiding principle like, well, we should always like maintain dominance and thus we should never perform like submissive actions.
That's not what my goal is. So really, like this whole like discussion began because I was giving prescriptive statements about male behavior, and there was a disagreement, empirical disagreement about whether or not this was submissive behavior, and I thought that was ridiculous. So I was like, how can you possibly think this is dominant behavior? And then it led to a much greater discussion, a whole bit, bigger argument, and then that became like the focal point. As to whether or not like people should or shouldn't do it, I think that's a very different question, right? I think that when you come across somebody who is hyper dominant and has to be dominant all the time and can't ever give anything, this person can be a very unpleasant person to be around, right? And then like the exact opposite, right? You have the person who's incredibly submissive, right? A total pushover, gives whatever they want. Like this person's also difficult to be around because like, I can't bring this person to the store. If they get the wrong thing at the restaurant, they're not going to complain and it's going to be fucking awkward and they're just going to be passive aggressive the whole time, yada, 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 right? And so I think, and between the two is a whole spectrum. And so the question is, what certain actions like lie in that particular spectrum and what kind of person are you in the bedroom, right? And that's how this discussion began. And I think that if you eat out, like you are just, more of a submissive male. And if you don't, it means you're more of a dominant male. And that's just
that was the stigma historically as well, for various other reasons. But I think like it's the sum of the activities and the sequence of them that changes things quite significantly. If you do something submissive before something dominant, it'll likely be seen as part of the dominant thing, which is the main attraction and event. However, if you do something dominant and then follow it up with the submissive thing, I think that might be the last thing remembered.
right.
So,
It's more about perception though, right? Like which has the greater impact.
Well, so and how do you? Because I'm more curious of like why are you analyzing things through this lens? Because like I don't think these are really like technical terms or that they have carry all that much substance. But like, yeah, how do you define dominance or like how do you understand dominance?
Yeah, so I've been thinking about this a lot. So the definition I've been working with for a while now is I think dominance requires there's a two-step analysis to determine whether or not a behavior is dominant or whether it's submissive. The first element of the definition is what is the level of control that's being exerted? A high level of control is indicative of a more dominant behavior. A low level of control is indicative of a more submissive behavior. And then the other element is who is the focal point of the pleasure, right? Or who is the focal point of the benefit? If the focal point is one person, that's more likely to be a dominant person. If the tangential benefit, not the focal point, but kind of the living vicariously, the vicarious benefit, if that's the benefit that you get, that's more of a submissive behavior. So like let's like imagine a very submissive behavior. A very submissive behavior would be like, okay, being somebody's maid, right? Where you don't have a lot of control over the situation, let's say, or even going further, like a slave, right? You have almost no control over the situation, and the focal point of the pleasure is the master. And even if the slave happens to have a complex where they like it, right, Stockholm syndrome or something along these lines, they're not the focal point. They're just getting it vicariously through the focal point. So, like, I imagine like Django Unchained. I don't know if you've seen that movie.
Yes,
But
multiple
like,
times.
yeah, Sam Jackson's character, I would consider to be like a submissive character because not only does he not have a large amount of control compared to Candy, but he also like his pleasure is vicariously lived through pleasing Candy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, although like in that particular context, I guess I can understand that, but it seems like I like I don't see how this is much different than just like selfish versus like altruistic behavior. Of like, are you just more concerned with, your own needs versus like someone else's?
Yeah, in some sense, but it's very altruism implies. I take that term as the extreme definition that it originated with, which is
Sure.
complete selflessness, meaning complete total submission to the will of someone else. Whereas submissiveness in like a relationship is more like a submissiveness to the natural order of things, that not necessarily against your own interests, but for your own interests. So, for example, if somebody is very strong in some capacity, right? Let's say it's a situation where you're walking outside and there's potential danger, then the woman is submissive to the man. The man is the security provider, so she might tell him, I want to go to the market, but he will tell her and she will follow him because he's in charge of security. He will say when we stop, when we go. He will drive the car. So it's dominant behavior, and she might submit to it, but he's providing the service that he excels at. Whereas the roles might switch in her area of competence. Let's say, raising children. In most aspects, she will do it. She will be more competent, or in education, more competent, right? In caretaking, like when he gets wounded and he starts like ignoring the fact that he's wounded, if she has authority in the relationship, she would say, no, sit down, shut the fuck up, and I'll deal. You're actually hurt, I'm going to deal with it, and you're not moving. And she's in charge. So this is the relationship dynamics that I observed, like between my mother and grandfather. The grandfather was the healer and the caretaker, and she kept my grandfather healthy, and he was the one that was the protector, right? And like who took all the hits. I think that's natural. Now, to call any of their positions altruistic, no, she selfishly wanted to be submissive in certain situations.
Right, but,
Yeah,
but
sure.
so I think I think altruism really is submissiveness, Corey. Selflessness, I would say, is submissiveness in some regard.
Oh,
So,
okay.
absolutely. So like if I'm in a relationship and I'm showering her with gifts, like that's submissive behavior. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't know that I would put the word submissive. I would just more put as kind of like people pleasing kind of or like yeah, or kind of like a whatever nice guy behavior in terms of like if you like there's an underlying motivation. It's like why you think showering gifts like least like why you I would question the behavior like why are you doing that? Because like let's just say many people are under the assumption that showering someone with gifts towards some end or at least towards some end.
Like the guy that yelled famously in the recent clip, $5,000, I paid $5,000 already.
Right.
Why did
Exactly.
nothing happen?
That's a very submissive behavior.
Right. So, but I would ask you the like, do you operate under this lens? As in, like, when you're evaluating your behavior, do you like, okay, should I do this? Is this like a dominant thing that I do? Like, are you like doing sort of like a cost benefit analysis of like, well, this behavior is 51% dominant, so I will engage with it. Like,
No, it's more about explaining my behavior as opposed to determining it. So, like I said before, I don't think I am not, and I don't think people should be like always hyper dominant. I think hyper dominant personalities can be very difficult, right? Super type A, in the legal world, there's quite a few of them, and they're very, very difficult to deal with. And but at the same time, like in the same way, you don't want somebody who's super hyper dominant in every situation. You also don't want somebody who's super hyper submissive in every situation. Um, you want to have like you need to know when to be dominant and when to be submissive, and you also need to at least be conscious about what actions you're doing. Are they submissive? Are they dominant? And to kind of get like a good idea
yeah,
about what your preferences are, right? So, for example, if you're like going through like your sexual like exploration or whatever, and you begin to realize like I'm a very dominant personality in the bedroom, right? Having the understanding of how to communicate that can help when you're talking with somebody who's like, hey, I'm more of a submissive and I'm more of a dominant, right? That could be compatible unless they have very different understandings of what's submissive and what's dominant, right?
yeah.
That's all I'm
So,
saying, right?
are you just isolating it like this is like strictly just operates in the framework of like sexual behavior?
No, if all behavior, but I think when we're talking about sexual behavior, there's like we're looking for compatibility, and I want to like minimize miscommunication. So, in certain regards, there's men that can be submissive in the bedroom, and I don't think there's nothing like wrong with that. I'm not saying there's like
Yeah, yeah,
people.
I know.
All I'm saying is that like people should be comfortable, or at least I think logical in being like and being able to describe what actions are dominant and what actions are submissive. So when they come to somebody, they know what to describe what they actually want. And I think miscommunication is a major problem, especially when it comes to sexuality. So
Well, so yeah, so I would agree with you that miscommunication is an issue, and communication is super important in any relationship, romantic or otherwise. And I don't know that I necessarily like. I think I take your point of like whatever dominance versus submiss. I would probably like more use the language of like you need to know when to be assertive and when to be, let's say, like, I don't know, diplomatic, or like take a step back. But like, so then, like, using your framework, like, would you ever like buy, I don't know, buy a potential person you want to date to dinner? Like,
yeah,
is that okay?
and that is like submissive behavior on my part for sure, and I
Okay,
accept that.
so then, like, pushing it maybe to a little bit more of the absurd of like, are you going to like ask the questions like, I don't know what your plans are for family, but assuming, let's say, if or when you have a child, would you ever change that child's diaper?
I would, but that would be submissive
There, there,
behavior.
there's a there's a lack of nuance here. There's a lack of nuance. The way so about buying dinner. So you assert your dominance when you declare that we're going to this restaurant, and in fact, I was advised that this has to be like crystal clear that when you propose a date, you're going to tell the time, the location, and then there's going to be pushback on time, but you're going to give like definite things, and then you will negotiate the pushback. But you are the initiator if you're the initiator of the date, and then you're dominant. And then during the date, you will be like, by selecting the restaurant, you're basically deciding on the maximum cost on everything that you're comfortable with. So yes, there is like a certain submissive element to it, but it could be very submissive if you just allow the lady to choose all of those things, and she just chooses the most expensive restaurant and the most expensive food, and then like if you're really dumb, you expect something in return, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if you choose all of those things, that could be a form of control.
So that could be. So, but the buying itself is submissive. But like let's imagine these two scenarios.
You're providing. Wait, that's I'll have to contest that.
Right,
You're
right.
providing.
Well, let me like here's two different scenarios. Like I show up, like I call a date and I say, look, we're going to this restaurant. It's gonna be at 8 o'clock p.m. Show up, look nice, and I want you to wear this. By the way, I want you to wear this dress because I like it. And then the person shows up, and then after we finish, you pay for my food because I want you to pay for me, and then she pays for it. This is, you could say it's asshole behavior, but it is extremely dominant at every level, right?
Fine.
Yeah.
I think the reason why it's
I just say you're an asshole.
Yeah, you're an asshole, but you're
at the same
hyper dominant.
Yeah, but at the same time,
And assholes are hyper dominant.
But I'm not gonna touch that. But like, yeah. So I have no problem labeling that person an asshole. But at the same time, like, I have no problem also labeling if this person goes along with it, like they're like they either like that or like they don't know how to set appropriate boundaries, or some other issue. But yeah. So and I think, you know. I think it's just a balance of like being assertive. Like there's the balance of like, yes, are there appropriate times to be assertive? Of like even just using your example of like, what is the appropriate way to like approaching going out on a date? Like there's I think a balanced way that's both assertive and diplomatic at the same time. Of like you can just instead of like saying okay to your potential date to like you choose the time and place. You can be a little bit more assertive and saying, hey, here are three options that I have in mind. Do you have preferences? And taking your preferences into account, here are three options that I come up with. And then here are my availabilities. And then like go from there.
Well,
that seems like
self-asserting, like asserting yourself. That's dominance in a way.
Yeah, but you're also taking the other person's needs into account.
Yes,
you're acquiescing a bit.
The buying of food is
and that's a
tricky.
little bit of submissiveness.
The buying of food, deciding to provide food is tricky because there is an idea there that you are asserting your role as a provider, and that role, to call it purely submissive, is weird. It's missing the point. The actual paying of resources, maybe, but the seizing of that role and not allowing her to pay for it, because then she would be taking over your role. Like, there is a dominant fact in the fact that you are the food supply that implies that in a more primitive society and a primitive mindset that's deep inside of us,
right,
when you're becoming the provider, you're also the life keeper. If you stop providing the food, she gets to starve.
Right.
In the old mindset of the hunter gatherer.
Well,
Right?
I agree with you, Kaz, right? And so I think like there is like there's a new element of dominance, like if you force her out of her job and make her go home and like be your housewife. But I think what's even more dominant is if you make her be your housewife and force her out of her job and then make her pay anyway, right? She's got no money. Like that's like the ultimate, right?
I think you have to look at the, like, on the conscious level as you explain it, your argument has merit. But on the subconscious level of human history, the reason why you buy food is actually a dominant reason. So disagree with.
So it can be. I assert based on testimony that I've heard. If you
sworn testimony,
date, if you go on a date with a woman who has a job, I think it is submissive behavior to pay for the full cost of her meal.
What I would say is like regardless
and if
of
sex
everything,
is promised, it could be prostitution. I'm just saying.
This all just seems like a very exhausting way to like live and go about your day, or even approach.
Corey, it's not too exhaustive. Like what I'm saying makes sense. There is like, you understand that our brain developed, like, the way we think, sort of the subconscious things, they showed up like thousands of years ago.
Yeah, I agree with you that there's some evolutionary history.
Cultural history as well is related to that.
Yeah, of course. And there's a certain amount of like socialization that occurs. Like obviously, I'm not going to deny. Like what I would say is like yes, for many people there is kind of like a default operating system. On that, I would say many people don't have that default operating system upgraded or patched. And can you tap into that default operating system? I would say yes. For many people, you probably can. But for the people that, let's say, have patched or have upgraded their operating system, they're probably operating not with that default operating system. And things like, and you just like showing up at someone's doorstep, with a bunch of resources and a bag of money is probably not going to be responsive to someone who has their OS upgraded.
So here's
upgraded or haphazardly patched with mods that cause issues that you can't expect. It's one of those two.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
It's one of those two. I'm not entirely sure which one in all cases.
That I'll concede that is a somewhat open question. Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, that like I just don't like it's a little. I think that I'm not an expert at all, but like I'm just concerned in terms of like the health and quality of the relationship.
Corey, there's this guy on Twitter that everybody hates.
that he looks at pictures of couples and he draws lines through their like center mass and spine. And if the woman leans into the man, he's like a Chad. But if the man leads over to
Yes.
the woman, he's like a beta, like submissive.
I think that's true. I think that's true.
I was analyzing a piece of art. I was analyzing a piece of art from the Renaissance by Velázquez, like the Las Meninas, yesterday. And the girl in the middle of the painting, all of her servants are leaning towards her. She's like the center of like a leaning towers towards her. It's like people know people. That's how they depict like status.
That makes sense. Corey, will you just at least admit, and maybe you know, now you've heard my logic, and I think Casimir also already agrees that eating ass is submissive. Agree with me.
Okay.
It's submissive and it's unhygienic. Can you agree with those
Well,
two
okay,
statements?
no, I'll address the submissive part aspect. The unhygienic. So, you appear to be concerned with unhygienic. Let's say
am.
Okay. So then the question I would ask, you know, regardless, would you ever have, assuming you've been screened and your partner's been screened, and you know whatever, would you ever have unprotected sex with a woman?
I feel like that's different. Okay.
Why? No.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
have
gonna-
to answer that. Like,
Okay. If the argument,
I'll give you the right answer.
It's
You don't have to think.
it's
I'll give you the
unhygienic.
right
It's
answer.
unhygienic. Sure.
Unprotected sex. Unprotected sex. Oh, actually, any sexual intercourse is you taking the step where you're willing to have a child. It's true in all cases. All of what they tell you, 90%, 80%, it's all garbage. If you look over like a year of having sex with women, using various systems of protection and like having sex multiple times a week, you're very, very likely resulting in pregnancy.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you didn't answer the question. So
I did. So the question is not whether or not I would do an unhygienic behavior. Because I agree with you that like unprotected sex is probably less hygienic than protected sex, and protected sex is less hygienic than no sex, right? Like if we're going on the list of like hygiene.
Yeah, spectrum. Sure,
Yeah,
fair.
spectrum, right? All I'm asking is that when you lick a butthole where the poo-poo comes out of, and like you're ingesting that material into like your mouth, which is like the focal point of your person. It's where you intake all nutrients. It's what makes you you, and you metabolize that poop and literally absorb it, and then like use that to build your body. Right? You are not only you are not only eating the germs, but you are letting this. But literally, but scientifically, Corey, you have to agree this is true. You are letting this shit become part of you. You are absorbing it and letting it form the building blocks of you as a person. You are becoming shit. Am I right?
So you want to bring up spectrum of hygiene, okay? Just as there's a spectrum of hygiene, I think there's a spectrum of a butthole consumption, okay? And that I'm definitely not advocating for the eating of ass that is not prepared properly. Or like like I said, a freshly used asshole.
I'm willing to concede. I'm willing to concede that all communists should eat ass every day.
Sure, I'll bite that bullet. So yes, I'm definitely not advocating for again, putting your mouth on a freshly used asshole. Okay, but I think you could also recognize that there's the other end of the spectrum. Will it ever be perfectly clean? Okay. I think you get really close, such that pretty much the risk is in the same zone as I don't know. This I might be testing your knowledge of female anatomy, but I don't know if you know that you seem to be concerned with like human waste. And I don't know if you know like in the female human anatomy, in addition to like the vaginal canal, there's a urethra there where urine is expelled.
Urine is sterile though, right?
Urine produced in the bladder is there's a reason why women very often get UTIs and urinary tract infections.
Well, no, that's because the stuff gets in the urethra, not because. That's why when you pee after sex, it gets rid of
where's the urethra? Where's the urethra?
Right, but the problem's not the pee. The problem is like the stuff that gets in the pee hole. So
there's stuff there, and in addition to
there's stuff there. I get it, but like again, So first
No,
of
no,
all,
no,
I'm not
but
eating that. Okay.
But yeah, yeah,
But,
yeah,
but
yeah.
the other
But,
day-
but that's why I brought up unprotected sex. You are putting a mucus membrane in that.
But I'm not metabolizing it, right? I'm not absorbing it and turning it into the building blocks of my
What
DNA.
how do you get STIs? How you think there's no absorption?
You
through
said they were
that?
perfectly clean.
No, what? no, I didn't.
I thought that
No,
was
I
part of the
didn't.
hypothetical.
No. In terms of
I mean,
I'm
if
just
she has
saying
an
that.
STI, we're not
No,
doing it
I'm just saying there's transmission of, let's say, cellular stuff when there's penile insertion.
and that's
into the-
unhygienic. And if you would openly choose to like infect yourself with that, knowing well what you're doing, I would think that'd be kind of like unhygienic behavior. In the same way, when you're eating poo, which is what you do when you engage in this, what I'm describing.
I
you're
think
doing the
he'll
same
bite
thing.
the bullet and agree that he wouldn't eat ass even if it was a plastic doll. Right, because of the social.
Because it's because it's submissive, but not. I'm more talking about the hygienic portion, because that's the more important part of the calculus.
Yeah, that's why I said I think you can get an asshole just as hygienic as pretty much on the same terms of penile vaginal insertion, like penetrative sex. Like, do you think we don't have data? Like, do you think if there was like an outbreak, like did we have a massive epidemic of people getting infections from eating ass, we wouldn't know about it?
Wasn't that like monkeypox or something?
That's not from eating ass. I don't want to get all into dissect monkeypox, but
wonderful topic.
Last question on this. Wouldn't you agree with me, Corey? Yeah, under like clinical conditions, if we could like put this ass under a UV light and like full edema, like sterilize it, okay, maybe the risk is pretty low.
Boil it.
But when you're dealing with your average person, okay, that like over 50% of men don't wash their hands after they leave.
I agree with you, man.
And like
really...
40% of women don't either.
Wait, are you saying so you would eat the ass of a woman, not a man?
No, no, neither. But I'm just saying that like when you look at the hygiene habits of human beings across the board, not just men but also women, they can't even remember to wash their hands. You're trusting them to scrub their ass? I don't think it's smart to do that.
Yeah, I think we talked about this. Like, so, and you said average. So, are you admitting that your future whatever partner or
even top 10%
potential is going to be average?
There is no potential.
And again, so like, yeah, this comes down to like trust. I agree with you that I would not eat the ass of a stranger off the street.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you. I had to fight with people to get at least that admission. Thank God. Okay. Look, we're all civilized people here.
And I would not engage in casual eating ass behavior. Absolutely not. I would only do it in
unless it was for the greater good with proper consequences and maximum utility.
If it brought peace on earth, I would absolutely entertain and probably do it. Absolutely.
I would deontologically never eat ass. I don't care about peace on earth.
My man.
And the earth where peace was achieved through ass eating is not worth living on. Okay.
What if it was just me eating the ass? It would just like me.
We can make you do it.
I mean, like if it required force, again, I would potentially like bite that bullet. But like
bite that asshole, not bullet.
Yeah, if it's consensual. But like, yeah, like. And I'd say the same thing about casual, like, I don't really engage in casual sex for multiple reasons. And one of them is like a safety issue in terms of like, I only have sex with generally people I trust and that I know are pretty much like risk-free. I'd take the same approach and strategy. Not that I'm saying I enjoy eating ass, but if I were to, I would only do it with people that I trust and that are appropriately screened.
But you don't enjoy it, right?
This is the hypothetical imperative.
Yeah.
You see, if I were to, then
imperative. Right, but he wouldn't do that because I know Corey and he
wouldn't. It doesn't appeal to me, but at the same time, if let's say I found a potential romantic partner
twice.
If it was on the tip of his tongue.
Yeah, so actually this leads to actually I'll say my piece and then I have I think a question for you, Lactoid. So this comes down to, let's say my future I meet my on paper like future perfect romantic partner. Okay, and we're all compatible, great chemistry, all the things I'm looking for. But then, when it comes to sexual compatibility, they have a demand where like they know they recognize that I don't enjoy eating ass. But let's say as a bare minimum, they just say, hey, listen, this is really important to me, and I need it at least like once a month. And as long as they take the appropriate measures, I would absolutely acquiesce to that demand. And I would pose the exact same scenario to you. Let's say you meet your perfect partner, they're everything that you're looking for, and then once you start exploring the sexual domain, this comes up, where it's like,
It's a
hey,
false hypothetical, Lacto. The way you defeat it is by saying that
It
if it
wouldn't be
is
perfect.
perfect,
Yep.
it would. Oh
exactly.
yeah, okay, yeah,
There
no,
you go.
I know, sure.
It's a
Okay,
performative
fine.
contradiction. It can't happen.
Okay, fine. They're I can even change it. They're imperfect. Like everything, like they're 90% perfect. Okay, and 90% perfect isn't good, or
40. It'd be
95%.
40% if they require eating ass. So
Oh, so yeah, so right. So like,
it's like 60% of the relationship is like hinges on that requirement.
hinges. Okay, that I would say you might be putting too much weight and unrealistic expectations in terms of. Okay, I'm curious how far this extends. What about feet? What about feet play?
So
What about kissing
I'm
feet?
not into it. I don't have that weird like brain foot meld that the people who are into feet do. But if there was a chick who was like super into feet, it's not. It doesn't. I don't know.
Come on.
I'm not gonna lick her feet, but if she wants to lick
You
my
can be
feet,
very rough when scrubbing feet, but you can't be very rough when.
you're right. Yeah, I can see that she's cleaned her feet correctly, and I can see the fucking brush and in fact, you know what? I'm no. I would never do that to her feet, but I would let her do it to my feet. But I would not let her eat my ass. There's no way. No one goes near that. But my
Okay,
feet,
so
sure.
so
I would
okay,
never.
Exit only.
Exit only. I'm
okay,
super
so
straight.
that is interesting because the hygiene extension, the hygiene argument, I think falls apart. If you're not willing to let them eat your ass, because it's not it's your
He
it's
has
not
to
your.
kiss that mouth next.
No, he doesn't
Come
have to.
on.
I gotta.
No,
No. She has to be
no.
around. I gotta smell her breath. Like there's correlations here.
Are you saying you've got a dirty ass? Is this a self-report of like you don't appropriately and you wouldn't appropriately treat?
You can't fully ever clean your ass. I do my best. Okay, I wipe multiple times. When I'm done wiping, there's nothing left in the toilet paper, but that doesn't mean it isn't there. It's like racism. Corey.
Wait.
It's
You
always
don't
there
own a bidet?
under the surface.
You don't own a bidet?
No,
What
I'm
century are
American.
we in?
Most Americans don't.
Yeah, North unfortunately not normalized here, even though it should be. But so yeah, going back to like feet, as in uh, like let's say your future partner, they want their feet in your mouth, and they'll clean it, they'll give a little rinse and some nice soap and water, but that's the extent they're willing to go. And like so far, you're like X amount of dates in, you really see some potential here. This would be the deal breaker for you.
You
Like
gotta bite those feet, man.
you have other sexual compatibilities, your libidos match up,
It's
but
not.
like
It's
that.
not as revolting to me as eating ass. It's just not. So like, there's not that kind of gut like kind of response. but there is like, I don't want to do it. I really don't want to do it. And if she respected me and my sexual preferences, she wouldn't make me.
Yeah, she wouldn't make you. No one should be making anybody. But at the same time, like, there's probably gonna be like maybe you'll find your perfectly sexual compatible partner. But I think for the vast majority of people, like there is not like compromises, but a little bit of
Imagine my
concession.
luck, right? You find the perfect person. Oh, and they're into feet. That's why they're single. God fucking damn it. Right?
Yeah, I think you might be trying too hard.
But aren't people that are
overall.
into feet they're into other people's feet? They're not really like into their own feet being touched, right? Because I thought like they're attracted to the feet, so they have to see the feet and like touch the feet and lick the feet.
No, there are
There's
definitely.
probably both.
Yeah,
Probably
there
both.
are
There's
absolutely
like a
women
rule for this, like rule 30 something.
there are
There's
absolutely.
an image of it and there's a perversion of it.
I don't look up those rules. They're not.
For sure, I will. There are absolutely women that exist that enjoy having their toes sucked, and having their feet in their partner's mouth. I will absolutely. I will bet all my money on that because I absolutely know with 100% certainty that is true.
It just doesn't appeal. Like even like the like finger like it doesn't appeal to me because like there's like the Do you still okay, Corey? Do you see how that's? Will you agree with me? That's like submissive behavior, like licking someone's foot.
I can see under your framework how it's submissive behavior. I wouldn't use that word, but yes.
Let's say you have like a preference for like non-submissive behavior, let's say, and you're just like, that doesn't. What if you feel? Here's a better way of describing it. What if you feel less of a man for licking someone's foot?
I would say if you feel less of a man, you've bought in too much into gender roles and gender stereotypes.
Is there a gender role against like licking feet or something? I never heard of that. I was never taught
no,
that.
But
Is that ingrained? Is that like one of the sexual?
Yes, it's against being submissive. Yeah.
Absolutely. Where it's like a part of the gender role, the typical gender role of masculinity is like they pretty much using your language, never having never displaying submissive behavior, and that any sort of display of submissive behavior means that you're weak, you're not like a real man, and thus you're emasculated essentially.
Preach.
Yeah, which is I think silly and pretty toxic.
I don't care. I'm not eating feet. I'm not licking feet.
Okay, so again,
Toxic is a toxic word.
Yeah. Okay, fair. But like, I'm curious, like how far your hygiene concern goes. Of like, would you ever lick the fingers of your future partner?
I'd prefer not to. No.
So yeah, like you pretty much like will only engage in like the pretty much like most as far as like the most vanilla, just PIV sex
See, what happens
only.
is once a day they meet in the same bedroom. Normally they're separate.
Is it like that
there's
type?
There's a white sheet and a hole.
Yeah.
Everybody says that. The amount of jokes I've gotten about that, but I don't know. Like, there's something to be said about. It just seems so foreign to me and so weird, right? Like people that are into this shit. Sometimes literally this shit.
Into sex or you mean
into
literally
the weird like.
That's one thing I heard that I actually
the divergent
believe.
The sex divergent.
No, I learned or like I heard from there's this like online a rabbi dude that talks about every single topic, including sex and marriage, and he had this theory that the reason why you have like long-term relationships is because couples never become too familiar. They don't like exhaust each other.
Explore, absolutely.
And so what he does, what he believes that all of that like extent of separation into different beds, into almost different rooms in his community, that tradition is based on that, and they actually have good outcomes with that, which sounds a bit crazy to most people he talks with. But I think the dynamic is sort of real if you are too familiar, right? If I guess once you're into the actual sexual act, then it doesn't matter, right? It's the opposite. But everything outside of it, you're sort of keeping a little bit of a distance, mystery.
There's definitely something to be said for not that I'm the expert, but like like as far as I can tell from the data, like relationships where like partners are growing and developing and exploring, that seems to be the part of an aspect of a healthy relationship. But like again, it seems like you will only engage in like the most like how far does your aversion to assholes go? As in like there are some sexual positions where.
I tried to steer us away.
I don't prefer. I don't like any sexual positions that involve me having a visual, like a good view.
Visual confirmation that this person goes to the bathroom.
Honestly,
that is super. Like I think you are very limited also in like your sexual positions. Okay, so like that also brings you back to like my original question, like,
and the fact I don't care is a dominant factor about me, right?
Well, we'll see how long that not caring lasts. Well, when what if your potential partner likes a position that you've got visual, like the visuals in your face, or the visuals in your line of sight.
This is that like MGTOW I was talking to you about, right? Like if you can't find the perfect one, just
No, that's you see. What he needs to do is he gets a little plug with a crucifix, and it goes in and creates a visual block.
And he's got to insert it, but with like latex gloves. Yeah, I could that actually might be the compromise. Where like
With
would you ever
full
like
scrubs, maybe.
would you like French kiss your partner ever?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. That is super interesting.
But like, it does require like thinking about it. I don't know. Like, it's weird. I admit that it's weird. And if my gut response was like more in line with logic, I would have more of a problem with it, right? But I just don't, um, because I don't know. I've
You're
been
probably not thinking about what you're
culturally
doing when you're
exactly.
doing it.
I've been like
There
culturally
are certain other
indoctrinated.
emotions that override that
Exactly, right?
reason.
But with the butthole, there is no that is always in
The
the mind.
emotions and the logic is perfectly aligned in your mind. Yeah, no, I understand the framework in which you're operating from.
This is
But
actually
like,
one of my like theories. I think asexuals are like the next step in human evolution. About how like, well, first of all, they're the end of human evolution because but then the other element is like they're the end also in terms of like ascension. I think that like they're kind of like mini gods, and that like they've cast off the shackles of like the slavery of one's own mind and the compulsion of serotonin, and focus more on things that actually contribute to their overall long-term well-being, assuming that they're not like addicts or something.
well, actually, I think the data are pretty robust that a healthy sexual lifestyle or yeah, a life in a relationship that is romantic and actually intimate. That is that where there's a sexual component. Like the data are pretty robust. That is that leads to
Well,
pretty
no, but
high levels of well-being.
but asexuals can engage in that. They just don't. They're not like lizard brain, like need to pursue it. They have like a self control about it, and they only engage in the behavior when it's actually beneficial to their long term well being. I think that is sort of
Well,
why they are the ultimate humans. I think like if there's any kind of like superiority, it's like asexuals than everyone else.
Like I'm definitely not an expert on asexuals, but from what I understand, and of the asexuals that I know, like that appears to be like not a true spectrum, but like some asexual, as far as I know, like there are some asexuals they'll kind of like put up with sex, where it's like yeah, for the sake of being in a committed relationship and they understand it's important, they'll occasionally engage with it and just kind of like tolerate it.
Right when it benefits them.
Well, yeah, sure. In terms of like maintaining the relationship, as in this is part of like routine housekeeping. Of, like if I want to like keep this partner in a committed
Right,
relationship.
but they're never gonna be like they're never gonna like cheat or like throw away their marriage on some fling, right? Like that's something that these people are like immune from, like this disease of like Coomer brain. Like
Oh, no.
they're resistant.
Oh, okay. So you are bringing up a legitimate concern, and it seems like you're operating under the assumption that like if you have any sort of like sexuality, or basically you're not asexual, then you might be prone to infidelity or temptation or kind of like a lack of self control. But actually, the data the data don't bear that out. As in, you can totally have a healthy sexual monogamous relationship. Where as far as we could tell, like infidelity is not a component. And if you look at the contributing factors to infidelity, there's multiple, obviously. But like I would say, I would look into attachment.
I'm
And
gonna
like
look.
how would
I'll look into it. It would seem like I would be blown away if asexuals have a higher rate of infidelity. I would think they'd have a low rate of infidelity, and I mean this tracks with like so it's just true that on average men have a higher sex drive than women, right? On average, and as a result, like some of the lowest infidelity you see is among like lesbian relationships, and the highest rate is among male homosexual relationships.
right,
And
but go ahead.
I mean, it just seems like a pretty like too good coincidence where
Yeah,
sex drive is correlated with infidelity.
But look at the frequency. So I don't know the numbers, but I would imagine that the frequency of lesbian couples of having sex, like it's not zero. Like they're still
Right, but it's much
having.
lower. It's much lower though.
Yeah, I don't know how much lower. Maybe you have the numbers or know the numbers better than I do
I saw them
offhand.
at some point.
But like yeah, and I would take your point. I don't know for sure, but I would grant you that almost certainly yes, asexuals probably don't engage. Well, assuming infidelity only takes place in the realm of sexual behavior.
Well, that's the most important. Wouldn't you agree?
Emotional cheating, I would say, is a thing. Whether it's equal to sexual cheating, I think that is context dependent. But and I don't know the numbers either, but I would imagine also like the frequency of sex that between asexual couples or like an asexual individual and their partner who's sexual, I'd say is like pretty low. And that's not necessarily a relationship that like I would want to personally be in. And let's say I don't know that, yeah, I don't know the numbers of like basically are those relationships actually like healthy and let's say flourishing, because like you know everyone knows the divorce numbers. Okay, so like you whatever, roughly 40-50% of marriages end in divorce. So like we at least we can fairly, I think we can accurate reasonably say that whatever, roughly half of marriages, they are like poor quality marriages that result in divorce. But there's I think an unknown subset of marriages where like the people are staying married, but they're low quality. They are staying married, but for all intents and purposes, like they should be divorced, but they're staying married,
Right.
but they're still low quality relationships. So like you can maybe make the case that like pretty much like the majority of relationships are low quality relationships. Where it's
That's
like
optimistic.
but yeah, so but at the same time, there's still data about good, healthy, functioning relationships, and like that's why it's like there are ways to build intimacy. There are ways to build a, and I would say most people lack the skills to do that, but there are ways to build a good, healthy, functioning, sexual, monogamous, committed relationship. Assuming you want that. I'm not saying that's how it should be for everyone, but like assuming that's the direction that you want to go in, which I suspect that it is at some point down the line. I would encourage you to like look into attachment and look into like what actually like cultivates intimacy and fosters intimacy.
If it's eating ass, I'm out. Okay,
No,
we're done.
It's not eating ass, but like there's an emotional component to it for sure. At least from my perspective, for sure. And I would say you might not be fully cultivated in the emotional department.
Other people have feelings. It's like a weird concept to me.
Yeah. You clearly have strong feelings about eating ass.
I do.
And
in fact, it's
like,
the topic. One of the topics I feel probably most strongly about. One of them. So I've got a couple that I feel very strongly about, but that's one of them.
Yeah,
I'm gonna send both of you guys a link.
I swear to God, it better not.
It's a collection of like you probably
what's
know
that
about
word?
It's Chinese ancient wisdoms. But read Submission 61. It's very interesting.
But so Electro, what do you think the function of sex is in a relationship, if any, or do you think it serves no function other than like people shouldn't be having sex outside of reproduction? Like if you want a kid,
I think it can serve a function. It just needs to be like controlled. I think every lizard brain command needs to be controlled, right? It would be similar to like saying like, oh, so you're saying that there's no place for food in a relationship, or food like in your life. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like when your lizard brain commands you to eat, it doesn't mean it's always time to eat. And it also doesn't mean that you should eat whatever your lizard brain tells you to eat, right? Because sometimes your lizard brain commands you to eat like food that's very unhealthy for you and food that you shouldn't be eating. But there's like one group of people who are like, well, my lizard brain tells me to eat it, so I'm gonna fucking do it, right? And then you have another group of people who are like, I think some of the things that you said, I think indicate that you're probably falling into this more responsible group, which would kind of track of what I know about like your self control when it comes to your diet and your fitness, which is your lizard brain doesn't have complete control. Like there's the conscious brain that's in control and dictating when the lizard brain gets what it wants, and your lizard brain doesn't get to get what it wants if it leads to overall bad outcomes for you.
Yeah.
And I think that's what men, especially the type of men that message the same woman 15 times in a row without responses, I think those type of people, that's what they have to learn specifically.
Yeah, so it seems like you're overall concerned, from what I understand. You want to tame the lizard brain.
Tame the lizard brain in every regard. Overcome
the Corey and Lacdoid, I'm falling asleep apparently, so I'm gonna
take care, be well. Always a pleasure.
We should definitely arrange a mini panel sometimes. We have a lot to talk about in common.
Yeah,
various topics.
I gotta go to bed too. I got
I know. I'll let you. This will be my last point. But like, taming. Like, I agree with you. Taming the lizard brain. is important, and although I wouldn't use that language, but like yes, let's just say using your better judgment is a good thing, and everyone should cultivate the ability to use their better judgment. The question is, how do you do that? Okay, and I think that's probably where the discrepancy lies.
Meditation. You heard Doobie. That's how you.
Cold showers.
Well,
I heard cold showers are really
I heard
good
cold
for
showers.
willpower.
Yeah. So there's definitely something said for cold showers. But like what are like it's not the coldness that's having
It's the ability to bypass the reaction to not get shocked, and then like you do that and you get shocked, and then you tell your brain like you're creating this structure where you're in control, and it helps you overcome similar things like desire to avoid pain. That's what you're overcoming. Desire
right.
to be lazy.
For sure, this is like exposure therapy. But as you lean into this discomfort, you get more and more. Get better able to pretty much navigate, uncomfortable or impulsive situations where you can take a step back. Be like, okay, let's assess the situation, and then hopefully use my better judgment. But let's just say like there's not a lot of good like cold exposure there. Like I think it only appears to be, at least as far as I can tell, only good at like allowing you to manage like cold exposure. Doesn't seem to be like all that of a transferable skill of like, oh, now because I've had cold exposure, I now know how to make better dietary choices. That doesn't
It's not that. I think it's not the cold itself. I think it's probably any discomfort and shock that's that severe. It's like that's why I believe it actually does work. It's people were telling me that it's in order to get like better at cold, giving your body an opportunity for cold management, but I think it's really the shock.
Right.
What here's from some
That's why I like
self-analysis,
batteries, right?
like if I get a job that's very physical job, often the most difficult thing for me is to get to the job site and start working. Once I start working, however, it's more difficult for me to actually stop. Like I would like keep going and keep getting things done and like knock it out. And so it's this. Why is it so difficult to start? I think it's because we're like pain averse. We know that it's going to be expensive to do, right? So we're like, oh, let me be more efficient so I can survive longer. But in reality, it's you have to overcome that because you know that it's less efficient to do so.
Yeah. So I'll leave you with this because I think we all need to get out. So the question I would ask you, Lactoid, like if you knew all these things of like how to tame the lizard brain, let's say cold showers, are you doing these things currently?
No, I don't think I.
So-
I don't think I have as much control over my lizard brain as I should.
So that's super. Isn't that paradoxical? Like to tame the lizard brain, I need to take cold showers, but I can't take the step. Like
Well, no, it's called it's honesty, right? At the same time,
No, I'm not. I'm not shaming you at all.
Here's how you get it done. Here's how you do shame him exactly. That's
no.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it because what you do is what he does next is Corey. There's 3 of us in the chat, and there's 30 days in the next month. So starting from the next month, cold shower challenge. We're keeping each other in check. That's how it's done. It's through shame and social conditioning.
So I'd agree with you. Social support is important. I'm all for getting together and holding each other accountable. The shame part, I'm definitely not on the same page with Casimir. But
broadly speaking.
But like, that's the question I would ask you is like, it seems like, if you know the path and it's like, well, this is how I can get to my goal, but it requires this step and you're not taking that step. Like there's a gulf there that needs to be overcome. And the question is like, why you're not overcoming that gulf? I think that's a little bit strange.
Here, look, once my water heater goes out, I'll just save the money, not replace it. Then every shower will be a cold shower.
Fair enough.
No, I think Corey just a fan thought. I think it's the trick. Maybe not even cold showers. The trick is always something that is like it's like a very simple effort. It has to be something very small that doesn't like reward you instantly. That's not rewarding, and it's very tiny step, and it gives you an immediate accomplishment. So it can be literally anything. Really.
Yeah, small steps. Totally, we're on the same page there. But like, I think we should discuss it like further somewhere down the road. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. everyone.
Good night,
Always.
friends. Good night,
Take care.
friends.
Be well, everyone.
And don't eat ass.
Thank you.
It's your choice.
Unfortunately. All right. All right, everybody. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Really appreciate it. Everybody who was gave bits or subscribed, thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody who interacted in chat and talked with me and talked with each other and challenged me, thank you. I appreciate it always. And if you haven't given me a follow yet, please just give me a quick follow. That way you'll be able to see when I come online in the future. What we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and just right on into Prime's panel. He's doing the open panel, and you guys can hear some more debates. And then don't forget Thursday we have that one-on-one with a tanky, and I'm sure he all the classic tanky takes. So we'll see how that one goes. But have a good night, guys.
I believe in the full blown